Welcome to React Native course. In this course, we will learn creating a movies application from scratch by using a React Native CLI. And in this course, you will be able to see movies catalogs and also some slider on the top inside the application. And also you will be able to navigate to some movie and read data of that movie and display some information about it, like the categories of the movies, rating, and some description. And as well, you will see the release date. Of course, we will have a play button where you can play the movie and you can play some video with loading indicators, and you will be able to rotate your phone and you will see how it fits and adapt directly to have a full screen of your application directly when we are flipping the phone. It's all by your hand. And also we will do exactly something like search for movies from a real database which is connected to the internet, and you can search, for example, for some movies, and you can display those movies and you can visit them to see the rating and some information about this movie. For example, I am searching for some movie and I will get it, and then I will get all information about it, and also I can play it. Of course, you can have a lot of experience with this course. You will learn a lot. You can have this application in your portfolio and you can present it when you have a job interview or even when you have a customer to display this application to your customers so you can attract them and have some applications for them. Also, I don't like the courses which are boring, like you are going theoretically and you will see what is component, what is service, etc. But I like to do something in practical. I like to see something in front of me which is making me happy at the end and making some application I can present it to my friends. As well, how we are going to call external libraries, how we can use components from React Native. And the nice thing about this course, it's not based on Expo, which is like exactly for beginners. Now the companies and professional companies, they are using actually only like React Native CLI. I hope you will be happy after enrolling this course, because at the end you will have some application between your hands and you can be always proud of it. And of course, I will be very happy to answer your questions and we discuss many things together. So are you ready? Let's get started. Okay, who can take this course, or what are the course requirements? So first of all, you don't need to know anything about React Native. I will show you all the possibilities to build an application using React Native, of course, but I will not teach you everything about React Native. I will teach you what we need for our application in this course. As well, you don't need to know any previous knowledge about mobile development. You just need to know about some small styling basics, which I also going to explain during the course. And now what you should know JavaScript, because you know React Native is built on JavaScript and you can use JavaScript to generate native application. And as well, you need to know React. React is also a framework which is built over JavaScript, but this React is directed to be used in web applications, not on mobile phone how React Native is doing. Even that, I am going to explain what are the components, what are the props, and what are the states in this course. So in that way, you will learn by doing. So I will not explain all React Native. I am just going to explain what we need for this course. And we are building multiple courses, so you can take all of them. You will see how practical and easy to learn React Native without getting a course of documentation and go about 20 hours and you just learn only theoretical things. The best way is to learn practical, doing something practical always to learn more and more. Okay, as I told you before, React Native is similar to React, but it's built for developing mobile application. So as we can say that building native applications using JavaScript. So you can use your skills in JavaScript to build application for phones like iOS and Android. And they are really native application. They are not web application which are responsive, that they are working on desktop and also on mobile phone using some CSS skills to make it responsive as an application to work on the phone. No, they are really native. So as you see, we can build two applications by using one language, which is, or for example, one framework using JavaScript, which will work on Android as a native application, on iOS as a native application as well. So most of companies nowadays are going forward React Native because in that case you are saving money for hiring a team on iOS to know, for example, Xcode or the language which are related to iOS, and also to hire another team which knows Java, which is also used to build Android application. No, you need just to hire one team who knows JavaScript and basics of React to build two applications in the same time using React Native. So in that way, the company will save a lot of money. That's why it's going forward that. Okay, maybe you will tell me, okay, this is dangerous, like how I can depend on JavaScript. What if my application is built and has a lot of security and it must be accurate, so I need really to build it as native. Okay, I will give you example of top companies using React Native, for example, Facebook, Instagram, and also Discord, Skype, Pinterest, Tesla. So all of those companies are using nowadays React Native for their applications on both platforms, Android and iOS. So in that way, you don't need to hire a lot of knowledge about iOS or Android. If you know JavaScript, I guarantee to you that you can deploy some back-end applications, for example, using Node.js, and also mobile application using React Native and React. I'm sure when you were reading about React Native, you heard about Expo. Expo is also command line interface to build projects of React Native, and it's providing with many tools and components which are ready to be used in React Native. The main difference between React Native and Expo is in the code structure. For example, as you see on the left, we have a React Native project, and we see that we have two folders which contains Android project and iOS. This is the project, the real project of Android, which is inside it Java or Kotlin. And also we have the iOS, which is written with Swift. So in this case, when you create a React Native project, you are creating as well the Android and iOS project. And in this way, you will have access in your project to those modules inside Android and iOS. This what gives React Native CLI the reality of using the native libraries. But in Expo, you will generate only a very pure JavaScript project, and you can use only the JavaScript here because Expo is used also to build its own native libraries and own native components. Many people nowadays prefer using React Native. React Native is more stable and more efficient, and we will see what are the benefits of React Native. Expo is for beginners, as I will tell you at the end of this lecture. So if we go to the React Native CLI, you can add native modules which are written Java, Objective-C, also with Swift, and also you can add them to your project directly, and you can use them in JavaScript as a JavaScript library. And also setting up a project is easy and it can be done in a minute. But of course, setting up the environment takes a little bit of time. More third libraries are supported. You will have a lot of third libraries written with React Native CLI, and you can use them in your project. The most benefit and the nice benefit of React Native CLI that you have less size of production files. For example, if you have building an application with React Native CLI, you will see that you have, for example, 10 MB of the APK file and as well for the iOS file. But when you build a project with Expo, the file or the production file will come very bigger, and it has mostly 60 or 70 megabyte in front of the React Native CLI, which has 10 megabyte only. This because Expo is also adding the files and the modules and the components inside the APK file, so it can be used in the application. But here, when we are using native modules which are already in your system or on your phone, then you don't need to have a big file of production. As well, I have built a project which is made as an e-shop, e-commerce, built with Expo. And also there are a lot of courses about Expo, and there is not so much courses about React Native CLI. So I prefer to make this course with React Native CLI to see the benefit and the difference between it and Expo. And of course, if you want, you can enroll to our course, which is talking and built totally with Expo, which is building an eShop on mobile phone. So here there is some recommendation from React Native project. As you see, it says that if you are new on mobile development, the easiest way to get started is with Expo CLI. But if you are already familiar with mobile development, you may want to use React Native CLI. Okay, maybe you will ask me, you said at the beginning that I don't need any requirement of mobile development. Okay, yeah, really, you don't need. For example, for this project which we are going to build, you don't need so much skills in mobile development. I will just teach you the most important things, how to import modules, native libraries, and use them in your project. That's it. We are not going to edit a lot of things in the native libraries. We are just going to call them to our project. And of course, there is one not good benefit of using React Native CLI, that you need to install Xcode or Android Studio to run your project on your phone. But in this way, you guarantee that you are really testing your tool without a middleware which is built in not native way. Okay, to start building our environment, we need first Node.js. Node.js is a tool for providing and installing libraries which we need for our project. To install Node.js, you just need to go to the website nodejs.org, and here you will find two installation methods. One is latest features, which is called current, and also recommended for most users. Always, I go always for recommended for most users, which is more stable, and it's providing me with the most important tools which I need for my development, and which is fit with the most updated libraries which are available. And of course, Node.js is available for all systems, not only for Windows or Mac, it's available for Linux, for all other operating systems. So you just select yours and then make sure that you have installed it here. After that, we open the installation and we just go next with it, installing any application, and it will be installed on your machine. So that's it. I have it already on my machine and I have it already installed, so I don't need to install it again. So after that, you open the terminal. So the terminal, you can open it like a terminal in MacBook is you can open the applications and you check for terminal, or in Windows you can run and then find command line, which is called command line, then the standard command line. And then you need to check what version of Node.js you have. So the most important thing that I want you to be sure that you have the right version of Node. So otherwise you will not be able to run most of the commands if you have old version. So how we can know the version which we have? After installation, we can go to the terminal as I told you, and you put node -v, and with that you can see the version which you have. It's better to develop with React Native CLI to use the version which is 12 and above. So make sure that you have the version 12 and more, and then you will be able to code without any problem with React Native CLI. Okay, now we are going to set up our environment. I advise you always to follow the documentation which is provided by React Native formally. So when you go there, you will see all the steps which you need for installation of your environment. So first of all, you go to reactnative.dev and then you go to the docs. Here you will see something which is called environment setup, and this will be up to date always based on the versions, based on the operating systems of Android and iOS. Based on that, you will see always the latest documentation. I will show you how we can follow it. First of all, as I told you, we have to follow not Expo CLI. We are going to work with React Native CLI, which is most preferred by most mobile developers. But of course, if you are beginner, I prefer to you to go to my course, which is related about working with Expo, and I have built there all the environment which you need for working with Expo. But now we will work with React Native CLI. Then we go to the operating system. The operating system, as you see, it's available for Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. I will work here with Mac OS. Of course, you can follow Windows as well. All of them are the same, but with small differences like setting up the paths which we want for running our commands. But as I told you, it's always better to follow the documentation for the versions. And as well, you need to target also the operating system which you are going to deploy for. Of course, we are going to work with Android and iOS in the same time, and both of them has a different installation. I will start now with Android. So first of all, we will go to the Mac OS, then we go to the target Android, and then we install the dependencies like we have here Node, and we need to install other stuff which I am going to explain it by detail. So first of all, we will work with the Android as you see here in the documentation, and in the lecture after that we are going to work with iOS to see how we can also run the iOS. Unfortunately, like on Windows, when you want to work on Windows and you have iOS, you cannot support deployment or development of iOS application. This because that iOS application need to run something called Xcode, and Xcode is required and is only installed on Mac system. So for that, I am using sometimes VMware virtual machine. I am installing Mac OS on my Windows, and then I am able to work with iOS. In that way, if you don't have MacBook, you can install the virtual machine. There are a lot of ways to run a virtual machine. Just Google it and you will find it immediately, and you will see how you can install virtual machine of Mac OS on Windows. So that's why I am making this course with Mac OS currently, so it's more general, so we can work with Android and iOS in the same time. Going to talk how to set up our Android environment. So first of all, we go, as we said, to the documentation, and then we go to Mac OS and then Android. And in Android, there is a tool which is called a brew or homebrew, which is helping for installation of application or some tools easily to your Mac system. So if you didn't install homebrew, it's better to install it. It will help you to install a lot of applications without bothering yourself to find the installation for it. So for that, for example, I want to install Node as I showed you previously. I just go to my terminal and I run brew install Node as I told you previously. So if you go here, you will see that brew install Node, and also there is another tool which is called Watchman. This is very great tool. It's made by Facebook. It's going to watch your changes on your file system, and it's highly recommended because it's better performance for your application and watching the updates on the files. So let's try to install this, because before we installed already Node as I showed you manually without brew, but now I am going to install this with a brew. So after installation of homebrew, it's exactly the same. You just copy the command to the terminal and you will have homebrew. After that, you will be able to use the command brew, so you can install any program which is available in that package. So let's try, for example, to install Watchman. So I will go to the terminal and then I will paste brew install Watchman, and then we will wait for installation, and we will see that it's installing all the program for me, including the paths, including all the information which are needed for development to use this tool. Okay, as you see, the installation have been done. So I was like skipping the video because it takes some time. So now it's installed. Let's go to the documentation again and see what we have here. So as well, we need for that a Java development kit. This is required for Android systems, so we need also to install that. So the same thing, we are going to copy this command, which is called brew install, and then we can see open JDK, which is required for that. And they said if you have already installed JDK on your system, just make sure that you have JDK 8 or newer. So you have to be sure that you have version 8. But let's install that with also Homebrew. So I will paste this command again and wait for the installation as we saw previously with the Watchman. Sometimes when you need like some privilege for administrator, it's asking you for password. So you just need to put the password for your like Mac system, and then it will be installed easily for your machine. So as you see here that it's successfully installed. So we go again to the next step. So we have here after that installation of Android Studio. Android Studio, we are not going to use it as editor, but we need the SDK from it. We need SDK, SDK platform, and also virtual device, because we need also to see our changes of the application. Like as any application you run it on Android, we need to see our changes on the on some phone, some virtual phone. So it's better to install Android SDK, and also the SDK is required as a modules part of React Native, because as we said, React Native is using the modules which are available in Android projects and iOS, as we explained previously. So first of all, we need to install and download Android Studio. So to install Android Studio, it's also the same process. We need to download Android Studio. It's available as well for all operating systems, like for example Windows and also Linux and also Chrome OS, for all operating systems. So it's better to choose the one which is suitable for your system, and then you download it. And the installation process is very easily. You just go next, and then it will be installed on your machine, and we are going to run the Android Studio, and we have to specify some options as I will show you. So as you see here, I have the download button. It takes about 900 megabytes, and after that you install it and then run the application. I have it installed already on my operating system, and when you run Android Studio, you will see this window. Like you will need to create a new project, a new Flutter project, or you want as well to some other types of projects. What we need to do here, to go to configure, and here we are going to work as the instructions of setting up the development using React Native. So let's go there. As you see here, it says like install the Android SDK. So after we have to go to the, you see this window, we need to click on configure and then SDK manager. And SDK manager is always updated here. You have always to follow the versions which are available here. So it's better to install them exactly how they are described here. Always. So when you see a different version in the documentation than this video, you have to follow the documentation as well. So I go to the configure, I go to SDK manager, and then we have to check that we have Android 10Q. So we need to install this one, as you see here. So first we need to have Android 10Q. Of course, you can as well check out the default installed one, because when you install Android Studio, it comes by default with this one. So it's better to follow the documentation and say Android 10Q. Okay. What else? It says that you need make sure the following items are checked. So we need to expand this Android 10 and we check Android SDK platform. So how we can do that? You go again to this window and then you say show package detail. So when we click on show package detail, we will see more details about this. So it says to us, make sure that Android SDK platform 29 is available or checked. And also, as you see here, we have something else, which is Intel x86 Atom 64 system image. So we need also to check that one. You see, it's by default is not checked. So we need to check that as well. So it's important to check show package detail. You will be able to see all the detail of the package. As well, there is something else we need to be sure of, that Google API Intel x86 Atom system, we have also to check that as well. So when we go here, so we have this one. So it's very important to follow the documentation. Next, it says that select the SDK tools and check the box show package detail as well, and expand Android SDK build tools. So let's do that. So we go here and then we go to SDK tools, and then we go here and again we say check packages. Like as we see, show detail of the package, and then we will see like some version. Let's say which version it says that we need to select. Make sure that you have 2902. So we have to go here and we check 2902. You have to be sure that you install this package as well. Of course, you have freedom to keep all of this, or you can remove them based on the space which is available on your machine. After that, we have selected everything. As you see here, we click on apply. So we selected everything as documentation. We click on apply, and it's going to install the things which we have selected. Installed, our estimation is 2 GB. So you have to make sure that you have really the space, because they are big, and you have to be sure that everything is installed properly, because it will take about 8 GB. So we click OK, and it's going to download all the things. I am going to fast this video for you to not take so much time. Okay, the installation now successful, and as you see here, we have Android 10 as requirement is installed, and also the SDK tools as we saw previously. If we go to show packages, we make sure that everything got installed as described in the documentation. Okay, we click OK, we go away from Android Studio, and then we go to the next step where it's written configure Android home environment variable. And in Mac, you do it differently from Windows. So we need to make sure that Android commands are working fine on my machine. So depends on the type of your terminal. I am now talking about Mac. Okay, so if you want to see Windows, you can skip a little bit the video. I will show you on Windows. So first, for Mac, you need to go add the following lines to your this home bash profile, and here we need to edit this file and add those lines. So first of all, we need to make sure that we have really installed Android SDK on this path. So how we can do that? First, you go to the Finder in Mac, and then you click Go, and then you will see here Library. So when you click on Library, it will open for you the library on Finder. So you can find it here, and you will go and see that there is Android folder, and inside this Android folder there is SDK. So here what we need to have. So we make sure that we have really this path: Home, Library, Android, SDK. Okay, so that's all nice. So we have now two types of terminals in Mac. So as you see here, I am using the one which is prefixed with ZSH. So this one is my terminal which I am using for my applications. So you can do the both steps, which I am going to do now, so to make sure that all your terminals works fine. So first I will edit home.bash profile. So how we can do that? I will open the terminal again, and as you see, I tried previously, I have a command which is called sudo nano and then edit some file. So I am going to put this command again. So why I have sudo? Because I have sudo because I need permissions for that. You cannot edit this file without privilege. Nano is editor, which is internally installed on Mac system or terminals, so you can edit files through it. So you can say sudo nano as we say here, and it will open the file for you, and then you need to export and copy and paste what is written in the documentation. So let's copy all of this as we see here, and then go back to the terminal again and paste them here. Okay, nice. We have all of them. After that, you need to quit. You need to exit. So here there are some shortcuts. You need to say that we need Control X. So you need to press Control X in Mac, and it will offer you that save modify modified buffer. So you can say yes, I want to save them. So after that, file name to write, so it will ask you overwrite this, so you just press enter and it will be saved. To be sure that you have all the edits done, you just click it again, you will see that, or open the command again, you will see that all of them already done. So I go again, I Control X, I go back to the command line or command terminal. I go to the next command where I am using ZSH editor, so we can then edit this file. So you go to the terminal and exactly the same sudo nano and the same, and then you paste this and it will open for you again some editor. You can export also the paths which are required here. So again, we need to copy all of those commands and go to the terminal, and then we paste those. We can say here, you can paste them under it, and then you press save, or you can say Control X to save it exactly how we did previously. Okay, overwrite the data, and everything is saved fine. So to make sure that our command line is accepting that, you can just need to run this command, which is called echo Android home. So we go again to the terminal and then we paste this command, and you will see that we got empty. This is because you need to restart the terminal to see the changes which are done on your terminal. Otherwise, if still doesn't work, you need to check again this zip profile as we saw previously, and make sure if you have export path at the end. So previously, as you see here, I made it was like here. So this export path was here. So I just move it down to be at the end, to the last. So in that case, we can export all the passes which are defined here. So just make sure this is like troubleshooting you can do, so you can make sure that your terminal is working. So I'm going to close this terminal and open it again to see if I am really able to see Android home path. So we close it, open the terminal again. I will make a zoom. So I will paste the command echo Android home. Nice, as you see, I have it now, the path, like I am copying or echoing this or printing the command or the path which is like saved in my command file, which is for ZSH. So here, as you see, that everything is working fine, so we are sure that our paths are set right here. So it's written here that you can make sure that everything is working fine. So after that, there is React Native command line interface. We will see this step after we finish as well for iOS. So I will keep this step for now. For Windows, if I go to the Windows, setting the paths is very easy. Go to environment variables, which are set in Windows, and it's all explained here. So you just go to the control panel and then user accounts, and then user accounts again, change my environment variable, and you need to add the path which is installed on your machine for Android SDK. Normally it comes from users, and then your username comes here, and then app data local Android SDK. That's it. And you need then to make sure that all paths are set fine. So you need to open PowerShell or command line, copy and paste git child item env, and then verify that Android home is added. It's exactly like how we make sure that we have Android home variable is set. So this is the way how we set up the Android environment for Windows and Mac. Going to talk about installation for environment development for iOS system. So we have worked with Mac OS, Android, and I am going to move to to iOS system. Installing for iOS system is exactly the same steps how we did previously with Watchman and the other tools, but we need as well to install some application which is called Xcode. Xcode is available on Mac App Store, and when you install it, just make sure that you have the version 10 and newer. So this is the most important information that you have to know. After installation of the Xcode, there is something which is called like you have to check the command line tools. So after the installation, I have installed Xcode previously on my operating system. I go to the Xcode and then I click on Preferences. So when you go to Preferences, you will see here like some tabs. One of them is Locations. Just make sure that command line tool is selected, that Xcode based on the version which you installed. So after that, we need to install as well Simulator. Simulator is existing in components. So when you go to components, you need to install some simulator. I am installing now the latest simulator of iOS version for mobile phones of iOS. So I am installing 14.4. Of course, when you see higher version is better to install it, so your application can work with the latest version of iOS systems. So normally these sizes are available here. You need as well to have space on your PC to obey the size of the simulator. After that, we go to the next step after installation, the Cacao Pods. Cacao Pods is like Ruby installation and it's available for Mac OS. It's providing us with a lot of libraries for iOS or packages for iOS. You have optional, you can install it. So I am going as well to install it through this command. I will open my terminal and then I will paste this command here, and then it will ask me for password. I will paste my password as well, and it will install for me something called Cacao Pods. If you want to know more about it, there is like a link here. You can check it. So you go to Cacao Pods. There are a lot of packages and libraries for Objective-C projects, so you can have them for like your applications. We will talk about that later when we are going to use these Cacao Pods in our course. But currently we are going to use React Native components, but it's better to use this. So for more information, you can take a look at this link. You can see getting started with Cacao Pods. You can as well install it as the instructions which we have here. But currently we don't need it. We will need it later. The editor which I am going to use in this course will be Visual Studio Code. As I told you, we installed Xcode and we installed also Android Studio, but we are not going to use them as editors. We are going to use Visual Studio Code, which is very fast and dynamic, and it's very good for development of React Native. So as you see here, we have code.visualstudio.com. You go here and then you click on Download Mac Universal, and you will have the version for Mac. And as well, if you click on this arrow, you will see other version for Windows and Linux. So installation of Visual Studio Code will end up with installation of Visual Studio Code on your machine, and you will have something like this. So in the next lecture, we will see how we are going to add some extensions to rapid up our coding skills. On Windows, it will be a normal installation file, and also on Mac, you can install it and it will be downloaded as a zip file. And when you open this zip file, it will be extracted and you will have here Visual Studio Code.app. So you can move this application to your applications in Mac OS. So it will be located here. I have installed it already, so I don't need to do that. So as you see here, we have Visual Studio Code app. And when you open it, you will see the Visual Studio Editor installed on your machine. So as you see here, I have here my Visual Studio Code is installed on my machine. For Windows, it will be exactly the same, but it will be executable file, so you can install it like any application on Windows. Visual Studio Code comes with extra extensions that you can install them for some specific behavior of your Visual Studio Code. So to visit the libraries or for example, the market for those extensions, you just need to click on extensions on Visual Studio Code, as you see here from this icon. I will click on it and then you will see a lot of suggested extensions. So let's search first for our first extension, which it will be React Native tools, and this extension is very helpful for our React Native application, as we will see later. So for example, it will help us to create some snippets. So as you see, it's very helpful and it's rapiding up our coding, and it has a lot of features like autocomplete of the things. So we will see the benefit of this extension later, but now let's install it. So I click on installation and it will be installed in my extensions. Another extension which we need to install as well to speed up our performance is called React Native React/Redux snippets for ES6, ES7. So this we are going to use in this course. So what is this extension? This one is making for us some shortcuts which we can write, and it will generate for us the full code. For example, as you see here, I have some imports. For example, I run EMR and then it will code for me import React from React. So it's like a shortcuts which we can write, and it will import for us based on the things. For example, I have IMRPC, it will import for me a pure component from React. So it's some shortcuts which we need to use, as we will see later in the course, and it will speed up productivity. The next extension which we need to install is called Prettier. Prettier is a very nice extension which is used for code formatting. So when you save a file, it will automatically format your code based on some configuration which will come with React Native installation, as we will see later. So first, you just need to install this extension and make sure that you have the option which is called save or format on save. So how you can find this option? You just need to go to the settings of VS Code. So you just go to code and then you will select preferences and then settings. So when you click on settings, you can find something called format on save. So that's the command. So you just need to be sure that format on save, this option is activated. Otherwise, the format on save will not work for you. So that's it for now. We will see how we will use Prettier. As I told you, it will be installed automatically, the configuration with the React Native project. The last thing, or the last extension which we need, is something like optional. If you want, you can install it or not. It's called Material and then icon theme. So this is giving you when you have a file structure, it will put the icons of the files based on the type of the file. So it's better also to install it to make very comfortable for the file list which you have. Here, after installation, it will give you select file icon theme. You just need to use this one. So I will use material icon theme or SETI. Let's use this one, and then you will see your file list will be with a specific icons of the files in the editor. So those icons, you see them, for example, like this. So every file finished with CSS, it will have icon like this. Every file finished, for example, with npm will have like this, JavaScript, and etc. So a lot of icons are available, which will make for you easy to take a look to your file structure and pick up the file which you want. So those extensions which we need for now, we are going to build our first project or React Native project, and we will see all the effectiveness of all of those extensions later. Okay, now we are ready for starting a new application with React Native. In the documentation, there is a tool which is called MPX, which providing ability to create applications like a boilerplates. And this MPX is part of NPM. It comes always with the newest version of Node, so make sure that you have the latest version of Node installed. So when we execute this command, we are going to create a new project in React Native. So to make sure that everything is working fine, let's execute this command. First of all, I will go to my terminal. So if you remember, we have this terminal or the command line, which can be available on Windows. So make sure that you are on desktop or any folder where you prefer, for example, on your hard disk. So here I used the desktop. So I am going to use this folder to create my project. So I am going to copy this command, as you see, like npx react native init, and then you specify the name of the project which you are going to work with. So let's try that. So I will go first to the terminal and then I will paste this command, but I will give, for example, name, we can say course project. So just like for now, to make sure that everything is working fine for us. It's better to have always like the capitalized letters of the name of the project, so we can have course project like this. So now I am going to press enter, and then it will create for me on the desktop a folder where it will be called course project. So if I go to my desktop, as you see here, it will create for me a new project. But this process will take a little bit of time because it's going to download some resources to create the project. So as you see here, it's on progress. I am going to skip this video because it takes about 5 minutes. So I'm going to skip this video and I will show you when it's ready. So as you see here, the installation is done. So it's downloading some templates, copying template, processing the template, and then some CocoaPods dependencies as we saw previously. And here are some instructions for running the project on Android and also instruction to run it on iOS. So now, as you see here, is installed. If I go now to my desktop, I will see the project is already here. So as you see that I have here the course project. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and open the project there. So as you see, we have here the folder and we can click on this folder explorer or file explorer, and then you will see icon or button which is called open folder. And here we are going to open the folder of our project where we have located on desktop. So I will go here, course project, and I will open this folder as you see here. So if you take a look, we will have all the file here. So we are ready for programming. Let's have a quick look to the file structure of the project. Let's start from up to down. So first we will have a test, which will be like a test file for testing the application, like end-to-end test or unit test, which will be created here. As well, we are going to have a VS Code setting. So always when you want to have a specific settings with your project, you can add those settings of Visual Studio Code if your whole team is using Visual Studio Code. For example, the font size of the code as you see here. So you can override the settings which are default in your editor by the settings which are specified inside this file or this folder, and we will see that later. And now we have Android project. This will be a pure Android project. So it will be written in Java. You will see here Gradle. We are not going to handle or work with this project because, as I told you, that React Native is interacting with Android and iOS project to generate for us a native apps. So we are not going to work so much with these two folders, only when we want to add or delete some specific modules, as I will show you later. Node module is the Node.js libraries, so where we are going to install the libraries in JavaScript which we need for running our project. For example, if you open this folder, you will see that you have React Native library, you have TypeScript, you have a lot of libraries which are needed to run this project. Bug config is something like for Maven, is a server which can be run for Android, so we also going to work with it if we need it. Editor config is something like, if you remember I talked about Prettier, you can also set some configuration for your editor in the like here. So you can have a config for this editor, but it will be overridden by the prettier RC, as I will talk about it later. ESLint is also something important for a project. ESLint is a tool which comes with an extension. If you want, you can install it, which is called ESLint. And when you install ESLint, it will show you live the code errors which you have in your project. For example, if I go here to app.js, I will have some error which is showing me that, okay, there is this can be used only in TypeScript but cannot be used in JavaScript file. So I mean the import. So in that case, you can as well skip this rule. You can edit the rule in ESLint RC file. So ESLint RC file is like a file where contain the rules for your code. So in that case, okay, the project will run, but you will have some typing error. For example, if I put here double quotation, the project will not like it, or ESLint will not like it. It will say it's better to have a single quotation as it's set in the rules of the project. So to look more about ESLint, you can just go to ESLint and you can check the rules. There are a lot of rules that you can set for your project. So for example, I will take one of them. For example, no console. Console log is heavy for the browser. When you forget them in your project, the project will run with console log, and then it will make for you some issues in performance. So it's better always to remove the console log from the project. Here there is a law or rule for ESLint. Whenever there is a console log, it will show under it error. So you have to show that, okay, please remove the console log. So when you want to work on one of those rules, for example, as we see here that we took this one, I just go here and check at the end something called rules, and then you can specify the rule which is called no console off, or you can set it to 1 or 0. So in React, we can use that as well, these rules. So if you go to the project and go ESLint RC, you just need to add a field which is called rules, and these rules will be an object, and inside this object you put your rule. For example, I am going to put the no console, as you see here. For example, if I go and we copy this one, so we will say, or we will have no console. So here we put this one, but as we said, this will like only single quotation, so we put it in single quotation, and we say here that on, like turn it on for me, or this error console, turn it on. When you save, as you see here, it's already formatted as I told you previously, because we put on save format. So Prettier already formatted it for me. So when I go to app, for example, I want to add here a console log. So we can add like some console log here, like as you see. So it will give me the error unexpected console statement. So it's better to turn it on always, to remember that I have console log error in my application. So if you want to disable it, just go again to the rule and just put here off, as it's written in the description of the project. And as you see, now the error is not showing, or the warning is not showing anymore. So that's it. So you can specify the rule which you want. You have to search for rules, and then you can do what you want with those rules, and you can make your project stable and unified code-wise from all the team which are sharing the code base. So let's keep this rule, for example, and let's remove the console log, and let's continue with the file structure. Flow config, you don't need it for now. It's just about how the flow of exporting and building the project will behave. Git attributes, also we don't need it for now. Git ignore is very important file where you are going, for example, when you link the project to some Git repository, then you don't need to push some files. For example, node modules is very huge. So is this folder about 300 megabyte when you start a new React Native project. So you don't need to push this code or this folder to Git repository. You just need to push the libraries which you are using inside your project. So I am excluding node modules from the Git to be pushed with my commits and pushes to the code base on GitHub. prettier. As I told you, there are prettier configuration already which are configuring this prettier, and as you see here that we have prettier is defined here like down, and it will show you always the errors and the rules which are following based on this file. App.json is the file which is entry point for our project. Like for example, we can say the home page of the application. As we will see later, when we will run the application, we will see how all of this rendered in our phone, and we will see how we can edit it and adjust it to make our application. We will talk about this file later. App.json is just like some properties for the application, like the name and display name, so you can add the properties which you want. Babel config is something for ES or ES6, ES5 is a builder which converting the JavaScript ES6, ES5 to vanilla JavaScript, and you can the browser or any browser can understand it. Index.js, it's also the main entry point of your application. So here the application is specified. I say like index.js, when I start the project it will start from here, index.js, and I specify the name of the file which is called app name, and here it will start for me the app name from the app which I have that imported from here. So the app.js actually is called inside index.js, which is the root main point of your project. And now we have metro config, which is transferring the project from JavaScript base to a native code base, as we saw later, and it's also used as a compiler, and it's showing you the errors when you are doing some mistakes in the code when we are doing like development. Package.json is used for libraries which we need, so we can install libraries, remove libraries, also like only JavaScript libraries, so we can add or remove them based on package.json, and as we will see later how we are going to call multiple libraries which we need to build our project. So this is a quick overview over the file structure of the React Native project. We will see later more and more detail about all of those files when we are going to build our project. Are going to see how we can run the project on iOS simulator. So as you see here, we have the instructions about iOS that we need to navigate to our project, and then we have to run the command npx react native run iOS. Let's try that, but I would try it from our VS Code or Visual Studio Code. We are not going to use this terminal anymore, because you know that VS Code contain already the command line which is used for using or inserting commands which we need for our project. Okay, so let's take this recommendation and copy this command first, and then we go to Visual Studio Code. So when we close this command line, we go to Visual Studio Code. So to open the terminal in Visual Studio Code, you have to just press Ctrl J on Windows or Command J on Mac. So let's try that, and you will see that you will get the terminal and the bash file, or you can have as well the ZSH in Mac. So now we are going to paste the command which we had previously, but remember you have installed already the Xcode and also the simulator. So we will see automatically that we have simulator which will be on iPhone. So let's try that. It will take some time to run the project and include the packages, and as you see here, it's launching the iPhone 12 is the simulator which I have installed previously, and now it's getting loading. So as you see here, the simulator got launched, and now we are building the application. So what we have here, that the simulator or the compiler is trying to build the project using the iOS project which we have created previously using our React Native command. And as you see, this process can take some time, so you need to be patient on it. It's depend on your memory of your PC and also the processor. Maybe you will notice the fan of the PC will get higher and the processor will get overloaded, but no problem, it will get calm when everything get launched. So now after the build got success, as you see here, we opened for us a new terminal, and in this terminal it's showing us the bundle project index.js got executed. And as I told you previously that index.js contain the entry point for our application, and as you see here we have all the compiler which is called Metro, and as well here we have the simulator and the application which is default comes by React Native boilerplate. So now when you are going to make a change in the code, for example, I am going to change this step 1, this sentence, to something else. So let's go there to the code and find in app.js, as I told you, it will be the entry point for our project. So here our app.js. So as you see here, the terminal which we opened previously, it's done and made its own job. So we don't need it anymore here. So when I go and search for step 1, it doesn't matter the code how you see it here. I'm going to explain it step by step, but let's change this step 1 sentence here. So I will change it, for example, to React Native course. And when I save, we will see that changes are immediately reflected to the phone. And this app will be a really native app. It's bridged by Metro to iOS project to execute JavaScript in iOS and convert it to a native application, as you see here. So every time I change something, it will be reflected here. So it will be very helpful for us for coding. You don't have to reload all the application again because this is called hot reloading. So it's directly reflecting the changes which we are going to do. So when we are building the application, we don't need to reload on every change we are doing. So just save it and it will get directly immediately executed here. So this is the way how we are running the application. So when there is, like, for example, some mistake, as you see here, I'm going to make mistake, it will show you the error directly here. So on the phone itself, and also on Metro, the terminal which automatically opened, it will show you the exact line where the error happened. So you don't have to worry about the errors, so you can see them directly when you press save and you have a mistake already. So I put it back and the project runs again. So after you are making sure that you installed Xcode and as well you have downloaded a simulator, as I showed you previously, now we are able to run the project very easily and smoothly. So in this way, you will be able to run the application on iOS phone. To run our project on Android device. This device will be Emulator, like a virtual device, how we did exactly with iOS device. So now I am going to go to the documentation of Android or running on Android. So the same documentation which we were following, I want to say target Android. So now if we go down, we will see the command where we are going to run the project. So we have created a project previously, as you saw, and now we are going to run the project on a device. But here there are some instructions we have to do first. So first of all, we need to create a physical device or a virtual device. In this lecture, I am going to show you how to create a virtual device. So we have to follow the instructions which are written here, and also maybe they will get updated in the future after recording this course. But now you can follow this instruction which exists here. It will be the same always for the future. So first, let's create a new AVD. It's called virtual device, Android virtual device. So first we go to Android Studio, as you see here, and we click on configure and then AVD manager. We click on it and we will have another window. And in this window, as you see, you can add your devices as you want. So there is default device which is used already in Android Studio, but we are going to use a default one, or one which is recommended by React Native documentation. So I will click on create virtual device, and of course it will be a phone. Of course, if you are developing for tablet or for example automotive or TV, it will be different, but still the operating system will be the same. So now we are going to select one of those devices. So I recommend, for example, to use the Pixel 3 or Pixel 2, no problem. So you can have a proper sizing of your application. So now we click on next. And then as you see in the documentation, they said that it's better to use Q system where we have 29 image. So if we go to the Android Studio, we have to search for x86 images. We have to go for images, and then we will select the one which is called Q. This one we have downloaded previously, as you remember, when we were installing Android Studio. And after that, you click next, and you give a name for this device, and you can choose if it's landscape or portrait, but it doesn't matter, you can change it during running time of the device. And then you click finish. After that, you will have the device is here. So now we need to run the device which we have installed. So after that, we can go here and we click on play button. So if you see this play button, then it's going to run the AVD. It will open a phone for you, virtual phone, exactly how we have done in iOS. The difference here that we have to run the phone manually here. And then we have to wait until the phone is taking off or it's launching. Then we have to do something to run our application on that device. So as you see here, we have now the device is running. Everything is fine. We have like a real phone. As you see here, it has camera, it has applications, and it's exactly like a real phone. So now we need to run the application which we have created previously with React Native on this phone. What we have to do first? First of all, they are recommending to find the device by AVD or command line of Android. So how we can do that? So for that, we need to make sure that really the device is attached to Android. I mean that React Native can see the device that we can run the application on it. So how we can do that? We can open a new terminal window in Visual Studio Code and run the command adb devices. So adb is like the command line which we have created at the beginning when we were installing Android Studio. So here when we run the command adb, it will have some options. One of them is devices. So when we click enter, we will see that we have Emulator 5554 device. If you don't see anything here, you have to make sure that you are running the emulator. Otherwise, you will not be able to run your application with React Native. After that, we need to run the application using also how we did previously with when we were running or we installed the application. So if you remember, we had this command which is called npx react native run android. You can skip this step because this command is going to run this command automatically after that, which is like running Metro as we talked previously. So now let's run the command which we have, run Android. When you want to run iOS, you just replace it with run iOS. So let's run now the application. Again, it's going to build it and it will take some time until it run the application on this device. You don't have to do anything, you just need to wait, and when it's finished, it will open a new terminal for Metro, and also you will see the application is created here. So I am going to put two simulators. One is the iPhone, which we made previously, and here the one with Android. And I am going to skip this video to make fast for loading and running the application. So as you see here, the building is finished and it's building the application on the phone slowly, and it's going to run the application, install it on the phone, and we will see exactly how we did with iOS. So as you see here, Metro is still running and bridging to the both devices. So now it's converting the JavaScript code to Android code and iOS, and it shows us this implementation here. So let's change something in the code. I am going just to make this smaller here, and then we can close this. And I am going to put, for example, a React Native course, and I will click save. and we will see that the changes applied on both phones, so without any issue and without any problem. And as you see here, we have all the updates immediately, which is coming like hot reloading, so to see our application running and we can do our changes immediately. So this is the way how to run the Android device. If you have any issues, you can go always to troubleshoot, which is located here in troubleshooting page. So here they were collecting some common issues, and they are fixing them through this troubleshooting, which you need always if you have some issues. So that's it. You just need, if you have problem, just go to troubleshooting or ask me in Q&A, or you can also ask on their GitHub repository for issues, and you can open a new issue and they will reply to you about how to fix it. But I hope if you follow my steps, which I explained to you, you will not have any issues when running your application. The easiest way to debug the application or mobile application is doing a logging. Logging, I mean that I do a console log as I show you before, that we have console.log and then we have a data. So console log, it will log for me in the terminal, but which terminal? The terminal which is running under Metro. The Metro bundler is going to show me all the console logs which I am doing, and it's like our console. So in this way, if you console log something and save the application, it's going to log the data there. But let's make this code simpler. You know that this is a little bit complicated, so we need to make this simpler so we can go step by step. If you go in the application itself, you will see something called the basics. It's like Hello World application. So let's click on this link and it will take us to something like introduction, and we will have here some example which we will be full application for Hello World. So let's copy all of this code. I am going to explain it later. So we go again to our application in app.js. As I told you, it's the entry point of our application. We delete everything and then we put this code. Let's open again the simulator and then we press save. So we are going to save our code. As you see, it's automatically formatted. And as you see here, I have here my application is debugged and loaded. So if I change this, I will say, for example, here, hello world. So just to be sure that everything is working fine. Okay, nice. We have here hello world. If we go to the parts of the application, we will see that it's very simple. So first we have to import React from React library, and also we need to import some components. Those components are used always in the application. As you know, React Native is not a HTML or CSS. No, it's something like, we can say, components. We are using a components and then we call those components and place some data inside them to display them in our application. We will go in our course for the components which we will need to build our application. So for that, I am going to explain the components which we need for the course itself. So for example, we have here this view. This view is something like, you can say in HTML is a div, and div which will contain, for example, something else, components inside, or for example, texts or buttons or text boxes. So here, as you see that this view is implementing as a div inside my application. Also, I can have view inside a view. So we can use like div inside div, exactly the same way. Text, if you want to place a text, you can use it as well. Like you can place any text. It's like a span, or we can say paragraph, and then you can place the text inside the tag here. So now after that, we can say that our component app is called your app. We can say that this one, your app, is loaded here. So when I create my own component and place it here, then the component will be called inside my entry point of my application. So let's rename all of this. We can say this is app and this is app. It shows that this is a function, and this function return for me the React Native template and this function will be exported and called in the index.js as you see here, and it will be loaded and register the main component as app, and app registry will do for me the running of the application. And this app registry, if we go to it, it's communicating with Android and also with iOS libraries to run the application and change it to a native app. We are not going to go in detail of this. We are going to do practical things. I don't like to do many theory. I like also to do always something practical. That's why my whole courses are in practical, because actually I like to learn from practical thing. I need to see something in front of me. So let's do a console log. As I told you, we are going to do a console log. So the logging can be like, we can say the entry point of my application will be inside this function. So this function will return for me this template. But before that, you can write any JavaScript code as I told you. So JavaScript code, we can say console.log, and we can say hello world. So we can console log our things, and where I will see this will appear. It will appear in my terminal, which is called Metro, as I showed you, that it will run immediately after bundling the application. So let's zoom that. I want to make it bigger, and as you see here, we have hello world. Nice. So now if I go again to my application and change this, like we can say here hello world, so we will see that the logging is still log here, and there is information which is called log. Okay, great. So let's define, for example, constant, define it up, constant, and I say x, and this x will have, for example, value my course, and then I will put this, and now I am going to console this x. So we can remove this one, save everything, auto formatting is working fine, and as I go to the terminal again, I will see my course. Nice. So this is JavaScript. Actually, we are writing here JavaScript, which we are going to use inside our components. For this part, which is called styling, it's like styling but not CSS, it's React Native styling, and we will see later how we are going to style our application. I will talk about all the things which we need to style for our components. So in that way, you can console log and debug your application using the console of your application. I'm going to show you how to debug our application. Of course, debugging is a very great feature, so we can use it to track our problems. As I told you, okay, we can use console log, but it's better as well to use the debugging. There are two ways for debugging in React Native. First of them is using Google Chrome. Yes, using the browser. Of course, you can as well use the browser to debug your application. How we can do that? First, you need to click on your simulator, and then there is a shortcut you have to make it, which is Ctrl D on Windows or Command D on Mac. So when you click Ctrl D, you will have a menu like this one. So you will have multiple options, one of them debug with Chrome. So when you click on debug with Chrome, it will open for you a debugger, so a debugging page. So as you see here, we can see that we have some debugging page, and this page contains some information so you can start debugging. Okay, so I'm going to create the debugger, how I can see how I can place a breakpoint in my Chrome. So first we have to open the DevTools. So how to open the DevTools? You just press F12. By pressing F12, as you see, I have here the inspector, the DevTools of Chrome. Okay, now I need to place, for example, a breakpoint. But where? How I can get to the file, which is, for example, for me, the app.js file. So first, if you remember, we have a console log here. So I'm sure if you open this one and open the console as well, you will see the message which we have printed. It will be located in the console here. So I put it like this. So when I press reload, I will see that my application got reloaded. So now we can see this message. So when I click on this app.js 6, it will show me in the code where I have placed this command, where I have placed this console log, and it will open for me the code exactly how I have it in Visual Studio Code. So in that way you can create a breakpoint. You know, in Chrome you can create a breakpoint by clicking on the line number. So when I click here, I created a breakpoint. Okay, let's reload now the app. And as we see that we have stopped on the breakpoint automatically. So now I can see and check the value of X, for example, by just putting the mouse over it, and I can see what's going on here. So when I want to go one more step, I click on this arrow. So we can go one more step, and then I will see that X has value my course. So in that way, we are doing debugging via Chrome. And of course, after you finish debugging, you press play and the application continue loading. So you cannot reach the app.js file exactly from the sources here, as you know always, but you need to place a console log, or you can enable this one, enabling the and pause on code exceptions. So when there is exception, it will show you in your application code where the exception is placed. Another way to debug our application is using Visual Studio Code Debugger. Visual Studio also provide with a debugger tool which we can use as well how we did with Chrome. But first of all, and very important information that you have to do before setting up the debugger in Visual Studio Code, you have to turn off Metro. The Metro, how it's opened in our terminal automatically when we run iOS React Native app. So in that case, we need to close Metro. The same thing can happen with Android. So let's close that. So I will just stop it here, like by pressing Ctrl C or Command C, and then I'm going to close it totally. And as you see here that we don't have any debugging anymore, and our application cannot be loaded, and we have now normal phone. So in that case, we are going now to set up a debugger using Visual Studio Code. So how we can do that? First, you need to go to this button. We can say run and debug. And then you will find here something like create a launch.json file. And launch.json file is the file where we are going to put the configuration for our debugger. So when you click on this link, then you will get some options. One of them must be React Native. But as you see here, I don't have this option because I must install the React Native tool extension, which I have told you before. This is React Native tools. So in a case that it doesn't work, sometimes it's ask you for reload. So you can just reload the application again, or clicking on reload, or for example you can just disable and enable it again, and you will have that option. So for example, I have here again just to be sure that it's working. Okay, it's fine. Now I will click on debugging tool and I will create launch.json file. Now I have React Native option. So if you don't have this option, just restart the extension and you will have it again. Okay, you click on React Native, then you will get another options. One of them is attach to packager. There are multiple debugging way, but for example, attaching to packager is the easiest one. So we can uncheck this one and add attach to packager. Now I am clicking OK, and it will generate for me a file, JSON file, where it has some configuration called attach to packager. And this attach to packager has some commands where it will work with my debugger. Okay, now we need to run our application. We are not going to run our application in a way how we did before. Like I will not go to command line and I will say npx react native run iOS. No, we are going to let the attach to packager to run the application for me. So if I go here to the debug, of course, like if you are on the file list, you go again to the debugger, you will have button here. And this button, it's called Run and Debug. And you will have multiple options. One of them is Attach to Packager. It's based on the configuration which we have here in the launch.json. And if you are curious to know where is this launch.json is created, as you see, it will be in .vs Code folder. As I told you before, that inside this folder, we are putting some configuration which we share with the team, like a settings, like launch, like for example, some recommendation for extensions, etc. So now we can add and run our application. So let's click on run. And as you see, it's going to run the application exactly how Metro is doing. If you remember that we have the same sign here. And now the packager got started. Okay, nice. But now my application didn't start automatically. So you need to do that and run it automatically or manually, sorry. So you just click on it. And you have, of course, as I told you, the application will be installed on your machine or on your device, and you just run it. And as you see, like the attacher is already knows that there is some phone is running the application. So now we can start debugging it. Okay, let's try to place a breakpoint. I'm going to put here a breakpoint on our constant, which we create before. For example, this one, and then save. So as you see, the debugging start to work. So I am going now step by step, and here I have the value of X, exactly how we had with Chrome. Okay, sometimes the breakpoint will not work for you because we need to activate the debug with Chrome. So I don't know, they are calling it activate debug with Chrome, but it should be like only activate debugging. So how we can activate debugging? If you remember, we pressed shortcut, which is Control D or Command D on Mac. And sometimes you need to press multiple times Control D because it doesn't appear fast. So you have to do it multiple times until it get appear. So now after that, you see here start debugging with Chrome, and then you click on it. If you don't click on that, for example, I'm going to stop the debugging, and then okay, I need to continue my application. Okay, let's continue. You see, there is no any response anymore because it's not attached to the debugging, because I cannot now debug my application. This breakpoint cannot see what's happening in the application. So it's very important to activate debug with Chrome. Okay, it's written with Chrome, but it's with anything which is like attached to packager. So we can just write here attach debugger or debug with Chrome. Now I can place my breakpoint, reload the application. I stopped on the breakpoint. So you must be sure that of two things. First, close the Metro, the terminal which we closed at the beginning. Second, you must enable the debugging here in the dev tools of the application, how we have it here. Another important information if you want to stop debugging, because you know that debugging is making the application very slow, so you need to stop the debugging. You have to stop the debugging by doing many things. First, you need to click on this stop debugger, and also stop debugging in the dev tools as you see here. And as well, you need to find a command by pressing F1, and in the F1 you need to search for React Native stop packager. It's very important to do that, because otherwise the packager is still running in the background, and when you run the packager again or you run new application, it will tell you the packager is already running, and you will not know because you stopped everything and you stopped it from here and it's still running and you don't know from where to stop it. So the best way to do that is by doing and pressing F1 and finding stop packager from React Native command, and then it will stop the packager totally, and you will be able to run, for example, the application again as normal as we saw in the terminal, or you can run it again with attached to packager. By mentioning the error which I told you, maybe you will get this issue as you see here, that you would get another debugger is already connected to packager, please close it before trying to debug with VS Code. So this is very important. So you need as well to stop the packager, as I told you. Here, stop the packager stopped. And you need also to check the terminal. Everything is fine. You don't have anything running. And also the terminal which we have used here. So you need to know that or close it totally. So I have it here, quit. Okay, you have now on your phone disconnected from Metro. And then you run attach to packager and the application will run again. So as you see, I have it running again, but I don't have any application. So you just need to open the DevTools again. And for example, maybe you can say reload the application just to get it connected again. And as well, debug with Chrome to activate the debugging with breaking points. So all of this troubleshooting, you have to take care. Watch this video multiple times if you have problems. Then you will know how to debug with VS Code. Okay, now we have prepared our environment and installed what is required from us. First of all, we need an API, we need a data, we need images of the movies, we need somehow to run a video of the movie. So for that, we need something called API. And the API will provide us with the list of data as a JSON data which we can use in our application and show how it's seen here in the website. So there is a website which is called themoviedb.org or themoviedatabase.org, which is offering this API. So as you see here, we have list of movies. It's just going some reviews about movies. It's just showing like some images, who are the actors, and some reviews, etc. So I am going to use the API of this website, and again we are going to display this information but on mobile application. But of course, if you want to build your own framework, you need to build an API. And building an API, you can use multiple backend technologies like, for example, Node.js or C#, or even you can use a Firebase. But for making it quick, because we are specialized here in front end and mobile development, we are not backend developers, we are going to use this API which is implemented already. And if you want to know how to build an API which is like based on backend, based on Node.js, you can follow to my page where it's bluebits.dev. I have a full course about building a complete e-commerce web API. In that API in that project you will learn how to build the API by yourself. In our case, it will be like a movies API where you can store the movies, for example, make the movies, the filtering, all of this information. So this is a real practical project with e-commerce, but as well you can know how to upload images, how to create the APIs, and how you can secure them. For our course, we are going to use the API which is provided in this website, which is for free and available for everyone. First of all, we need to click on Join TMDB. We have to register there and create an account to have an access to their API. So I'm going to fill this form quickly. And as you see here, I filled my data and I am going to sign up. And after that, you will get an email. And for that email, you need to verify your account. So you must go to the email, you will get there a link, and then you will click on the link, and then your account will be verified. So I am going now to my email. I got information that my email got verified. So I am going now to log in. So here we have already this screen. I'm going to put my password again and then log in. So let's log in after our application or our account got created. So now I have the account is created. We can as well use the API for that. So how we can start to use the API? It's very easy. You know that API is something like a link, and this link you can get it and you can get data from it. How we can use that link or how we can find it? First of all, you need to go to your profile and settings. So you have to click here and then you click on settings. And then after that settings, you see I have all my information. I have something called API. And for the API, we need to request an API key. Okay, let's go first to the documentation of this API. He said that our primary documentation is located at this link. So you go to this link, and as you see here, we get all information and all of the steps how we can use this API. So now I am going to show you those steps quickly. So first of all, we need to go to our account there and then API, and then I want to generate or request an API key because every API need a key. So for you, you can choose the option developer because we are developers and we are going to use this API, and we say that our project non-profit. So we need to approve some agreement so we can read all of this information and then we can accept that. And after that, what the type of use. So you need to know what is the type of usage for your application. For example, I am saying a mobile application, or for example, a desktop application or a website. It's up to you. For now, I'm going to use a mobile application, for example. Application name, we can say movies app, like just a name which is simple. And then you click on submit. And after that, you have a notification that you need to fill all of the form. So I'm going to fill it quickly in front of you and I will click submit. So I filled out all the required information. I just put in front of you some random information for privacy. So I'm going to put submit. So if it says here address state cannot be blank, so I can put here state 1. And then we can click on submit. Our changes have been done. And then I get an API key. This API key, you can use it to get data from the database of this website. So for example, there is an example here, API request. So we can take this URL, this link, and then we can go to Postman or any other tool where you are tracking or seeing a data. For example, you can use this URL as well in the browser. So for example, I will go here and then I will put the link on the browser. And as you see, I got multiple data and information about some movie. So for example, I get adult, false, all of this information. For that, as you see here, that this API is ugly. So I am using a tool which is called Postman. So this Postman, you can download it from their original website. So I will go here, and as you see, we have on Google the first link, and in the first link you can install and download a Postman. Or if you don't find the link easily, you can go directly here on Google to download Postman, and then you will have download the app directly based on your operating system. So after downloading Postman, as you see here, I got this view or this screen. So this is Postman, which we are going to use or to test our API. So I'm going to open a new tab, and this tab will show me multiple methods for get, post, put, etc. All of these are information I'm going to explain. For getting the data, we are get request. We are doing a get request. So then you just paste the URL here. As you see, the API is a link which is provided, and it always suffixed with API key. And this API key, what we got for our account. So for that, after you paste this example API, we can then click on send. And when I send a request, then I will get all the data about, for example, some movie. And this movie is called Fight Club. And there is description about movie, popularity, and all of this information and reviews and countries, runtime, spoken language, all the data which I need. And it's exactly the same data which you see on their main website. So for example, I will go here and I will check Fight Club, which is like a movie, or we can click on any movie, for example, The Simpsons. And then you see description, overview, and you see who are the actor. All of this comes with the API which I showed you now in the Postman. So for that, you need as well to use that API in your application to display, for example, as you see also an image, so the user can click on it and see some detail. Okay, let's take a look to the documentation of this API. As you see, there are a lot of information which you need. So for example, there are movies, and inside movies there are a lot of information like get images, get credits, get changes, rate movie, for example, get latest movies, get now playing movies, etc. For example, I want to get popular movies, and these popular movies, as you see, you go and try it out, you will see the same link here. So to test this API, you just need to copy all of this URL, go to Postman, and then place it here. And then you need to replace this API key between all of those arrows with your key. So I'm going to my account again, and then I'm going to copy the API key, and then I will go and replace with this API key as you see here. So now I have all the information. It has some another information like language and pages, because it will be multiple pages like page 1, page 2, etc. So let's click send and wait for the response. Nice, we got a response. We got multiple pages or multiple like results. One or first of them is first movie, and second movie, third movie, as you see here, and every movie has like some name or title, and it has like some image and overview. So for that, always you need to follow the documentation to get what we want. And during the course, I am going to use this documentation to fulfill what we need for our application. So what is required from you now? Just register on this website, create an API key, and then we are going to move to the documentation. Okay, now let's create a new project. The project we saw previously that we created a Hello World project or something like course project, which we saw in the introduction. But now we are going to create a new project for our movies app. So to do that, we do the same step. We open the terminal by clicking Ctrl J, and then we are going to write the command mpx react native init and then the name of the project. But before that, we need to know where are we. So now I am opening the terminal. I need to create a folder. So I prefer to create the folder on my desktop. So let's say, for example, to know I am now using Mac system. Of course, when you are on Windows, you will see the folder where you are opening Visual Studio Code. But now I just opened Visual Studio Code. I am not in any folder, because if you click here, there is nothing. So first of all, we can open just the terminal and check where are we. So I will type ls, like list for me the folders where I am in. So I have here all of those folders. I am going to desktop. So you can say desktop and you press tab, it will do autocomplete, and then you can say clear, like you can clear the screen. Now you are under the desktop directory. So let's create now a new directory. We can give it a name, for example, projects, or for example, applications in general, like where you are going to make your applications. So I will give it, for example, make dir, which is creating a directory. It will create for me a folder on desktop, and I will give it a name applications. Not just that. So now I will say cd, like access the applications. Like I am now under applications. Here I can put my React Native command as we saw previously to create an application. So how we can do it? mpx React Native and then init, and then I give a name for the application. For example, I will give movies app. And in this case, I'm going to run, and it's going to download for me the templates and all required files as we saw previously in the introduction. So I'm going to skip this video and come back to you when all the files are installed. Okay, so now my application got installed, and we have now the recommendations which we got used for. So I'm going to go to or navigate to the directory. I will say cd movies app, and then I will go inside the movies app. Let's be sure that we are inside. We type ls. Okay, we are inside here. So now let's open the project in Visual Studio Code. So I will go here and then I will say open folder. I will go to my folder, to desktop, applications, and then I will choose movies app and then open the project. So as you see here, we have all the files which we talked about before. So let's open the terminal again, mpx react native, and then run. So here you can choose the system which you want to work on. In this course, I'm going to work on iOS system. And of course, when we finish the application, I am going to show it to you on Android as well. So let's run the application on iOS. So my simulator will start and then we will be able to use it and see the application which we have created. So our application is running now, as you see, on iOS system. So what we need to do to replace all of the default code which we had created here and replace it with something like Hello World. If you remember, we have created an application which is called Hello World. And to get the code back from this application, you can go to the documentation of React Native and then you say introduction, and then in the introduction there is Hello World application. You can use it for startup in the project. So first of all, I am going to copy this code. There is two types of React Native styling, code styling. So we can use one of them. For me, I prefer to use function component because it's shorter and easier to read, not like a class component. So you can, up to you, you can choose one of them. Function component, let's take this one and take all of this code, go back to our Visual Studio. Let's make this screen like normally I develop in a way like I put this screen like this, small size, and here the application, and also we make this like smaller here so we can work with more freedom. So in the app.js, let's remove everything and put here our code, and then we save and our application will be reloaded and restarted and we can start coding here. So if you remember that we have set up all prettier, all the configuration which we are needed for coding in React Native. So all of them, they have configured by default. You can add your configuration as you want. So here we have the application. Let's remove all of this and rename it, for example, to app only. Like you don't have to have Hello World app. It's not nice. So we can just rename all of this to app only. And in index.js, you go there and you just make sure that you are importing app only and everything, it will work fine. So we save, we have app.js, and now we are ready for coding. Okay, we saw before how we can grab data from Movies API which we built previously or which we got from the Movies database. So as you see here, I am using Postman, and this Postman, for example, I am using one of the APIs to grab popular movies, and popular movies are returned in this way. So there is a field called page to refer the number of the pages which we have, and also the results. So inside the results, it will be array of movies. So what we are going to do now, that we need to display, for example, list of names of popular movies which are coming from this API. So to do that, we need to use a services, and using a service to grab data from the API, we need a library called Axios. So we go to the terminal and we need to install a library which is called Axios. And this Axios, you can install it by npm-i or npm install and then Axios. So after installation of this, make sure that you are in the folder of your application in the same level of package.json, and you go and check package.json, you will see that Axios is added. So after that, we can use Axios easily. So how to use Axios? Let's go to the app.js, and here we can say import Axios from Axios. So it's very easy because we have installed it already. So I can say import Axios from Axios. So before opening the application app, I go here and I define a constant, like in general, and I give it a name, for example, get popular movies. And this will be a function. Defining a function will be in that way. So we can say that we have a row function as we saw with the app function. So the app is a row function and it's opened in that way, and you can do what inside it. It's like function and then get popular movies, and then I opened those tags. So it's exactly the same way, but here we are doing it in different way because we are using ECMAScript or ES6. So we have to get used for this styling of functions. So I want to store the returned list of popular movies in some variable. So I have here constant, and I gave this constant like a name. We say response, which is the response which comes from the API, like this one. And then I am going to have the response using Axios. So I will have here Axios, which I have imported here. Axios is behaving like Postman that we can say in the background, because I give a get or post or put or delete anything from the API. So we are going to use get. So when you put a dot, then you will get here multiple methods. One of them is get. So to get the data, as you see, it's asking me to provide with URL. And this URL string, if you remember, we have that previously and we saw how we build this URL. We got it from the API of movies and we passed the API key which we need. So now I am going to use this link, and I don't need to have the other parameters like language ENUS unless if you want to have a different language of the movies. For now, I am going to just use it like this. So I will take the main API URL and then movies popular. We saw how we got that previously, and then the API key. So I will copy this part and then go back to the code, and here I will place the same string which I have got from movies API. So we place this string, and then the best way to know if we are really getting response, we use console log. .log and then resp, and that's it. So let's see what Axios is returning for me. But first, where I can call this method, we need to call this method when the application is running. So if you remember, we were consoling log something before return, and it was getting executed every time I reload or refresh the application. So we can use it here. So I can say get popular movies, the same method which I have created here. So let's save everything. And now after I saved, I see that the application is loaded, but we need to see the console log. The console log is in the terminal, if you remember, our terminal which we have created, and it's opened automatically when we run the application. So I'm going to make it bigger to see the data, and as you see here that we are getting null, because we are saying here like we are getting some API or some response, but it's empty. It's totally empty. We are not getting anything like U0, something ununderstandable. So we need somehow to get the right data. This because the method, this get popular movies, is executed before this get method, which is provided by Axios. Because this method, you must provide like wait until this happen, and then we can console the response. So the response here is getting nothing from Axios because it's not finished yet. We need a time. We need to wait that the API, okay, responded to me, and then I can continue to the console log. So how we can solve that? We need to use asynchronous JavaScript. We can add a keyword before Axios.get. We can say like wait until the response is ready, and then continue with the code. So how we can do that? We just say here await keyword, and this await keyword is reserved in JavaScript, but it requires something. The container method, which is this one, must be async. We must make it async, like how we can say like it's a asynchronized method. It's asynchronized JavaScript. We need somehow to wait for the response here. So we must in that way make this method as asynchronize. So let's save that, and then our application will be reloaded. Let's go to the terminal, and you see that we got all the data. We got all the data in the console log, exactly how we have them in Postman. So it shows us that all of the data are coming, which as we wanted, with extra data, and as you see it's dirty a little bit. We need to align it because it comes as JSON, and we need to align those JSON data how they are coming in the backend. So to see the response as we have it in Postman, as you see here in the console log, we can do like some trick which will be in JavaScript. So I can use a JSON library. So it's called JSON with capital letter and then stringify. And this stringify method, I can surround the response around it, but you need to have extra parameters which are null like this, and then the value, some value which is a space, which will be 2. So in that way it will give a format for the JSON exactly how we are seeing it in Postman. So I am just stringifying the response, and I want to display it somehow more styled and formatted. So when you save and go to the terminal again, we will see the response is working like that. So you can see the JSON response in more nice way. So in that way, we are ready for grabbing the API. But first, Axios is putting extra data over the API. So for example, he put data, and then he put another information about the API, about the headers, which we don't need and we don't care about. So we need to get only the data, because the data will return for me only page and results. So for that, as you know, we need to check how the response contain. So what is containing? So I put dot, and as you see here that Axios returned for me extra fields for this response. One of them is data. Here the data is stored, the data which are coming from the API. Other things like status, headers, we will see them. We will see, like for example, the status 404, like the API not found, etc. So for now, I am going to get only the data which are coming inside that response. Let's save, go again to the terminal to check if everything is fine. We go to our terminal. Okay, nice. We are getting now only the data, but it's very long list. Let's take one movie. So here, if you remember, I get the data, and inside results, it's array. And inside this array, we contain movies. So every member of this array is a movie. Let's take the first one. So I will go again to the code, and then I will say here, don't return for me the whole data, return for me results. Okay, you cannot find here results because the data is any, it's unknown. We cannot see in the editor what the API is returning. So I have to make sure that, okay, I get results, and then exactly how we got it in Postman or in the terminal, and then I will get the first result. To get first result, we put this array tags and we put 0. So first entry of this array. So I go to the terminal, again we go to the end, we can see log here, so it means like it started a new log, and in this log you see we got one movie. So that's very great. Now we are ready to display this movie in our application here. Okay, so now instead of displaying hello world, let's display one movie. The movie which we got in the console, we are going to display it here. Okay, first of all, we have to distinguish between the template or the template of React Native and the JavaScript code. So in that way, when I get some data through a service, I want to display them in the template. How we can do that? I cannot go like this. For example, I go here and I put the method here, and then, okay, the data got displayed. No, it's not possible like that. We need first to get the data to our application, which is in app function, and then display the data which is returned from the API or from the service itself. So first of all, we have to return the data. So instead of console log the data, I want to return this data. So we can say in that way return, and the data. We don't need anymore the JSON stringify because we used it only to style the code in the output in the console log. So now we have one movie returned by this method, or we can call this method getPopularMovie, but now we have it movies. So let's return all movies first. So this method will return for me popular movies. But this method, how now I can use it in the application? So if I go now here and I say dot after the method, after I call it, I will get here then, because this movie now is returning a promise. Why it's returning a promise? Because I used it as async method, and async methods returning promises. Promise mean like I promise you to give you data once I get them. So here this method, it's promising us with get Axios when the data are ready, then it will return them to us. And then is a callback function, so we can use the callback to get the data which are returned from this function. So I can do here like something like we can say movies, and after that it's a callback function, so we can use a row method to get the movies back. So we can just for a quick test, I just want to console log here, so to be sure that I am really getting the movies here. So let's take also the first movie, because here we returned only the results. So after that I go to the console log. Okay, everything is fine, I got the first movie. Okay, now our case is just to replace this hello world, for example, with the movie name. Like I want to use original title field, so I want only to print the original title. So I can say original and underscore title. Okay, now as you see here in the log, I got only the original title. Okay, so somehow we need to replace this hello world with the method or some variable which I can create. For example, I can give it a name like title, and this title will have, for example, initially some title. So if I want to use this variable inside the text here, so instead of hello world, I can put it here, but not only title, but we can surround it with curved brackets. So here I can do a curved brackets, and then I can say here, for example, movie name. Okay, I have here the title, movie name is printed here. Okay, now if I go and I say, okay, don't console log, but make title is equal to movie name or the movie's original title. When I save, then I will see that I am still getting the original name. And it's like it's never went here. It's like title, it's not changing. So when I reload the application, save, it's still on movie's name. The issue here is because that the title is set after the template got initialized. So maybe this then is getting executed after the title got initialized in the template and rendered and displayed. So we need somehow to update the title even the template is loaded. So for that, we need to use something called state. React Native state is very important. We don't use normal variables like this. We use the state. So anything or any variable you want to create and display it in the template, you need to use it as a state, especially when these variables are getting updated after some period of time. So how we can do that? To define a state, I'm going to use the same thing. So we can say const, and then I open an array, and this array will have two things. For example, the variable name which you want to create. For example, I will give a name like a movie, and the second parameter or the second item of this array will be setting the movie. So I want to make set movie. So this will be a method where I am going to use in my application and use it here when the data are ready. So we can go here and say equal to use state. Use state, it's going to be imported from React. So it's something internal in React. So we are going to use this variable as a state variable, so it can get updated after I make, for example, the render the template. So for that, I go here, I don't use the title anymore. I just say set title or set movie, and this movie will have not only the title, because we are going to use the title somewhere else. So we set the first movie which is returning from the service to set movie. In that case, movie will have a state, or it has a value of the first movie which is returned from the service. So when I go here to the movie and replace it here, then we save, we will get an error, because always the state you need to initialize it somehow. It's not always, but it's better to initialize it. So now, for example, I can initialize it with empty string. So this state or this movie will be initialized with an empty string. Of course, we are going to see how we can handle that in different way, but we are going step by step. So now I save, but we are still getting an error. It's saying objects are not valid in React Child, because here movie is set to movie, and this movie is one object. If you remember Postman, this movie is an object, contain adult, author, overview, popularity, etc. So we need to use one of fields of this movie. So I will say here this movie dot original title. So I want one field from this movie. So when I reload the application and save, I will see that I got the title of the movie. Okay, you can add another thing. For example, we can add, like we can say, let's check the fields here in Postman, language. Okay, we can get the original language, and we can display it in the here, the unholy, and then en. Of course, you can mix also with the strings. So you can say movie name, and it will be something like the unholy, and also the language, you can say it will be en. Let's add another text field. For example, let's take duplicate this one, and for example, we go to our API and we get release date, and we go to the release date, we put it here, and we can type here release, and we go and reload the application, and we will see the release date is here. So in that case, we used the state, which is very important, because the state is automatically setting the variable after some period of time. With a period of time, I mean here is getting the data from the server. So this is how we are displaying the data from the API to our application. You notice that the CPU of your PC got higher, and it's using a lot of resources because of the change which we made previously. So I made separated lecture for that, because it's very important before we start our project to know this issue. So as you see here, we have our movie app in my activity monitor or in task manager in Windows. You see that it's using 183% of the CPU. This is because that we have making the state management without using the effects. Effects is something to let you perform side effects in a function component, which is like reflecting the relationship between the DOM and also the state of your application. It's very important when you are using some async methods and you are setting a state or setting a variable using the state, you need to use effects. So how we can use those effects? Normally, effects can be used after defining the state variables. So you just go here and you can say exactly how we made here use state, you are going to use effect. So we can say use effect. I'm explaining it in simpler word if you are not familiar with React. So now we have this use effect. It will have a callback function or callback method which will contain and run for me the API which I got or the service which I have created to set a movie. So always with data fetching, setting up subscription and manually changes in the DOM with React require to use effects. So it's better to have them to not have unlimited loop between the DOM and also the state management in React. So the effects are running one time only to make sure that we are only getting the data once. So for that as well, you need to pass a parameter which is coming at the end as a second parameter of use effect function, which will be an empty array. So if you want to update the data or call this async function multiple times, you can specify time here, like I want to update my data every 1 second. So you will see in your application this data are fetched from the database or from the API every 1 second. For now, we need it only to be executed one time. And use effect is coming as well from React, exactly how we are going to use a state. So let's save that again and reload the application, and you will see now how my activity monitor is calming down. So as you see here, movie app now is using 0.3% of the processor. So in that way, we are doing a right thing. Be careful, you have always to use the effects to do the right management of the states between the DOM and your state in the application of React Native. When you want to check the performance of your application, for example, to see how much memory it's using and how much, for example, what are the requests are going there. So it's better to use the tool which is provided here with the developer tools, so you can monitor your network and also your performance. So you just need on the phone to press Ctrl D, and on Ctrl D you will see Show Inspector. So with Show Inspector, you will see multiple things. One of them is network. So for example, when I reload the application, I will see that my application sent a request to this API. And then when you click on it, you will see details of it. So it's very important to use this to know what is happening there. So I want to show you what will happen when I put this method, which I am calling the data for, outside of the effects, like how it was done before. And I will show you how it's doing that unlimited times. So when I click on it, you see it's unlimited times it's asking for data from the server, which is totally wrong. Let's stop it fast to not have an issue here. So now if we see, we are not having any more this loop. Also, there is something else. You can press Ctrl D to see also the performance monitor. It will show you always how much application or your application is performing here, which is very helpful and beneficial for your application. So you can always watch how much RAM it's using and how much another data, which are very helpful for you during the development. If you want to know about effect hook, which is coming from React, you just go to reactjs.org documentation, and then you can find hooks effect. You will understand it more if you don't know anything about React. But in this case here, you can just consider that the effect is managing the state and the functions and fetching the data between the DOM and also the React Native application. Okay, what if we have a problem with our API and the server is not responding? So we want to display a message to the user somewhere here to say that, okay, there is error in the server. So to do that, it's very easy. We can implement that very quickly. So first of all, we need to see if we have error or not. So after the then method, as you see here, we can have something like catch. And with this catch, you can catch the errors, which can happen in your API. So I will say here error, and it will be exactly a callback method as well. So this callback method, I can do something like console the error or place error message. So for that, I'm going to use another state constant, which will be called error. So this one will be here error, and then I can say set error, and as well, we are going to use the state. So for that, I will say that set error will be here the error itself. So after that, we are going to display error message to the user if there is some error catched. So for that, we can, for example, use text tag, exactly how we did previously. I'm just making the things simple, you can understand it. So here we will have a text, and then we can display like error in the server. And also you can make some styling on it. You just make a style, and this style it can be an object. As you see here, it's exactly the same of the default. So this style can be as well color. We can give color, and this color will be red, for example. And let's save that to see everything is fine. Okay, we have error in the server. So I want to show this message when there is an error. So how we can do that? So first of all, you make object. So here you have to open two brackets, and these brackets will contain the state constant which we have created previously, and then you can say and inside this object you put this text. So you cut it and put it here. So when there is error, then show the text. It's like if there is error and text, then show it. So in that way. So when we save, and as you see, I got an error. It says text string must be rendered within a text component, because this error is initialized as a string. So we need to give it initial value. So the error by default is false. Like we don't see any error by default. But when this catch will update the error and make set error to be error, and then it will be have a value, and it will be something which can be rendered here. So for that, we can just initialize this to false, and then, okay, everything is working fine. We don't have error. Let's make mistake in our API. For example, I'm going to remove this letter here, DB. So when I make save, I will see that I have error in the server. When I remove it, the error will stay, because we have not reloaded the application. We need to empty the state. Here we are just using a hot reload. Hot reload is just doing the things which are updated in the DOM, but we need also to reload the application, to reload all the state here. So how we can do that? So you just need to go to the DevTools again, and then we want to reload the application totally. So you can click Ctrl D, and then you have something here, reload. So in that way, you will reload the whole application again, and you will make sure that you are not updating or having this error again, because we have the right API. So this reload means that I am opening the application, like the user is coming to my phone and open the application for first time. So this is the meaning of this reload. It's very important to know it, that you can reload your application, or you can press as well Ctrl R. Ctrl R will help you to reload the application totally without opening the DevTools menu. So when we make a mistake here and save, okay, we will have the error. Let's reload the application. Okay, we have movie name, language, release date are empty. So we don't have any data here because our API is wrong and it's giving us error in the server. Some refactoring. For example, always the services which grabbing data from the server, something like that, are coming in separated file. So I'm going to create a new folder here. We can make it in the root of the folder. So we can create a folder, we can call it services. And this services is going to contain my services which I want to create here. So I create the folder, and then we have a file, we can call it services.js. And inside this services, I'm going to have the call of this API. For example, I will take this one and go to the services and put it here. So what I need for that, to import Axios. So we need as well to copy this import and go again to our services and then put it here. So now we have get popular movies, but get popular movies is now undefined here. So we need to import it. So first I need to export this method. So be careful. You have always to export the things in way to use them in another files. So here I will have also import, and I'm going to import this method. So here, this is the method, and then I say from, and then this will be dot, like I am in the current path of app.js, and then I will say services, and then I will select the service file. So in this way, I have imported the method in the right way. After that, let's save everything. So I save the services here, and as well save the services in the app.js. Now we make sure that everything is working fine. We have separated our services away. So another step we can do here, that we can do some comment. We add like some comment. We can say like to explain this method. So for example, I can say get popular movies. So in that way, you can explain to other developers that this is service for getting popular movies. Also, we can make something great, like we don't have to add all of this, like because we are going to create another services in the future, so we don't have to repeat this URL multiple times. So for that, I prefer like to use something like a variable, and we can use this variable everywhere. So I can say here const, and then I can give the variable some name. We can say API URL. And in this API URL, we will have this link here. So after that, we can use this API URL as we see here, and then we can combine it with this movie array. So how we can do that? We just need to open something like called a backticks, this sign, and this sign you can use $, and then with this $, you can put variables which are inside the same file. So you can have here API URL, and inside this API URL or after it, you can say slash, so it will be considered as a string here. So all of this, what is written here, can be a string. So I can copy all of this part and remove this string also and paste it here. Also the key is very nice to have it separated, also a variable. So we can as well create as here a key. We can call it a constant and then API key of our API, and we give it inside that string. So here we have API key, so I just need to call again this $, and after that I will put the API key in this way. So make sure of the URL. So the URL already built like with this prefix as we see in our API, and then we can have slash and then movie popular, what we want to get, because we will get popular, we will get family movies, we will get upcoming movies, it's depend. And then I will pass a question mark to pass the parameter of API key, which I stored in API key here. So let's save everything and check if everything is working fine. Let's make hot reload or full reload. Okay, nice. We don't have any issue here. So now we have the services in separated file, and you can create another methods. For example, here we can make the popular movies. We can make upcoming movies. For example, the upcoming movies API will be followed with upcoming. And this is already, I know from the API documentation of these movies. So we can say here upcoming movies, because we are going to use it as well in our application. Let's also check another APIs. For example, let's save here and let's check another APIs which we can have from the documentation. So I go again to the API documentation of movie database. So let's zoom in a little bit so you can see it well. So here I am going to go to movies. For example, where is it? Here, movies. So let's get some APIs which are going to use in our application. For example, we are going to have popular and upcoming. As I told you, maybe you can get also top rated. Let's take TV series. So for example, we have a TV. You can get as well the popular one. So let's get popular, and here it's exactly, I think, the same. So it's exactly like the movies, but we just need to add here. So we copy the popular movies one, and then we paste it here, and we can say popular TV instead of movies. And here we will have as well TV, like we can make this method get popular TV, and we just change this to TV instead of movies as we saw in the documentation. So we save, now we have the popular TV. So in this way, we got all the APIs which we will need. Maybe we will need more, as we will see in the application. So we are going to add them to the services and how we did a refactoring here. So in the next section, or for now, for this section, we learned how to use the API. So we learned how to grab data from the server and display them on our phone. And then we will see later how to style the things. We will start with the home page and we will build the first page of our application. Alright, now in this section we are going to see how we can create the homepage component. As you see here, I am able to navigate over the movies through a slider where I am going to create in the homepage, and as well I have multiple sliders for every type of movies. For example, as you see here, we have popular TV show, we have family, we have documentaries, all of them we called them in the services. So I have this running version on my device. I am using Visor, but of course we are going to implement that and continue our coding to reach to this level as you see here. So first of all, we are going to create a homepage component, and this homepage component we will call it in app component or to the entry point of our application. So when I open the application, I'm going to see this. So let's start now with creating the homepage component. Okay, at the beginning, I would like to move all of this code which we created previously to a new component. We call it a homepage component. So first of all, let's create a file or a folder. We call it screens. So I click here on this icon and I say that I want screens. And if you see, like sometimes it's created inside another folder, just click away again and then just click, for example, on app.js to be on the root level. So then you will be able to create the folder on the root level. So I'm going to give this name of this folder will be screens. And inside this screens, I'm going to create a new file, and this file will be called home.js. So we can say this is the home page of my application. So if you remember before, I told you to install some extension, which is very important for speeding up our code. So for example, I want to create a component quickly. So with React Native snippets tools, you can also create a component. So I want to show you that. So when you go to the extensions which we have installed previously, you will see a lot of comments. One of them, like we can create status component return. So we are going to use this format because as you see here with React, we have a component and then we have a return. So here we can define our variables because I want to show you the both cases. So if you go here, we will say, for example, let's create this one, stateless component. So I will say SL and it will automatically complete for me. So I will create a component, but in that case, I don't have a return, so I cannot define my variables easy. So now we can create another component, which is with a SL return, stateless component return. So with that, it will create for me a component and also with return and all of the things. In every component as well, it's very important to import React. So also there is a command for that. So in this extension, if you go there, you will see IMR, import React. So how we can do that quickly? So you just put here IMR and then it will import for you React quickly. So now let's move the code from app and then to homepage. So if you remember, we have in the app.js, we defined some variables. Let's move all of them. Let's make a cut, like we can cut them totally before the return. So all these variables before return, we are going to take them and place them here before the return of our home application or home page or home component. And now we are going to take everything which is inside this view. So we can also take all of this, or we can take all the view. So everything inside the return of app.js. So we go here and we paste it inside return of home component. So we paste everything here and we don't forget that we copy the imports. Let's now copy them, not cut them, because we will need some of them later. So now I am going to copy all of them and paste them here. So when I press save, okay, it will be automatically formatted because I have prettier. Nice. Now I go to app.js and then I save. Then we will get error unexpected token. Because we need to put something inside this app, we need to put a view. So we can as well put this view, which was here with the Hello World application. If you remember, it came with some styling. So let's copy the same and put it inside here, the view, and the view is going to be closed as you see here. So after that we save. Okay, everything is fine. But now we have empty app.js. So we need to call here the home component, the home which we created here. So for that, we can just type as a tag home. And as you see, it's suggested to me to import it from screens home. So in that way, I can also import this one. And as you see here, we have import home from screens home. When I save, we get an error. This error comes from the home component, as you see, because the home component, if you remember, is inside screens folder. So when we are importing the get popular movies service, we need not to be on the same level of the folder, because here we have inside the screen folder. Home.js is inside screens. So we need to move one step up and then we call the service. So I need to move up and then I enter to service component or services folder and then I call the services.js. So to be sure more, you can delete all of this and you put dot and then slash, and it will suggest for you the folders. So you will see that there is no any folder. So you need to go one level up. So when you go one level up, you will have access to the folders which we created on level upper of this home component. So I go to services and then slash, and then I call the services.js. So now everything is fine for the home component. And as you see, the app.js called the home component inside this view, and then it will be rendered exactly how we created it here. So this is the way how you can divide your application. You can say, for example, I will have home screen, I have search screen, I will have as well a detail of the movie screen. So in that way, we will be able to divide our application. And also you have to remember that if you don't get or you don't put style here, maybe you will not see anything. If you put only view, because now you cannot see because all of the items are here. So we will talk about styling later. Let's keep the things like this now, and we just save as it is. And just at the end, we remove the imports which we don't need. For example, we don't need this one. We don't need as well the effects, and we don't need this one, which is called text. So let's save everything. Now we are clean and we can work fine. In the next lecture, we will see how we can create the slider, the first page or the slider which is on the top, which contains images of my movies. Going to see how we can create this slider. We will grab the latest images of the movies, of latest movies, and we are going just to make a slider so it can be swiped automatically, so the people, when they open my application, they can see images of latest movies. So for this slider, there is a component which is called React Native slider. We are going to use it. So using components require always to install some extra libraries. For that, we will install a library which will contain this slider, and we will use it in our homepage component. So let's move to our code. There is a library which is called React Native Image Slider Box. So let's put it on Google. We can say React Native Image Slider Box. So all of this name, you search for it and you will have it in npm library. So now we go to this library and we can see documentation about it and how we can use it. So as you see, we have here the library. So first of all, we need to install it. So we go to npm install React Native Image Slider Box. So let's go there and we are going to open the terminal and then we paste our command. So npm install React Native Image Slider Box. So until the installation finish, let's take a look here. So we can have first of all some components, and these components we can use it in our template. There is also an example. So you can say here import slider box. We have to import this slider box to our code, and then we create a view. And this view, which will be a slider box, will contain array of images. So we are going as well to build this array of images. So here our library got installed. Let's go there and to the documentation, and we will see first like we need to import slider box from React Native image slider box. So we go here and in the homepage component we are going to import the slider box. And after that, let's close the terminal or hide it somehow so we can have more space here. And then we are going to see how he is using this component. So in slider box in React Native, he has slider box images. So it requires us to have some images. So let's remove the part which we created previously, this one, movie name and all of this stuff. So let's remove them so we can keep only the view, because I told you the view, it will be like a div for me, a div or a container which will contain everything inside it. So we then go to the documentation and we call this line. So we say slider box images. So we go again and we call the slider box as we imported here. So let's save that. We will get in the simulator an error, but don't worry because we are not having the right images here. So we need to have or create the images. So for that, first of all, we need to create a state variable. And this state variable, it will be filled with the images of upcoming movies. So let's call this constant not movie. We can call it movie images, for example. So we need to set as well this to be movies or set movies images or movies images. So in that way we have the right naming. And now we will use that so we can get popular movies, but in our case we want to grab the upcoming movies. So we created a service before, as you remember, which is called get upcoming movies. So let's get them. And I am going to keep this method. So we will create another call for keep upcoming movies. And these keep upcoming movies, we are going to call it again from the service. So in that way, we need to import it as well. And it will be exactly the same. So we will need also then and catch. So we can as well use the same syntax which we have created here for popular movies. But we don't have set movie anymore, so we can remove this part to not have an errors. So we will come back to this service later when we are going to use or create the other sliders. So for now we are going to have set movies images here. But where we are going to use it? So we need here images somehow. We cannot have the movies, the whole movie. So for that, if you remember, I am returning the movies with the callback here. So we can use this callback to create a constant. So I will create constant. I can give it a name which is called movies images. But this movies images, to not have a conflict with this name, we will give it as well some suffix. We can call it an array. So in that way, it will be initialized with empty array. So when I get the upcoming movies, I don't have anything in that array. So we are going to fill this array. So we will say movies images array dot push. So we are going to push movie by movie. So in this way, we will have here multiple movies. So before that, I will go here to another line and I will say movies dot for each, but we can write that, no problem. So you can have movies for each, because if you remember, we were returning from this upcoming service, we were returning always data.results. And if we go to Postman, as you remember, we have here in the array results. So all of them will come here. So let's go back to our code and then we will add exactly the same syntax. So for each movie, inside movies array which is returned from the API, I will get a movie. So from this for each, I will get a movie, and this movie or a callback function where I can use it to use this movie from that callback function. So I can move then this movies array to push the movie which I got here. But we don't want to push the movie itself, we need to push only the image of that movie. So if we go again to Postman to see what is the content of this API, let's take first movie for example. As I told you, results contain multiple movies. So let's get the first result. one of those fields we have poster path, and in this poster path I will get the image of the movie. So let's get this one. I will go here and I will say movie.poster path. So push for me movie.poster path. And after that, movies images array will be set movies images. So we need to set this variable or the state variable which we created. So here I will say movies images array will be inside movies images. So let's save everything now. We have formatted our code, and in that way we will be able to use movies images where in the slider. So we will have here slider box images. It will be the movies images. So the field movies images. Let's save that and go to our simulator, and we will see that we cannot see anything because we need the paths. We need as well the full path. If we go to Postman, we will see only part of the image, like only the image name. So this must be prefixed with something. If we go to the documentation of the movie database API, there is something here after the introduction which is called images. And inside these images, it will show us how we can get those images, because as I told you, the poster path is returning only the image name. So to get the full path of the image, you must prefix it with the link where you will get this image. So let's prefix our image path with that name. So in that way, so when I push the items to the array, in that way I just need to push as well the path. So we can say here, just push this link, which we have copied before, and then we say plus. So you can say this as prefix, and then the poster path, which is coming with the movie, as you see here, and it's coming always with a slash, so you don't need to put slash in the code. So we can remove this slash, because in this way you will get 2 slashes. So after that, we can save everything, go to our simulator, and as you see, we have here the images. So now we are getting the latest images of the latest movies or upcoming movies. We are going to see how to style this slider. First of all, if you see here that we have some complaint from ESLint, which is like fixing for me the errors in my code, like live. I talked about ESLint previously. So ESLint is complaining that we have to put the styles somewhere outside of the component. This is like coding style, like no inline styles. This is called inline style. So when you have inline style, ESLint will complain about it. So it's better to put them somewhere outside of this component. So how we can do that? We can define outside of the home component, as you see here, outside, we can define a constant. We call it styles in general, like normal styles. And these styles will be coming from style sheet. And style sheet component, we must import it from React Native. So I will go here and I will call the React Native style sheet from React Native. So when we go back here down, I will have a method inside this which will be called create. So I will create a styling file or multiple styles which I can use inside my component. It's like for us in case of HTML, like a CSS file, and this CSS file will contain classes, so I can use them in my components or in my HTML tags. So how we can create a classes, let's call it a classes now. So the way, like we have an object and then you define your classes. For example, for this view, I will call it a style container or slider container. So we can have here slider container, and this slider container will have some properties which are exactly mentioned here. So I can cut all of this off and then paste it here. So in that way, I have defined my classes. So everything center. So of course, when you remove all of this stuff, I will show you later. So we have to use this class slider container somewhere here. So how we can do that? We just say styles dot the styles, which one? It's this one, which the constant which we define. So styles, and then I put the slider container, as you see here. So styles.slider container, it will call those styles which are created here. So when we save, we will see that everything stays the same. Let's give, for example, some space from the top. For example, it's just for example to show you that the styles are working. So how we can give some space? We can use padding top. Padding top is making a space inside the container from the top, like not outside, not pushing all the container. If you want to push all the container, you can use margin. So we can say margin top, and then you give a value in pixel. So we can say 20. And now, as you see, it's pushed a little bit from the top. So in that way, we are sure that our container is using this class or this style sheet, we can say. If you remember that we have like some height of this slider, it was taking almost half of the screen or 3/4 of this screen. So we need to give a height for the slider box. So when we go back to the documentation of the slider, we will see multiple properties. For example, we can say the images which we used previously. Properties, I mean they are props which I can pass to this component. For example, I can pass images, I can pass another options which can help me to style it or do something with it. For example, disable on press, it's like if present, then the on current image pressed will be disabled. For example, slider box height, this one which we need, it will be by pixel, it will give a height for the slider. And also parent width, dot color, because there are some dot. Autoplay, this is nice, let's use it. We can say autoplay, like it will automatically sliding whenever you open the application. So we can set this property as well. After the images, I made space, and then I say autoplay, and then I open an object and set it to true. So it's Boolean, it's taking values bool. So true or false. Default is false. There is as well cycle loop. Cycle loop, it means we can say infinite loop. So the user, when he slide and when we get the latest images, he will get again back to the first image when he's still sliding or swiping. So we can also set this one to true. So we can go to the code. In the same way, we put space, and then we open an object, and inside it we set a true. Let's save that. Let's see if our application is still fine. Nice. So if I go now to the home images, like somehow, and I keep sliding, I will get back to the first image again. So if I keep now sliding, I will get, you see, the first image again. So we are sliding in a loop. So as well as I told you, we are going to use slider box height. So we can use as well this property, and we set it to integer, to a number, and this number will implement for me the height of this slider in pixel. So we can set, so we say here space, and then we put the property which we wanted to put. So we will have slider height, and then we give a value. So I will put here equal, and then we can put a value, for example 600. We can say like here 600, it will be in pixel. And as you see, I have here the slider bigger. But we have an issue here. What about the small phones? Because when I put here the height static, then maybe on small phones, this slider will be bigger than the font size, and then I will have like half of the image appearing, which is not nice. So it's better to get the height of this phone or of any phone where is my application is running, and then calculate this. So we can say 1.5. So we can say, for example, use 3/4 of the screen for the slider. So how we can do that? In React Native is providing me with the dimensions of the phone which I am using. So how we can do that? We can import something from React Native which is called dimensions. And those dimensions, it contains two properties, width and height. And width and height will give me the height of the phone and the width of it. So to prove that, I want to show you we can define a constant we can call it dimension, or we can define this constant somewhere out. So I say here const, and then dimensions, we can say dimensions, and this dimension will contain also a property which is called get, and this get, it has a property which is called screen, and then we say get screen, and in that way I will get the dimension of the screen. So let's save that, and we can console log this property. We can console log the dimension to see in the console what are the dimension which I got. So we can go to, for example, beginning of my application, and we can make it here. So we can say at home, make at the beginning console.log, and then I will put here dimensions which I have defined here. So when we save, we open again the terminal to see what we have in the log. As you see, we have here font scale. I have to make it bigger just to make it to show. So we have here now font scale, height, and also scale, and also width. So I need the height, so we can get the property height and use it to measure our slider. So how we can do that? So easily we can say here dimensions.height. So in that case I can use this dimension variable. So when we go to the slider box height, I will say dimension.height, as you see here in the autocomplete, and then divided by 1.5. It's like 3/4 of the screen. So when I put it, for example, 1, it will take full screen as you see here. But we need only the 1.5. So let's get this one. And as you see, when I put it on full, there are at the end, at the bottom, some dots. So we need to remove also those dots, because we are going to put another containers under our slider, another sliders. So to remove that as well, we can go to the properties of our image slider, and we will see one property which is called dot style. Dot style. So we can give a style for those dots like height, border radius, and etc. I am going to make this height of those dots 0. So it can be 0, it cannot be seen anymore. So we have to say here dot style will be height and then 0. So as you see here, it's ESLint is complaining again that no inline style. So we can give a style for this slider box. For example, I can say styles dot, we can give it slider style. We can say just that's all. And this slider style, we are going to define it inside here, inside our styles. And slider style will have an object, and this object will have a height, and this height will be 0. So in that way we will not be able to see those dots. But we have an error here because here I have extra brackets. Let's remove them totally. So it's enough like this. Now we have full height and those dots are disappeared. So in that way we have removed the dots. So let's put back the height to be 1.5, and then we will have quarter of the screen. As you see, now we have the styling of the slider. We are going to see how to continue with our homepage and start with the carousels. The carousels, I mean with those components which we will see here that we can slide among our multiple movies. Like we have categories of movies like popular TV show, and family and documentaries. So we can as well have a slider here so we can see the latest popular movies. So in that way we finished the slider which was on the top here, and we are going to work with this one which is popular movies. So we will start simple, and we are going to style it and to have the right way of creating components and how we can as well works with those lists. So first of all, let's work with a very simple list or carousel. So how we can put it here in our application, as you see, under the slider. So we can work on that with using a component which is called a flat list. If you remember, I told you in React Native, it has also in the documentation some components. So we can go to components button here, and we will see that there are a lot of components which can be helpful and useful for your applications in React Native. One of those components is flat list. And with a flat list, you can create list of components or list of texts or list of anything in React Native, and you can make carousel with it. So the usage here, so let me zoom out a little bit. So you see here that we have a list, and this list, for example, now it's vertical. We are going to see how we can make it horizontal. It has a lot of properties, this component. You need to read all of them. We are going to use what we need to create our carousel for the movies. So the simplest example that we can use is this one, the beginning. So we can say or create a view, and this view will contain for me the name or the list, which we are going to call a flat list here. So the flat list will be inside some view. So let's create another view in our code. So we can go here to Visual Studio Code, and then we will create another view. So let's say it will be the same one. We can give it like this one, and we can say here, not slider container, we can say carousel. And this carousel will have the same properties of this slider container. So we can as well go here, define carousel, and carousel will have the same properties. So let's copy them and save everything. As you see here, we are getting an error. So this error, I wanted to mention that we cannot put two components on the same level in the return, because this is not working as React Native. You must put them in a container component. You can put them, for example, in another view, and these views will be inside the parent view. But for that, it will be like a little bit tricky. So React Native provided with something called React.fragment. And this React.fragment, it's like a div container, but it's not rendered in the application. So you cannot see when you are inspecting in the application, you will not see anything related to that fragment. So because of that, as you see, our slider got smaller. So you need to make it a little bit bigger, as we will see later, and how we are going to style it and do some refactoring. So first of all, now I am able to have two views in one component or in one fragment. So in that way, I can have also my flat list here. So let's call our flat list from the import. So I will go to React Native imports, and I will ask for flat list. It's from React Native, as you see here. So we go here down and we say that we want to have a flat list called here, and we are going to pass the properties which we will see in the documentation. So as you see here in this example, we have a data and render item and key extractor. So first, let's see what is data. Data will be, for example, our movies. So we can say the list of popular movies. Let's get the list of popular movies first. So we go here, and again, we have previously defined popular movies. So we can call as well a constant state. We can define it as popular movies. So we can say here, not movies images, but we can say popular movies. And in these popular movies, we need also to set it. So in that way, we will have our popular movies. But popular movies will come from get popular movies service, as we saw previously. So I will say here, set popular movies with movies. So the movies, the callback from this service will be returned at set our popular movies here. So the data of this flat list, as you see here that we need to define data, will be our popular movies. So let's see another properties. The property is called render item. So we need to have a render item. We need to display the item, the movie itself. As you see here, we have here multiple movies, and we are displaying item. Every item is a movie. For me now, let's start with movie name only, like it will have a text to not make it very complicated. We are going to have step by step to grow up in the application. So we will use render item as a render item. And what is render item here? It's a function its callback item, and the item will be used as a component. He defined his own component here, which is called item, and it will be defined in somewhere in the application, for example here, and it has a view and inside it a text. I'm going to show you the simpler way. So we have to go first to render item. So render item will have a callback like this. So we go again to our code and we will see how we can create a render item. So render item, it will be, as I told you, a callback which is called item, but this item will be inside an object as you see here. So we have here item as an object. This item will present for me every movie which is returned from those data. So in that way I can put this in an object, and then the callback of this function will be returning for me a component, a React Native component, which I can create by myself or use one of the ready components which we have in React Native. For now, I am going to use the text. So we can say the text component, which we had seen before, and I will say that inside this text component, put for me item, and this item will be like this. We have object item dot title. Why title? Because the movies are returned to me here with a title. If you remember, in Postman we have all movies, like the popular movies. So the popular movie, every movie in the result return with a title or another properties. So let's take now for example the title. So I will say here render item will be item dot title. So let's save here and we will see what will happen. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to return the movie name or movie title. So let's see our simulator, what is there. Okay, nice. I got list of movies names. And one of the properties which are defined in this component, which is called horizontal. So if you scroll or read the documentation, I'm not going to do all the properties. You just see what you need and then you can use it. What I need now is something called horizontal. Horizontal must be set to true. Then in that case, I can use these items as, or lists, flat list as horizontal, as we see in our application. Something like this, horizontal. We don't need it a vertical. So in this way, I will say horizontal equal to true. And then we save, go back to our simulator again, and we will see that we have the list here, but it's very tiny and small because it contains only the names of the movies. Now we are able to get the movie, so it's very great. So what we need here to create a component, which is like a component will make for me as a card. So this card, we can say the movie card, we can say here. So this one, it's card. So it will implement for me as a component. Going to move to a bigger step. So I am going to show you how to work dynamically with React. So now in React Native, when you are going to create a component which will hold multiple repeatable things, like we have a component and we are going to use it multiple times. So for that, for example, I can say that this flat list will contain a title and also some another component which will be exactly like flat list, and then we are going to display it like as I showed you in the demo. We have a title and then list of documentary movies, another title which is called popular movies, and list of popular movies under it. So we need two properties for that component, title and the content of that component. So for that, I am going to create a folder which can be called components. Just we are going to hold the components which we are going to work with. So component, and inside this component we will put a file which will be called list.js, because I want to have list of movies and this list of movie has a title. So and then in that case, in my home page, I can say that I want this list component multiple times. So here, instead of this, we are going to have list for popular movie, list for documentary, list for example, the family movies, etc. So to create a component, as you see here, I have a component, and I showed you previously the shortcut snippets for React Native using the extension which I told you before. So for that extension, if we go again to React Native snippets, which we have downloaded here, and you will see like multiple shortcuts. We talked previously about React pure components, or for example stateless component, and with return. So we used this one, but now here in this case we are going to use different type, which is called a pure component. And this pure component, we are going to use it as a component as well to import it in our application. It's the same as this one, but in different way. So in this course, I am showing you multiple things to generalize or like cover all the topics about React Native. So let's go here and say, I want, for example, the shortcut which will hold for me a pure component class. So I will go here and I say PSC, pure component class, and then I will have this pure component. And as I told you before, we want the component which has inputs or props. And those props, we can create them in a way like the following. So you don't need this stage for now, we are not going to use it. But inside this render and before the return, we can define a constant. And in this constant, we can define a props. And those props, how we can define them? For example, I need a title. I'm going to render a title inside this component, and as well I want to have a content, and the content will be the list of movies. And this constant you have to put like this dot props, and those props will come from React Native. But in this case you don't see any autocomplete here because you need to import a pure component which is extend. So the pure component is a class which is used in React Native. You can import it from React. So for that, we need to import React as well. So exactly how we have it here in the snippets, you can say imr import React. So we have here imr, and then you will get React. And this component, it will extend from pure component which comes from React. So in that way, you will have the right import here. So after that, this dot props will get defined. Of course, because this dot props is coming with the pure component. Like this is what we extend from the pure component. So we extend as well its properties. And one of those properties or variables is props. So let's try now our component. So for example, I want to render a view, normal view. So we can say here a view. So we need to import it here as well. So I will say here import view from React Native. And let's say we are going to put only the component, or for example the title. So we can say here we can import as well the text component. So this text component will come as well from React Native. So I put it here, and then this text will hold not only the like some random text, it will hold the title which is come as a property for this component. So let's save that, and then we are going to use this component. How we can use it, or how we can call it. So I am going here to create another view under this one, under the flat list. So the title should appear here down. So we have another view, and this view, inside it I will call my component. Which component? I called it list, and this list will come from where? From this component. So in that case I need to import this component as well here. So I have to say here import, and then list from, and then I have to say like double components and then list. So here I imported the right component from components folder. So we go again here, and as I told you, there are props. How we can use props? Exactly here, after the name of the component, you can say the props which you want. So what I want here, I have two props. One is title, one is content. We used only title as example. So I will go here and I say title, and then I will pass like any hard-coded text. Let's say, for example, my list component title. So just like that, because we are going to see it here. So when I save, I got an error. Why with this error? Element type is invalid. Expected a string for built-in components. Always I made this error by purpose just to show you that how is the difference between the pure components and the function components. So function component, something like this, as you see here. But a pure component, you need to call them without all of those brackets, exactly how we are calling React. So when you want to call a pure component, you have to import it like this, or a class component, and then without all of these brackets, it will work fine. So now let's save again, and we will notice that we didn't see anything because we need to put a styling for this view. Let's, for example, now copy this style for quick show and save again. And as you see here, I have in my title, my list component title. So in that way, I am able to use that component. So when I go here and I say, for example, add for me a string, we can say title and some number 222, for example. And as you see that it come the component with that input, which I specified in the home. So I said title has an input, my list component title, and inside the list component, I added it to this string. So in that case, I see it also. So in this way, you can create a dynamic components. So for that, I'm going to move this list, which we have here in the home page, to that component. So let's do that quickly. First of all, let's cut all of this part. So we have here like not anymore the view, we will have only the list. So I got the flat list. So when we go again here to the list, I will remove this text and I will put here that I have the flat list. But flat list, we need to call it again as a component. So from here, we need to copy always all the imported components in the target component. So we can have here as well dimension, style sheet, because we will need them later. So let's remove this import to not have duplication. All of them are imported from React Native. And here, as you see here, we need a data. And those data, they will come not from the title, they will come with the content property. So this content property, in that way, I need to specify it as well in the list component here. So I will have, in addition to the title, I need to say content and also like some property, which will be, for example, my popular movies. So I will put it here as well. So in that case, you will be sure that you have the right properties are passed to the list component. So again, let's remove this flat list because we don't need it anymore. And now we have here the view, we don't need it as well. So we have here style carousel. So we save here and as well we save here. Okay, we are still getting some errors because variable popular movie doesn't found here. So instead of popular movies, because I told you this popular movies will come through this property. So I said content will be popular movies, which I got from the back end and I pass it to the list. So in the list component, we have to use the content instead. So let's save. Okay, we have now the list. So as a recap quickly, we have defined a new component, which is called list. And this list component will hold for me a title and a content. And inside this, or the template of that, it will be a flat list and as well some title. So maybe let's have another view like over this, so we can have a view for the title. So I will have as well a view here. And as I told you, you can have another view like container, because you cannot put two components in the same level directly in the return. You need to contain them all in one container. For example, here I used the React fragment, as you remember, but here let's say we can use the view as well. So view will contain multiple views, and also I need another view for the title. So in this case, we will have view and views inside, as you see here. And inside this view, I will specify a text, and this text will hold for me the title. So here I have as well the title. So the title which will come from the home page component and which I specify here in the prop. Let's save that. And as you see, the title is shown up, but it's under the carousel because we need to style all of this stuff here. So let's create as well here a style sheet. So I will have the same thing. We can have here a constant. We call it styles, and this styles will hold style sheet and then create, and then we can open and put our classes here. So first class I need to have here like styling for the text. Say style, and then it will come from styles dot text. For example, we are going to define this class. So I will go here again to my classes. I will say define for me the text class, and inside this text object will have font size. For example, we put 20, and 20 it will be like in pixel. And we can put as well font weight. It's exactly like CSS, but as you see, we don't have font weight. Normally in CSS you write it like this, but here no, because we are using objects, JavaScript objects, so it will be like camel case. So we can have here font weight, and this font weight will be a string, and this string will be bold. So in that way, it's something like CSS, but you are changing it to JavaScript syntax somehow. And the color, maybe we can put some color, which will be black or anything. So in that way, you can put color, and you can say here padding bottom, like to push the text under it or the list under it, some pixels. So we can say here a 20. So in that way, as you see, like it's shown up here. So the view itself need to be pushed from the top. So for that view, we can define as well a style, and this style class will contain, we can say styles, and then we can call it list view, or for example, yeah, just list. We can say like that. So we can say list, and the list will have another class. So we can say list, and we can give it like padding top or margin top, for example, I would say, and this margin top, like to push the list from the top about 25 pixel in that way. And here I forgot the comma, and then as you see, we have the title in the right way for this. We are going to see how we can style and more make beautiful this list. So you remember we were only displaying the title. What about displaying some images? So let's do that in a way that we see like the images of the movies. So first of all, if you remember, we knew how we can create a component, so we created a list component. And this list component, it contains flat list, and this flat list is rendering a text only. So what about instead of that, we render a card component, a card which I am going to create now and make it clickable. So when you click on one of the movies, it will take us, as we see later in the navigation, that it will navigate for us to the details of that movie. So instead of that, maybe I will pass the item to a component which will be called card. So let's create a new component, and we are going to call it card.js. And this card.js, I will use as well the pure component styling, and in that way I can use as well exactly the way how we did with the list component. I will import here the import React and as well the React.pure component. What are the properties of this component? We can define a constant and we give it a name like item, and the item will be like the movie which we are going to display in that card. So we will say this dot props. So in that way I defined a constant which is called item, and this item will be a property for that component. Of course this should be inside the render and before the return. And we will need to make this card as a clickable. So how we can do that? If you remember, in the React Native there are multiple components which we can use. One of those components is called touchable opacity, and this touchable opacity is giving you ability when you click on some button or some component or some item, it will make like some opacity, like shaded, and it will respond for the clicks of the user and will be displayed like a dimmed, as you see here. So in that way we are going to use that component as well. So we need to import a touchable opacity component. So we need to say import touchable opacity from React Native, and in that way I have the touchable opacity and I can call it as a component in the return here. So touchable opacity will have also another properties, as we will see later, and we will give them some styles. So let's prepare our styling file. We can say style, and these styles will be like from the styles. So we need as well constant which called styles, and it will create a style sheet here. So we need to import the style sheet, and this style sheet will have a create, and we are going to create our classes here. So let's call this touchable opacity style as, for example, we give it a name and we call it container, for example. And here I will go to the style and I will say that I have a container, and this container will have the object and the following properties. We can give some padding in general, something like we can say 5 pixel, and also we can say like we need a position relatives. I will tell you why later. So in that way we are preparing this component to have some styles. So we have here the style will be styles here and touchable opacity. So let's save that component in general, and I'm going to import it in my list. So instead of text I will use card, and this card has a property which is called item, and I will pass what? The item which is returning from the movies list, as you remember. So we have here the item which is passed to the card, and this card we will be closing it, and so you don't need to use all of this, so we can use the one side closing tags. So we need to import the card item, so we will go here and I need to do import class card from my components, which will be in the same level of the folder of the list. So it will be like that. So we have card from the card file because they are on the same level of the file. So we save, and we have here our component item or title, but we don't have anything here because it's empty. So we go to the card, we need to put inside this touchable opacity something. So it's now working as a touchable opacity, but it's empty. Let's put also another component which is called image. I will put the image of the movie inside this component. So as you see here, it has also style. You need also to import it from React Native, and then you can use it. And it has two properties, one of them style, and then the source. The source will be the source of the image which you want to use inside that component. So I will go to import the image also from React Native. I will put here image. So I will put here the image component, and the image component has some property, and it will be also one side component, so we don't have anything inside it, so you can use it like this. So first we need a style for that component or for that image, so we will use as well the styles. So I will say styles dot image, for example, or movie image, is up to you. And after that we can define that style here. So I will go here and I will say style, and we need the source as we saw in the documentation. So what will be the source? The source, if you remember, that we are getting the item to that component. So the content of these popular movies will return for me array of movies, and those arrays of movies are used in the flat list, and the flat list will make them item by item, movie by movie, and I pass every movie to that card. So every movie here is passed to this card, so I can use the properties of movies. So, and you remember the property which we are going to use for getting the image will be the poster image. So I can put here item dot poster path. So as you remember, we have here property poster path of the movie which we used before. But let's read the documentation more carefully. I'm going to save here. We have here field, and it's called it's giving us error that invalid property. Why? Because here when you want to use the property and you want to display the source image from URL, you need to use this object which is called URI. So you cannot put the source of the image, or for example the path of the image, directly in the source. You need to use a property which is called URI. So for that, I am not enough to use only the item. We need to put another object inside, and inside this object we have a property which is called URI, like this. And then okay, the image will not give me any error, but we are not seeing any image till now. Why? Because if you remember, we need to prefix the image with some path, as we did with the slider, and we have created the images array, and this images array is prefixed like this. So we need to use also every image to have URL prefix like this. So let's copy this part as well and go to our card, and I will say use the URI, this string plus the item.poster. So when we save, we will see that we still don't see anything because we didn't give a class or style for the image. So for that, we need to go to the styles and give a style, a new style name, which is called image, as we defined here. And I will give a height for this image, let's say 200. And also we can like give, for example, width, which will be 20 or 120, we can say. And we can see as well here. Nice. As you see, we have the list already of the images, but we need also to give it like some border radius. I'm just showing here like some CSS skills. You can do them all as you want based on what you need for your design. So I'm going here to give border radius 20, and we have here our list, and we have our components or movies. And when you click on them, as you see, it's exactly as expected from our application. Sometimes if the image of the movie is very small, maybe it will be cut like this. But because we are using same API, we have reliable images. So in this way, it's better to use some property which is called a resize mode cover. And this resize mode cover, it will cover the container of that image exactly in the same height and width which you specified here. So the size of the original image doesn't matter, it will fit exactly in this width and height. So when you save, you will have the save width and height exactly how you specified here, even the image is smaller. So when we want to use multiple lists, we can just go to the home and we duplicate all of these views. So I want to have another view here, then I will get another movies, and also I will get another movies, etc. So in that way, you will be able to find out your popular movies list. Of course, it needs more styling, as we will see later, but in that way, we are reusing the component, but with different data. So in that way, we have created our component and we see the list of the images. So let's go here to the home page and give for this component a name like, or this list, we can say popular movies. So we can put here popular movies, and it will display for me the popular movies. And later we will see how we can list more and more lists for our movies. But we are going to do more steps like styling and refactoring and displaying placeholder images to make this card component more better and more dynamic. Okay, one of the important questions that we can face in the future if there is no image displayed here. So when we cannot receive from the API any image, so how we can solve that? For that, I would use a placeholder image, an image which is stored within the application, and when there is an error of loading that image, then I would show a placeholder here. So for that, I want to store an image inside my folder structure. So the folder can be, for example, named as assets. So in this assets, you can put anything which you need for your application. One of them can be like images. And inside the folder images, I can create my own images and place them here. So for example, I have created a placeholder image. For me, I did it with Photoshop. So with Photoshop, I can place this image instead of the movie image when there is no image available. So for that we can use that as well. So how we can display that image when there is no image available? So when I go here, let's define a constant. We can call that constant placeholder image. So let's say here constant placeholder image, and this placeholder image will be required from the path which I have specified, which will be in the assets folder. So for that I will use the assets folder. I will go one step up, assets, images, and then I will specify the image which I want, and the name of the image will be placeholder.png. So in that case I will have my image inside placeholder image. So in the image component you can specify URI or directly a file. So when you want to use a file you use require. That's why I used that require. So the source of the image either can be URL or it can be a file. So for that I need to specify something inside the source. I will say item.posterPath. It's like I am doing here an if, and then I put question mark. This is called inline if. So you can, for example, put an if in one line. So after the question mark you will put the value when it's true, and then you put colon, and then the value will be when it's false. So in this case here it will be when poster path has a value, or it's defined, or it has a content, and when it's undefined it will get this value. So for that I will use when it has a value, give me this object which will be URI and all the poster image. But when it doesn't have any value I will put here a colon, and after this colon I will put placeholder image. So in that case, after I save, it's formatted. If item.posterPath is undefined, or it's not available, or if there is error, or it's empty, then it will not show the URI, it will take the placeholder image. But when there is a value, it will take the first value, which is after the question mark, which this will be when it's true. Okay, so how we can test that? We can test this placeholder image in a way that we flip this condition. So let's put here not. So in this case, when there is a poster image, display for me the placeholder image. Let's save. We will see that we have the placeholder images. But in that way, we don't know what is the name of the movie. So it's better as well to display the name of the movie. So we display the name of the movie just in case there is only image placeholder. So we can say as well some condition here. So I will add as well, like after the image, I will have a component text, and this text will be displayed when there is no poster path. So I will say here an object after the image. So we have here like when there is item.placeholder, or when there is no item and placeholder, then and 2 times, as you remember we did that when we were handling the error. So then I will place a text component. So we call a text component here, and we give this text component a value which will be item.name. So we can have the movie name, or in this case we have in our API, it's called item.title. So when I save, then okay, I don't see anything because I said when there is no poster image, but in our case there is a poster image. So just for test, as I told you, we flip the conditions here to see what we are going to do with the placeholder image. So as you see, we need to import as well here the text component. So I will copy it, and okay, nice, we have now the name of the movie, but it's ugly because when the movie name is long, it's pushing the other movies near. So to do that, or we can handle that by placing, for example, the movie name here in the middle of the image of the placeholder. So let's give to this text some style. We will say here style, and this style we can add as well some class which can be styles, and then inside this styles we can say movie name, for example, and inside this movie name we are going to style our name of the movie in the placeholder. So let's go now to the styles. I will add here a new class, which will be the movie name, which we have as we named here. So I will say here that movie name will be an object. So the first property for this class, we will give it a position absolute. I will tell you why. And as well, we can, for example, just to see what's happening, the position absolute is locating the component in the middle or at the beginning of the parent component. So in our case, our parent component is this container. As you see here, touchable opacity, it has our parent component of the text. So in that case, we need to put the parent component a relative. So when I have a relative or absolute position, then they will be related to each other by relative. Because when I remove this relative, then the position of this item sometimes, or an Android, it will be located on the top of the screen, because I will not have a relative position for this child with his parent. So let's put it back. We have now position absolute. You have to be sure that you have position relative. And now I will give like some properties. For example, to give it some width, we can put like the width is the same of the width of the image, but less, like 20. And as well, we can make the text align will be center. So we can have the text in the center. So it's exactly like how we do with the CSS normally. And as well, we can this item located in the middle or put it in the middle. You have two options here. You can make the container as align items. You can put it in a way like center, as you see here, or you can make in this case, or the item itself, you can say align self, and this align self will let the component will have a centered position. So one of those two options. I prefer to use align items, like I want to align all items inside this container in the center. So now we need to push the text on the top a little bit, like from the top, to not be exactly on the border of the image. So you can as well put it here in the center. I want to mention to you that it's very important to put a height for the container, because our container in this case is this card. So in that way, if you align the components, like you can, for example, let's try to put it in the center here. The instruction for that, you can say justify content will be center. So when I save that, when I put justify content center, as you see, all the content pushed down. This because that the height of this container has the rest of the view. So we have here the slider, and then we have the rest of the view is automatically assigned because the main container is flex. So in that way, we have to be careful with that. It's better to give height for that container. So I will give it as well 200 pixel. So in that case, we will see that our item is located exactly in the middle, and the name of the movie is located in the middle, and height of the container is as well 200. So in that case, you have to guarantee all the sizes to not have issues in the future. So in my case, I will not put the justify content center, but I will keep the height, but I will push a little bit the text here from the top. So we can say here top of the movie name, it will have like about 10 pixel, we can say. So I will put here 10 pixel. So after we save, we will see that the text is more nicely way when the movie doesn't have an image. So now when we want to make it work normally, we have to flip the conditions again. So when there is a poster image or poster path, display for me the image, the normal image, so we don't need this not. And with there is no poster path, display for me a text where it will hold the name of the movie. So we don't need it like that. So we say when there is a no poster image, then don't like display the text. So we just save that, and then we will have the normal behavior. As you see here, everything is working fine. We don't have any issues. As your application is growing, you need always to catch a lot of bugs and errors with type checking. For some applications, you can as well use JavaScript extensions like Flow or TypeScript for type checking. But there is easier way with the TypeScript or JavaScript which we are using here, so you can as well check the types of your variables or of your props. So when you want to make a prop types, we can as well do that here. So we can define a constant, we can call it props types. So we can say this const and then prop types, and this prop types will be an object, and this object will contain also the prop which we have defined here. So we defined here item this dot props, and this item here we will not assign only like a value or something, we will assign a type. From where I can bring type? I can bring type from a library which is called prop type, and it's already installed when you install React Native or when you start up a project. So now we have a prop types from prop types, and this prop types will contain all types which you need for your props. In our case here we have the item will be an object, so we can say prop type of this item will be object, or you can define string, you can define as well, for example, number. So you can define any type you want. So here I will say the prop types of this item or this props will be like object. And then this is not enough, you have as well to attach those prop types to the component. So how we do that? We go down when we are going to export the class or the component or the pure component, we say card, the class name itself, and then prop types. As you see here, you can then say the prop types which you defined on the top. So the prop types of this card will be the prop types which we defined on the top. So after you save that, and when you are debugging your application or when you are doing for example some assignment for these props, it will give you error when you say this item is a string. No, it must be an object. So let's do the same as well for the list item. We need as well the list component which we have created previously. So we need as well to define a constant props types. We have here title, so the title will be prop types but type of string, because we are receiving the string of the title or for the movie. And also the content will have object because it will contain all information about the movie. So we will put here as well content. And we don't forget to import prop types from prop types. So here we will put as well the prop types. And at the end you have to export it, so you don't have to forget that. So we say list dot props type is equal to prop types as we see here. So when we save, we guarantee that everything is working fine. We don't have any errors in the consoles or something like this. So we now holding our components with prop types. In that case, you will not get any mistake when you are calling those components. So I will going to show you, for example, I will call here a number for this title. I will not call, for example, a text. So when you put save, you will see invalid prop title of type. So we have here an error in the type. So when you put this one as string, then you will not see any error. So you must be sure that the type is right here. Otherwise you will get errors. So when you see in the next lectures, when I am defining a component, I do these prop types. It's just for debugging and catching a lot of bugs maybe comes with the typing. So as you see here, when I get an error, invalid prop title of type string supplied to list should be expected as object. This is because, as you see, I have defined this title as an object, but it must be a string. So we have here to put a string. And we save that and we go again to the console. We don't get any new error. We got only the error where we have the type was object. So in this case, you can see as well your errors here. How we can make a scroll for this view or for the home page. Why I am going to make a scrolling here? Because if you see that if I create another view, for example, we will have documents movies, and also we will have family movies. So in that case, you will see that you will not be able to scroll, and the view is getting smaller, and our slider or our view is divided by all of those views. So in that case, it's better to create a scroll view. So creating a scroll view is by using one component from React Native, which is called a scroll view. So we can use this scroll view easily. You can import it from React Native as you see here, and then you can use it and surround your content with that scroll view. So I am going to surround all the views which we have here with that scroll view. So inside the React fragment, here we need to locate the scroll view, and then we close it before the closing tag of React fragment. So I will go here again and I will close it. And as you see here, we have now scrolling possibility in the application. So in that way, when I create multiple views for other movies, such as like, for example, you can say here, multiple views. So we can then scroll our application safely and peacefully without any problems. And as you see, we have recovered back the size of the slider which we had made before. So let's put back everything. In the next lecture, we will see how we can grab the data of popular movies, families, and documentaries, etc. Okay, if you remember, we have created multiple services for getting popular TV, upcoming movies, and popular movies. So let's create as well sliders for those services. And as well, we are going to add more services like the family movies and as well documentaries. So let's start create a slider for the popular TV. We have popular movies, we have upcoming movies we created here. Now let's use the popular TV. So I am going to the home page, and then I will say as well, get for me the popular TV. So we can call the service again in the same way how we did exactly with the previous services. So here we will say get popular TV is exactly the name of the service as we have it here, and we are going to import it from the services. So you have to remember that you always import those services. And then we move down to the service again, and we need to set something like set popular TV. So we can say a variable where we will get popular TVs. So in this way, we can as well create another state variable, which will be exactly like popular movies, but it will be called popular TV. So we do the same, we copy the same line, and we say popular TV, and here we say set popular TV. And in the same way, we are going to use the variable which is called set popular TV to path it to the list. So let's duplicate this view, and then we will add here not popular movies, but we can say popular TV shows, for example. And then the content will be popular TV variable, which we have created on the top. And now we will have that popular TV. But here you see that ESLint is complaining that empty components are self-closing. So it's better to not have closing like this. I wanted to mention that before, but I didn't have the chance. So you just have here to put like this closing tag instead of the whole tag component, which is like to make it one side closing tag. So in that way, the ESLint will be happy. So let's save. And then we go here, we've got the popular TV shows. So we have now popular movies, popular TV shows, let's have documentaries and family. So the same way we go to the services, and then I'm going to have a new service which will be called get family or get family movies or get documentaries. Let's start first with get family movies. So here instead of get upcoming movies, we can say get family movies. And family movies, we need to check the API for that. So you need to go to the website of the movie database API, and then you need to check how to get the movies of family. So we will put movies, and we will see that we have a lot of resources, and let's make it like a little bit bigger. And you will see that we don't have something like special family movies, like we don't have the categories. In that way, I prefer for you to read the documentation more to get what you want. So after reading the documentation, I found out that there is something called Discover. And with this Discover, there is Movie Discover and TV Discover. And with Movie Discover, you can use this API like Discover/movie to get movies based on some filter. It's like filtering the movies based on something. For example, by region, by sort by, and also country, certification, include adult, include video. All of those information, you can get them when you want to filter the movie. So I want to filter by, for example, genre. Genre, for example, it's type of the movie or category of the movie. And then we need to pass the ID of the genre where we want to see the family movies, and then we will get the family movie. So for that, we need as well to list the genres before using this API. But let's first prepare our API for that. So now I will use this path of the API in my services call. So here we will have the API URL, the original one, and then I will pass here the thing which is called Discover and then Movie. So in that case, after that, we pass the API key as well, and here we will have the genre filter. So the genre filter will be like after the API key, we put and then we go to the documentation and copy the part where it's saying which genre or which parameter you want to use with this API to get the filtered information. So for example, I will get with genre. So in this with genre, I can pass it here. And after that, I will put the ID, which it will be a number, where it will be the family categories movie. So how we can get that ID? So we go again to the API and we will see one of those APIs, which is called genres. So here we can use that and we will get like genre, movie list, and we can use this API in the same way how we did with the Postman to get as well the movies or the ID of family category. So let's open Postman, and in the same way we are going to call the service. So here we were calling popular movies, and we will call again the ID or the genres or the categories of the movies. So let's copy this part. We can say genre movie list. We want to know the ID of the family movies, so we can, after this popular, we have this is a basic API as we saw. Here we are replacing, and here is our API key. So in this way we put it here, and don't forget to remove this slash, and then we press send. Nice, we have now all the genres, and one of them is family, and the ID of that will be 10,751. So we will copy this ID. It's very important to copy the ID, not the name. So in that way, you will go here with genre, and then you will place the ID here. And we save, and then we will get as well the family movies in the home page. So exactly how we did with popular TV. So we copy the same part here, and we call the service, which is called get family movies, and we go again up, we imported it from the services, and then we say here a new state variable which will be constant popular TV. No, we need as well set popular or family movies. So here we will, instead of popular movies, we will add family movies, and here it will be set family movies. So it will be set family. So in that case, we can use as well those two state variable. So first, let's set the family movies, which we got from the API. We have here movies, and then we say set family movies. And then we use the variable which we created here, which is called family movies. We use it in our list. So let's create another list or another view, including the list. And in here, in this way, we will have exactly like as well some family movies, and here instead of popular TV or popular movies, we will call family movies variable. So here we will have family movies variable, and then we will run the simulator again. We save everything, we will see that we got as well the family movies which are listed here. But as you see, it's still like the documentary or popular TV. This is because we have imported the service, but we didn't use it, so we must use it as well. We have still here popular TV, so in that way we will get family movies, and it will refresh. Nice, we have now the family movies genre or category which is coming from the API. So there is last thing which is called documentaries. I will let it for you as a homework. You can do it fast. I'm sure you can do it. It will be exactly the same. Just search in the API and you will get exactly that from the documentation, or you will get it from the genre how we did before. So as you will see here that we have horror, romance, thriller, western, and as well there are something called documentary as you see here. So I want you to create a service, and then you as well you need to create call this service, create state variable, and add the list or the scroll list to our application. Okay, let's do some refactoring now on our homepage component. So the first refactoring which I want to do is about those collecting the data of movies in multiple methods, such like we have multiple promises like then and catch multiple times. So we can also make all of this in one call by using combination of promises. So you know that this one is returning for me a promise as I showed you before. So now we are going to make it like all of them in one method, and then we will have one then and one catch. So in this case we will not get multiple errors or multiple thens, and we will have long code. So to do that, first I go at the end of this effect. As you see here we have use effect. After it we define a component or a constant or a function, or you can define it as well before it. So you can say constant, we can say get data. So with this get data, it will be a function where we are going to collect all the promises together. So creating a function, it's exactly the way how we did here in the component. We define a function like this, and then we have a row function, and then we have the detail of the function. So I will go here and I will say like I have those brackets and then a row, and inside this method I am going to define my data. So before that, don't forget to put equal to have the constant in the right way. So now the get data is a function. I am going to make a promises where it will return for me one promise of all of the functions which I have defined already inside the effect. So to do that, we put return, and this return will have a promise like that. Promise class is coming from JavaScript, and we say all. So when we set all, this will be array of multiple promises that they are going to be combined together and give me the result as well in the array. So let's open use effect again. We have multiple methods. So I will put here in all the array where I am going to call all the functions which I need for the movies. So let's get upcoming movies first, and then we will get the popular movies, and we will get as well the popular TV, and then we will get the documentary and family movies, because I told you that I created the documentary movies as a homework for you, and you did it, I am sure. So now we have get documentary movies at the end. So in this way we will have all those promises will return for me in one call which is called array of promises. So now let's call get data method. So to use the get data method, we are using it as a promise as well, because it's return for us a promise, and this promise we can call it inside use effect. So we will get rid of all of that. So let's now keep it like this, and we call the get data function here. Just we can do a console log to be sure that we are really getting the data in the right way. So I will say here get data, and then this get data, it will return for me then, because it's a promise. So in that way I will say then, and then I will get values, And those values in that way, they will be also an array because we have the promise as array of all. So in that way, we will put the array of promises exactly the same order how we placed it here. So the response will have, or the callback will be an array. It will contain upcoming movies, for example, and as well the popular movies and popular TV and family movies. So I placed the array responses in this way. I have upcoming movies, popular movies, and popular TV, family movies, documentary movies. You have to be careful that you have the same order as you placed the calls here. You must have the array in the same way here as well. So be careful to not lose your data. So the popular movies will not take place of something else if you mix that up. And as you know, this is a callback function. So in that way, I need also to return something like we can do that like using a row function like this. And this in a row function, I can specify what it's going to do with those variables, like set the documentary movies, set family movies, set popular TV. So in that way, I can move all of those items which are here called. So we can move them inside this get data then. So let's save now to see if we are formatting right. Now everything is fine. And now I am going to put my data and setting the data inside. So first of all, we need to have the upcoming movies, and we have the movies as images, as you remember. But instead of having movies here, we will have it like as a popular movies. So in this way, we can cut this part and put it here. And then we say upcoming movies for each movie, and then we build the movies images array as we saw previously. Again, we need as well to get the popular movies, so we can as well put it here after popular movies, but the variable will not be movies, will be popular movies. And we need as well to get the popular TV exactly the same way how we done with all of those stuff. So I am going to do it fast. So in that way, we set all of those variables or state variables with the right arrays or responses from the getting data from the services which we have created before. So we don't need anymore all of those call services. We can remove them now. So because we don't need again to have try and then and catch for every service. No, we combined everything in one, and we will have less space for code. So we don't have a lot of calls here, but we need also to catch the error. So after the then, so as you see here, we have here then, and then after that then, I will put here catch, and with this catch I will catch an error, and it's exactly how we did before to catch the error which is coming in case there is a problem in the backend. So in this way I will say error and then set error, which is this one. We have also state variable created for set error. It will be an error. So we can in that way we show some error message as we saw previously. But in any way, we will do a special component for the error as we will see later. So now let's save everything and see if our application is still working fine. As you see, we are still getting the data fine. The only small issue or warning we can call that we have duplicated name of variables. So because here we have the state variable which is called popular movies, we have again here popular movie. So I would like maybe to suffix those variables with a data. We can put like this. So upcoming movies data, and as well for all the rest, and in that way we can distinguish between those variable and the state variables. So in that way we will have all of them suffixed with data, and here we will have as well upcoming movies data, and then popular movies data, and here we will have popular TV data and family movies data, and the same for the documentary. So in that way, we will have keep the, we don't have duplication of naming of constants because we don't have popular movies as a state variable, and then I define it here as a data variable. So it's better to have them in that way. Another thing which I wanted to show you, we can also don't show the view or the list totally, for example, this slider, until the data is ready. For example, for the slider box, I can surround it all in an object, as you see here. So we can put here an object, and this object will contain for me the data which I am calling, for example, in this case here, the movies images, and then I put and 2 times, like if there is movies images, then put this view. So in that way, I can as well put the view in the way like we don't have any problem when we don't have any movies images. So the slider will not show if there is no movies images or movies images is undefined. So we will do the same for the others. So in the way how we can do it, like to avoid any problems, you can just create an object, and inside this object you put the data variable, and then you put and then you put another brackets, and inside those brackets you can put here the view itself. And when you save, Prettier will save for you all or reformat for you the code. So I will do the same for the other movies types. So we can have here the movie name and also those brackets, so we can put it on all. So we will have this one, and also this one, and also this one. Here we will put popular TV. If there is no popular TV, then put don't show anything, and put the view if there is popular TV. The same thing we will do also for family movies, views, and as well here. So why I am doing this? I am doing this because I want to avoid any problem can happen to my application, like hanging or data is not showing or anything. So you need to surround your application always with the right data, because otherwise you will have issues always when will appear for the user. So nothing should be shown to the user see always the application is stable without any unexpected errors. So you need always to surround that any expected problems can happen in your application. And maybe you will wonder how I can add comments in React Native. So if you see here, you can add a comment by pressing Ctrl/. For example, you can put here family movies like this, and then you put Ctrl/ or Command/ on the keyboard, and then it will be like this. So it will be object and inside it a comment. You cannot put a comment like this alone in React Native because this is unrecognized comment. So to put a comment, you have to put it in this way between objects. So you can say as well that we have the comments like family movies or any comment to describe your functions in the right way. I will put as well the popular TV shows and other comments which we do here. So in this way, we are going to make also documentation for the developers. So you can as well put comments for the developers that to describe what is this method or what this view is doing. So in that way, you will not have any issue of not understanding your code among the developers. But before we move on to the next step, maybe you will see an error happening in your application when we set all of those conditions. Like here, as you see, we have here movies, images, and all of those conditions. And this error saying that text string must be rendered within a text component. This is happening because we have initialized our state variables with a string value. So in that way, when you are saying that, okay, I have a string, empty string value, we needed that previously because we wanted to initialize our state. So in that way, we the scroller view will have here a string, empty string value, which is not possible to render because you must have a string inside a text or a text component. So in that way, it's better always to put all of these initial states as like nothing, like undefined or null. So in this way, your application will get loaded fine without any initialization of strings. So you will avoid that error if you see it. So in this way, you can render like an object or undefined value initially in the scroll view, and then it will be filled with data, and then our views will be rendered correctly. So just important thing, be sure that you are initializing your states with empty values, nothing special. So we have here, like for example, the error is initialized with false. Okay, that's fine, because we need at the beginning that we don't have any error, and then we set the error to true when we have like some error. But here we are assuming that all of those state variables are null or undefined at the beginning. So in that way, we have now comments and clear documentation of my code, and also I surrounded everything to not have an errors here. So this is the most important refactoring which we can do for the homepage application. Okay, what about adding some loading indicator to our application before loading all of those sliders and images here? So we can use some component which is already done in React Native library. So when you go to the components, you will see the first component which is called activity indicator, and as you will see here, there are multiple loading indicators. You can use them and as well wait for the application to be loaded to display all the movies. So in that way, we can use this component. We just need to import it from React Native library, which we have already installed. So we can import this component as well in our React Native imports. So we have here activity indicator. Okay, so when we are going to display this indicator, so it's exactly like the error. If you remember, we were displaying an error when there is error state is set. So the same way, we are going to have a variable or a state variable which will be called like we can say loaded, and this loaded, it will have as well set loaded, and then we will have at the beginning it will be false because the application at the initial state it has not loaded state. And after that, when we are getting the data and getting the data finished, we can set loaded to true. So in this way, I will go at the end of all of those loadeds and or all of those sets which we made previously in the last lecture. So we can set loaded to true. Okay, till now everything is nice. So the variable loaded is set to true when we have all the call services are done. So let's use now this component. So first of all, when we go to the scroll view, we can display either the scroll view or the loading indicator. So in this way, I will close the scroll view. I will like wrap it all. And then I will have here after the scroll view, we can say, let's do it here. Like we can put it here, and we will have here the activity indicator. So let's go to the documentation and see how it can be used. You can use it like simply like this without any parameter, or you can have some parameters like size or color. So let's use it like now for default without anything. So I will go to the code and place here activity indicator. Okay, we save and we will see where is the activity indicator. As you see, it's here like somewhere at the end of the application. This is because it's ending after the scroll view. So we can say that either display the scroll view or display the activity indicator. So how we can do that? It's very simple. It's exactly the same how we did with those movies and how those views. If there is movie available, then display the view. We will do the same with the scroll view. So we can surround as well the scroll view with object, and this object will say if loaded, and then you can do the component, you can render the scroll view inside. Otherwise, you can display the loading indicator. So we need to copy all of this scroll view like until the end of closing tag of scroll view. We can cut it and then we put it inside those brackets here. So after that we save, we will see that okay, if loaded, then okay, show the scroll view, and then we can do like if not loaded, then show activity indicator. So we can as well open an object here and we can say not loaded, because loaded is a variable which can be true or false, and in that way we will put and then we will say here display for me the activity indicator in the way when there is no movies are ready yet. So now the activity indicator disappeared, we don't have anything. Let's flip the condition to see that. So when let's say like when there is nothing loaded, then show the scroll view. and when there is loaded, then show the loading indicator just for testing. So we can do that. As you see, we have this small spinner. We can add some options to this spinner, like we can have a large size. We can add it here, so we can go to the indicator, add this option. We can have a larger size of it, so we can have like a bigger indicator here. So that's it. It's very simple. So let's put back the conditions, and we cannot see that fast because I have like fast internet connection. So when I do like we can say full reload of the application, you can see the loading indicator, but it's going very fast. So when you have weak internet, you will see all of this loading indication until this API is ready and set loaded is to true. Some people, after finishing like all of this then and for example catch, they add finally. So we can also put this set loaded to a finally. So we can have like catch and then finally do something at the end of like the then and catch when it's finished. So you can as well set loaded when everything is done. So in this way you guarantee that all of this stuff are done, then finally set loaded to true. So in this way you guarantee that loaded as well is set to true until all of those data are grabbed and successfully loaded. So let's test again to see that everything is fine. So we can see that if we have our loading indicator is still working. Yes, it's still working. So we just need to make sure that our conditions are right. And in this way, we have the activity indicator displayed and we are waiting for our data to be loaded. Are going to make an error component to display like some error here in case the data is not loaded in a right way. So we can create a component as we did previously. So I will go to the components folder and then I will say here error.js, and this error.js I will use the snippets so to generate a pure component, and generating pure component it will be PCS, and we can pure component class. So we can remove this state part, and as I told you previously, we need to import this from or extend this from React. So we need to import as well in this component React. So we can do that using EMR. So in this way we have React imported from React. So now our component is ready. So for me as a component, I would create, for example, 2 errors, and those errors, they can be like something, first line can be oops, something went wrong, and the other it can be like make sure you are online and restart the app. But we can make also this component somehow dynamic, so we can give default values for our props. So first of all, let's have 2 props, and those 2 props we can give them like names. They can be, for example, we can say something like error text 1 and error text 2. And those 2 props then can get a name like error text 1 and error text 2. So I will put here a constant like as a props will be error text 1 or error text, we can say 1, and error text 2, line 2, and then it will have this dot props. And we can make types for those props, so we can as well import the types in a way, or write the types. So we can give here prop types, and error text 1 will have prop type a string because they are going to be a string only, and error text 2 will have as well a string. So in this way I have the prop types, I have as well the props for the component. So next we can create in the template like some view, and this view will be in the middle of the application. So we need to import also the view component. So we have here a view, we need to import a view from React Native. So we have here a view and it will come from React Native. So in this way, we will have the view in the right way. And then inside the view, I will have two text components. So we need to import as well the text component. So I will have here text, and then I will call here the text component. So we have here text one, or like text component first one, and it will include inside it the component or the error text one. So in this way, we will have error text 1 in the first line and error text 2 in the second line here. So let's do also some styling. So I will define a constant, we can call it styles, and this styles will be imported from a style sheet which we are going to import, and this will have a create method, and we can with the create method define the possibility to have multiple classes for our styling. So let's import the style sheet as well from React Native component. So we have here the component is important. We have create, and we will define a classes as well. So let's do like for the container, as always, we can give it a style, and this style can be imported from styles, and we can give it, like we call it, a container, like any class always we do in the application. And then this container will have exactly the same things which we are defining always. So container will have flex one, justify content center, align items center. We can as well give a style for this like error text. So we can give here style, and this styles will have like the name of text. We can give it like that. And the same thing will happen for the second line of the error component. So here we will have another class which will be called text, and this text will contain like the properties. We can give the color, we can say color, here we can give it like black, or we can not give any color, it will take by default the color black. And we can give here font weight to be like bold, to be something like a big a little bit, so the user can read it. And we don't forget at the end, because we have prop types, we can say that as well error component, this one which we created before, is props types of it is the prop types which I defined on the top. So in this way I guarantee that this component is reading those props types. So in that way our component is ready, we can use it now. I have to remove this semicolon. As well, here I have an error which is called props types. I need to import the prop types which we did as well before. So we need to import prop type from prop types. So in this way we will have all the items defined, and our component is ready for using. So we go again to the home page, and we can in the home screen use this error like state variable to display an error, exactly how we did with loaded. So we can define as well here if there is no or there is error, like we don't have not error. So if there is error state, and then you can display the component which is called error. So with this way we need to import our component. So we have here error, and this error will be like closed immediately because it's a single type or single line, it doesn't have any content. So we need to import the error. So we go on the top, and then we go to our imports. We can do it here after importing the list. So I will say here import error from, and then I will put my components, and those components will be one of them error. So in that way I have imported my error component. Now nice, we have everything is fine, but we don't have the ability to see the error message here, because currently we don't have any error, because after like this error initially has a false. So when there is an error in our API, then we can set it to a true, not error but to true. So in that way we can as well remove this error. We can just put a callback like this to not make ESLint complain, and then we have the set error true. So we need to say that if there is, it's loaded and there is no error. So we can also add another and to say that if there is no error, then okay, display for me the application or the scroll view, all of it. But when there is an error, then display that error component. Nice. So we have now here, if there is no error, so let's flip the condition as we do always, just for testing. So I am getting an error here because I think there is a typo. So I know it's a prototype, so we must have a props types. So you have to be careful always with typos to avoid like some errors like this. So let's save. Okay, we have now an empty page. So this empty page, because we don't have any value, we don't have any input or parameter for this error, because we have props here and those doesn't have any value. So in this way we can set a default values for those errors. So in the same way how we did with props types, we can set as well a default values. So those default values, we can define them in the same way how we have prop types. So we can define a constant, we call it a default props, and error text 1 will have like, oops, something went wrong. Error text 2 will have also this sentence, and then we can use the same way how we did with the error prop types. We can say error dot default values, so or default props. So in that way the default props will be assigned exactly the same way how they are named. So the name error text 1 will have this value and error text 2 will have this value. So when we save, we will see that we have, oops, something went wrong. So let's flip back the conditions. So when there is error, show me this error message. When there is no error, then show me the movies loading and the movies application or the movies list which we have here. Alright, here we are in a new section. We are going to see how we can implement a navigation. Why we need the navigation? The navigation is required in the case when I want to visit some movie, when I want to go to the detail of the movie. So when I click on that movie, I will navigate to another screen or another page. So the navigation in React Native is working with some specific way where we need some external library which is called React Native Navigation, and we need to install this library to be able to navigate multiple screens in our application. But first of all, as you see here, we have an error which is I forgot to fix in the previous section, which is saying failed prop type invalid prop content. The content, if you remember, of the content list is coming as an array, and we said here is an object. So when the API or the home page is sending to the list an array and here is an object, then we will get this error. And also you can see the detail of this error in the terminal. As you see here, for example, I have here like filled prop type invalid prop type content of type array because I provided here an array. So it's better to change it as well. You can have an option array or list. So you can have multiple options of that. For me, I will put it as an array. And as you will see, the error is gone and we will not have it anymore. So that's why is the benefit of typing. When the data comes in different type than which you specify here, then you will notice that error. And this is the great thing about prop typing. Okay, let's go to our React navigation. When you want to go and install the navigation, you need to visit a website which is called reactnavigation.org. And when you go to this website and you go to the home page, as you see here, you will see something called read docs. And we need here to install this library. So I advise you always to read the documentation really carefully, because it's really sometimes complicated to install the navigation library, especially with React Native. And we are going to use here React Native CLI, not Expo. So you have to take into account that you are using React Native CLI. So now let's get started. So first of all, you need to see some prerequisites, like for example, like here you need to have a React Native Express, you need some knowledge in React hooks, React context. Okay, no problem about that. Let's start install the library. First of all, you need to run npm install React Native or React Navigation Native. So then you will be able to install this library. So let's go to our Visual Studio Code and install this library. I'm going to open the terminal as always, as we learned previously, and paste this command here. Okay, here the library got installed and I have my installation ready. Let's continue in the documentation. You have to read the documentation very carefully. So here it says that this library will install now are React Native gesture handler, React Native reanimated, React Native screens, React Native safe area context, React Native masked view. So all of those we need to install them. So here it's saying that you have two installation for different CLIs. One of them is Expo and the other is React Native. And as we are using React Native CLI, we are going to copy this command. You have always sometimes something called yarn. Yarn is exactly like npm. You can go to the documentation of yarn and you can as well install it and use run or yarn instead of npm. So in this way, I'm going to copy this command. You have here a copy button so you can copy it, and then all of those libraries which are mentioned here will be installed. So now let's go again and try to install those library using our command line. And then I will paste it and we will wait for the installation. Okay, now the installation got ready. So I have some warning here that it's saying like npm is available, update on npm. It's update of Node.js. So always when you need to install, you can just see how to update it. It's just running npm install global npm. So when you see this note, it means that you can update to a higher version of Node.js and also to the package management system. So you can update it as well. So here our libraries got installed. Because we are using React Native, we need to run some command. Here it says that you don't need to, or from React Native 0.6 and higher, like linking is automatic. What he means like by linking? Linking React Native to iOS components or Android components which are in the projects which we have, like we can see here, they are automatically linked like iOS and Android, because the installation of those libraries goes to the node modules, and you need to link the components and the native components which are installed in iOS or Android or in node module. You need to link them together. From React Native 0.6 and higher, you don't need to do that like React Native link. But if you have lower React Native, then you need to run this command. But in my case, I don't need it for now. So then he is saying if you are on Mac and developing for iOS, as my case here, as you see, I'm using iOS, I'm using Mac, you must run this command, which is called npx pod install iOS. So in that way, you need to install another libraries, but they will go where? To the libraries of iOS project. So in this way, I'm going to paste this command here and run it. And then after installation of these libraries, you need to know that any installation of like for example those pod install as we saw previously, you need to restart the project. You need to restart the iOS simulator as well. So in that case, our project will not work only when we restart the project. So as we see here, we have the terminal. For example here, this one, you need to close it totally. And then in your terminal, you need to run the command which is called React Native run iOS. The same thing goes for Android. So you need as well to restart your project again after installation of some libraries to not get an errors as we see here. And in React Native, it is saying to finalize the installation of React Native like gesture handler, which is a library which is attached with those libraries which you installed, add the following at the top of entry file, which is app.js or index.js. So in this way, I need to use this import and add it to my app.js. So we need to go here and then we go to app.js, and here I need to import this library. And he said it's better to be on the top. So we need to put that on the top of the list of the imports. So after that, we are making sure that the library of the navigation will work fine. So here we see how we install this library. Always when there is some updates, you need always to follow the documentation, because some updates maybe come up, some updates maybe will change, or some installation way will change. So it's better always to follow the documentation. In the time of recording of this video, that's the way is as I showed you. So now we are going to make an example of the navigation. Okay, till now we are not done with the navigation. Till now we cannot navigate to the another page or the detail of the movie. So let's continue in the documentation of React Native navigation. At the end, when we have did all the first page information, there is something continue to Hello React Navigation. Here it will give us an example how we can move to another page of React application. So in this way, you need to install something called Stack Navigator library. And installing this library is just using a command npm install React Navigation and then stack. So I'm going through the documentation fast. Of course, you will have time to read it, and as well you need to know more information about this Stack Navigator. Stack Navigator actually is like something like is holding my all pages where I am going to navigate to. So in this way, I will have the home page, I will have the detail, I will have the search page, I will have all other pages which I want to show in my application. So in this way, we need npm install React Navigation Stack. So let's go to the code again and then paste this command, and it's going to install for me this library. So after that, using this library, we will see an example provided by React Native Navigator. So we have to create a Stack Navigator. Creating a Stack Navigator is provided in this example. So for example, we have to create a component, and this component we are going to call it in something called navigation container, and in this navigation container I will have a Stack Navigator. And for every page in the application, I will have a stack screen. So in this way, I will have home screen, I will have as well detail screen, and I will have the search screen. So let's do it exactly the same way how he has done it. So first of all, we need to import two things. One of them is create Stack Navigator. So I am going to import this method, which is called create Stack Navigator, and as well he defined a constant which is called stack, and this stack he called this function which we imported here. So let's do the same in app.js. So let's close the terminal, and then we will say here import React or create Stack Navigator, and we will define our constant which is called stack. So we go back again to the code, and then we define this constant here. So after that, inside this view, we will not have this view. We are not going to call home. We are putting this home component in the stack. How we can do that? So first, we need to say a navigation container, because navigation container, as you see here, is a component which manages our navigation tree and contains the navigation state. This component must wrap all navigator structure. Usually, we would render this component in the root of our application, which is usually component or exported from app.js. So let's do the same to not go out from the documentation. So I'm going to have a navigation container and then Stack Navigator, and then I will call the component. So we can copy all of this part and then go to our application. We remove all of this view, or let's put it like near it to see what we can copy again. So I have navigation container. We need to import it as well. So I will import it again. So we go here and we say that we need to import the navigation container. And then we have the stack.navigator. Exactly, this stack has a method which is called, or has a component which is called Navigator. And this stack Navigator has also a component which is called screen. So we can reach those components using this operator, which is dot normally. So then we can say a name for that component, for example, for that navigation, and then we specify the component which we are going to navigate to. So in our case, it's called home. We have already imported the home component. So I can put here home. And then let's remove this view which we had previously here. And then we save our application and go to the simulator, and we will see what is going on. So now as you see that we have no problem in our application, and on the top we will see that we have some saved area. Like before, the application was full on the screen. So I'm going to have a Ctrl-Z quickly just to show you. You see that our application is full on the screen, so you cannot sometimes read all of those information on multiple phones. So the navigator is using something called save area navigation or save area screen. So in that way you can guarantee that your navigator is working in a way that to save all of this area. He is not going to move all to the top to the phone. It will have like some space here. So I am going to put the code back, and as you see we have here this save area. So we will see later how we can remove all of those properties. Like for example, we can remove like this name which is called home. We can as well make some another options, as we will see later. So now let's remove this import of this view, so we don't need it anymore. And we have imported all of this stuff, and our navigator in that way is working perfect. When you get some errors, make sure that you restarted your application as I told you previously. So you need to terminate the terminal and then close it totally, and then run application again using the run iOS command as we saw previously. We are going to add a new screen which will be detail of the movie. So when I click here, I must navigate to the detail of the movies, or a new component which is called details. So here, if you remember, in the stack navigator we have created multiple screens, and one of them is home. So in this way we can as well add the detail page. So we can go here and say that I want here details. We can give it like a name, like a details, and also the component will be called detail. So let's create the detail component. I will go to the screens folder, and then I will create a file. I will call this file detail. And in this detail, we are going to create a component. If you remember, we have created the component of home page using the snippets, and we will do the same way with the detail. So if you remember, we have the command which is called slr stateless component return. And in this way, we will have this const, and then we will have the detail, and of course, we will have the other information which we need. And let's import as well the React. So I will say here imr import React from React, and then we will use here the fragment, if you remember. So I will put here a component. I will say react.fragment, and inside this fragment we can place some text or view just to say that this is the movie detail, so we can see how we can navigate to it. So I will say here like a text, and this text component will contain, for example, something like we can say movie detail, just like that. So in that way, we will be able to see the movie detail page when we want to navigate to it. And also don't forget to import the text component from React Native. So let's save this component, and we will go to our app.js, and we need to import the detailed components. So here we have to do an import and then detail from, and then we put the screens exactly how we did with the home component, so we can as well get the detail. So in that way we called both component. Okay, nice, everything is working fine. We didn't get any error, till now, so we can continue in the documentation of the library. And if you remember, we have added like one screen, and we are going to add another one which we added already. So there are some information which is maybe is interesting for you, like configuring the navigator. Configuring the navigator comes always like with some extra configuration you want to add to the navigator. For example, he says like we can add something called options, and then in this option you can specify a title of this navigation. So the title will be displayed here on the top. So in that way you can have like some extra options. But let's continue more, like we will come back to this passing additional props later, but first we need to see how we can navigate between the screens. So I want to move to another section which is called moving between screens. So here we have as well something like exactly like HTML. I want to have a link and I press on it, and then I will go to the detail page. But it's exactly how it's done with HTML. We will do it with React Native. So we need a button, we need an event, we need the user to click on something to go to the detail of the movie. So in our case here, we have clicking on those buttons, or we can say clicking on those cards. If you remember this component called card, and we have created this card as a touchable opacity, if you remember. So we need to use as well the component which is called touchable opacity. We need to add the onPress function. So we have here onPress, and then you have to pass some parameters. Let's go to our card, and then we will see that how we can do that. So card.js, if you remember, we used something called touchable opacity. So let's go to this component in component library, and we will see how we can use this touchable opacity. So in the documentation, as you see, we have some method which is called onPress. onPress for touchable opacity. So we can use the same method or the same property to specify a method exactly how he has done in the documentation of the navigation when using a button. So let's add this function to our card. I will go to the code again, and I will see here that I have touchable opacity, and then we have onPress, and we have onPress method. And onPress method, it's not defined yet. We are going to define it exactly how defined in the way in the navigation library. So here he has onPress, and then it will be a function called a row function, and he said navigation and details. So in that way, I need to specify in the card that I need to navigation to navigate to details page. Okay, and what this navigation come from where? It comes from here, home screen. You need to use something state variable which is called navigation, and it's inside an object, and then you need to define a navigation, and you can use it inside. So in this way, the home screen component knows it has some property called navigation, and this navigation will help me to navigate to another screen. So it's exactly like something, a link. I am saying, okay, in this home screen, I have a links, and in this links, I want to link or go to another page which is called details. So let's do the same way. But here, we are not in the home screen, as you see. We are in a card, in a component. So first of all, let's go to our home screen, and then add this like object, which is called, like we inside it, we call it navigation. And this navigation, I'm going to pass it as a props to card component. It's very important because we need to pass this function. You cannot do it here like directly, otherwise it will move and it has out of the stack of the navigation tree. So the navigation tree must be consistent, it must be specified. So I need to go from home screen, I use the same navigation reference or same navigation tree. So I want to pass this navigation tree to my card. So I will go here again to my card. I don't have here card because I have a list, and list contain multiple cards as you remember. So here I need to pass as well the navigation as a prop. So I will define a prop, call it navigation in the list component. So I will go here to the list component. I will have multiple props, and one of those props will be called navigation as well. So here how you see that we are passing the navigation tree. So passing the navigation tree from the home screen to the children component to use the same reference. Otherwise, we will go out from navigation tree and it will cause us some problems. And then I have here the card component, which I called previously, as you see here. And then this card component as well will have a property which is called navigation. So we need to go to the card component, and in the props, I will add the navigation prop. And in that way, when I have here the method which I want to do on press, on touchable opacity, I can use the navigation exactly the same way how it's done here. So remember, the tree must be consistent. So it's exactly the way how to keep the stack of the navigation. Okay, let's copy this method now and go to our card component, and instead of this on press, we can define the method in that way. So we have here the method navigation, which I have used as a reference, and then navigate to detail. Here we don't have details, we have a detail component. Why I have detail? Because in the stack I have defined a component which is called, or a screen navigation, which is called detail. So we have here details, but also we need to define it as detail. So the name here must be the same name of the navigation where you are going to navigate to. So I have here detail, then I must have in the card as well a detail. So let's save that, and let's save the list. Let's save home and save everything. And then we go to the application. And in the application now, I have all the movies. I don't have any error. So when I click on one of them, okay, it says that undefined is not an object. This happened because I clicked on something which is not undefined yet. So we can have, here we have something like in the home screen, we have multiple lists. If you remember, I passed the navigation only for the first list. So we need to pass it to every list in the library or in the homepage component. So we have list, multiple list. We save everything. Now I go to this list. Okay, we see that we moved to a movie detail. So in that way, I will be able to navigate to another page using like this navigation tool, and we have now the navigation of the detail. What we need now is just to style this movie detail and put the real movie detail of the component or of the movie, and we will need to see how we can pass the data of clicked component or clicked movie. So I clicked on this movie, then I want to see the detail of this movie as well. So in that way, we need to send also some extra data with the navigation, as we will see in the next lecture. So as a recap, we have started from the stack. So I will recap it like now quickly. We have two stack screens. So we have one is home, one is detail. And with the details, we need to do something. So we need to navigate to it somehow. So in our application, we have a start home screen will be this one. So in my case, I want to click on one of those cards, and this card is component which I created before. So I will go to this card component and I will say that navigation.navigate to detail. But in this case, we have a problem. From where I will get this navigation? We get the navigation as a prop, because we need to pass the navigation not directly how we have it here in the home screen and in the documentation. No, because we want to keep the stack. So I created a prop, call it navigation, and then this from home screen using the same method how he did exactly. So in the component itself, I defined the navigation, and then the navigation, this variable, let's call it, is passed to the list because I don't have access to the card directly here. So I am sending to the list, and inside the list, I defined a property which is called navigation, and in the navigation, or in the list itself, I have a card, and this card has also property is navigation. So I am using exactly the same navigation tree. You have to be careful with this thing. So in that way, you will not lose the references, because sometimes we will add like go to home screen, go to the top, or remove the navigation tree. So this is very important for you. In our case, we have just movies detail. We are going to navigate to it and see the movie detail. Okay, what we are going to do in this section, we will see the movie's detail. If you remember, I have a demo running on my application or on my Android simulator, and I'm using the iOS simulator. But now if you want to see the movie detail, like what we are going to do in the future or in this section, so when I run here or when I click on one of the movies, I will see like an image of the movie. I will see here some arrow like to go back, and then I will have a play button and also like the title and what genre this movie is belonging to or what category. And also we will have some rating, and as well we will have like some description and release date. All of those information will come from the API of our movies. So in that way, I need to pass the data from the clicked movie to the movie detail component as we talked previously. So let's start working with this, and I hope you will enjoy this. Okay, going back to our project, if you remember, we stopped at the end when we were trying to navigate to our movie detail, but we don't have data yet. So I want to get the data of the clicked movie. When I click on this movie, I want to see a data as well. So we can go here, and as well we can read the documentation of React navigation. So after moving between screens, we have something called passing parameters to the routes. So passing parameters to the route, like I want to pass the movie which I clicked on in the home page and then sending it to the component of movie detail. So in that way, I will be able to read those data. Passing parameter is very easy with React Native navigation. So you just go here and you can go to the onPress, like when we created the onPress on our card. I pass as well some data as a second parameter of that method which we talked about, which is called navigate. So actually, when I go to my application and go to the card component, for example, we go here, card component, and we have defined here the click event or onPress event. So here, after I specify the component where I'm going to navigate to, I can pass as well some extra data. Those data can be the item or the movie which I am sending to navigate to that page. So in this way, I can give a name for our detail. I can call it movie detail, for example. So we can say movie detail here, and the value of the movie detail will be the item itself, the item or the movie which is passed to the movie detail or to the card itself. Now we are fine, we have our card component and we have passed through the navigation the data. So okay, in detail component, how we can read those data? Reading the data in the documentation is mentioned in this way. So you go to the detail screen which we have created, and then you pass route and the navigation, because we have here the detail component as a screen in the stack. So in that way, I can say that I can use a route and also the navigation. Route is something new where we are going to get the parameters. And as you see, he defined a constant. It's exactly how he defined it here. So he has passed item ID and also other params, and then he received them exactly with the same names in the params of route. So in that way, I can read as well the params of movie detail and then assign them to some variable or a constant and read those variables or these params. So let's go to our detail component, and then in the detail component, as we saw previously, we need to pass route and as well the navigation, exactly how it's defined or how it's shown there. So, and then we can define a constant, and we call this constant like movie detail. So in that way, we can say that the movie detail is route.params and the name of the component or the object which I have defined here where it's holding the movie detail. So in this way, I will say movie detail. So here I will have route.params.movie detail. So in that way, I am holding the movie detail in this constant which I have defined here. So in that way, I can see also the movie name which I clicked on. So when I click on this movie, I want to see the name of that movie. So in this way, we can remove this part and say like movie detail dot. If you remember, the field for which is holding the movie name, we have called it, or it's in the API called a title. So in that way, when I click on this movie, I will see the title of that movie which I clicked on. So here we have multiple movies, and for example, I have family movies. This is Luca, this is another Raya, and multiple movies, and it's dynamic for me. So in that way, I am passing all the data inside my component from the card which I clicked on. So the movie came from as an item, as a props to this card, and then it's passed to the movie detail, and then in the detail I read that data and I passed it here. We are going to use the movie detail service. Okay, maybe you are going to tell me why you have to create a movie detail service, why you need to grab the data of the movie again when you have already the data defined in the movie detail. Of course, the API, as you see here in the MovieDB API, okay, we are lucky that we are getting, when we get list of the movies, for example, the popular movies, we are getting all the movies somehow in this way. So we get in the results, the movie, poster, and adult, and genre ID. So in this way, we can be known that we have enough data. But if we check the movie detail, if we go here to the get details, and we will see movie, and then we will get the detail of the movie. If we go to it, we will see that we have more details. We don't have only like genres, we have ID and the name of the genres. So we can, in this way, that we can get all the, for example, information in detail, not only IDs. So first of all, I will go to my services and then create a new service which will be called get movie. So we just need to get movie detail. So in that way, we will copy one of those APIs or those services and we will rename it. We will say get movie, and here we will pass the ID of the movie. We need to pass ID because, as you see here, our API is requiring an ID. So to get a movie, I need to get as well the ID of it. So in this way, we can have the same API. So I will put this one like here. We can have a movie / movie, and then we get rid of all of this, and we will have only like this. So we will have API URL, the basic URL / movie, and then the API key, and we don't need this with genres. So in that way, we can save and we will have our service ready. But the data, it will not be with results, because if we check the response here, it says it will give us directly an object containing all the data. So I will go again to my service and I will say return directly the response.data. Also, if you notice in my API, as you see here, that we have to pass the movie ID. So if I go here to the movie detail, get details, I have to pass the movie ID in the URL or in the API. So in this way, it's not enough to have it like this. We need to pass as well the ID. So in that way, we can have here this method, and then I can say here /, and then we put another parameter or another defined parameter, which will be the ID which I am passing here. Okay, exactly how we did before with the homepage movie or getting list of movies. If you remember, we have called like get state, and then we said use state and then use effect, and then we were getting the service and then setting the result of that service inside my constant or state constants. So we will do the same. First of all, I will call like a detail constant. I will define it here. So we can have here a constant which is called detail, and then it will have a set detail as well, and it will have use state. So we need as well to import the use state. So now after that, we don't need this movie detail anymore, but we will need the parameters, because I am going to have the ID of the movie. We can say like on the top, put it up on the top, and we can say movie ID, and then we can pass in the movie detail also .id, because if you remember, we have in our parameters, so we can go to our API, which was, for example, get popular, and in the get popular we have in the response ID. So we are getting ID of every movie which we are clicking on the card. Not only the name or the title, we can have the ID as well. So after that, we can also use this movie ID to get the data of that movie in detail using our service. So in that way, we need to use as well an effect. So we say use effect, and this use effect as well, we are going to import it from React. Sometimes it's importing automatically. You don't need to do that. So you just need to fix the import automatically so you can have like more consistent imports. So use effect, it has a callback function, and this callback function will contain for me the ability to set the constant values or the state variables with the result of that service. So as we did in home, if you remember, we were getting the data then, and then we were setting the data. So in that way, I need to import my service, which I have created before. So I will say get movie, and then I will import this service. I will say here import get movie from, and then I will say the path which I have defined my services. So I will say maybe here one step up, services, and then services. So in get movie, I will have my movie detail. So here we will say get movie, and then we will pass the ID, which is movie ID, as we said here, and then this will be a promise, as you remember. And so I will say here then, and in this then I will get movie data. So in that way, I will have a callback, and inside movie data, I can say set detail with the data which are coming in the response. So I will say here set detail movie data. And of course, to guarantee that this executed unlimited of times, if you remember, for the memory leak and performance, we need to put this an array empty. So in that case, we will not have any issues to not this be executed unlimited of times. But as you see here, ESLint is complaining, saying that movie ID is not known. So it's like either you include it or remove the dependency. So to solve this issue and keep that we are calling this service only one time in the effect and don't have memory leak, then we just need to pass movie ID here. So in this case, you will get rid of ESLint error. So in that way, I will have the detail, or we can call this again like movie detail. So in that way, I will have movie detail and set movie detail. So to have more consistent naming. So I will rename this to set movie detail, and then movie detail, I can use it here. So in that case, we will save, click on one of the movies. As you see, we are getting error. We are saying undefined is an object. For example, this happened because the movie detail are not ready yet. So if you remember, we used loaded. So after loading the data, then I can render my application or my page. So in that case, we need to define another constant. We call it loaded and set loaded. So in that way, the default case of this set loaded or the loaded will be false. So after that, I can say here that if loaded, or first we need to set loaded, because here we have then, and then we put here set loaded, and it will be true because we have set the data successfully, or we got the data successfully. So we can have here as well an object. If you remember, we say loaded, and then we put this inside like those brackets, and we are guaranteeing that we have the loaded state of our application in the right way. So let's save now and go to one of our movies. So I will go here and I will see, like, for example, this one, and we will see that we have an error. It's saying service default, not a function. I am making this mistake by purpose just to make sure that you are, when you are importing a service or a function or a constant, you need to put it inside the object brackets. When you are going to import something or a service or a method, exactly in the same way how we defined it, because we have constant and then get movie and then we defined our method. So in this way, you must be sure that you are using those brackets. After that, it will work for you. So now we have here the movie name coming exactly how expected, but the movie name is not coming from the navigation, it's coming from the API after it got loaded. So for the movie detail, let's start first to create a scroll view. If you remember, we were using the scroll view in the home page as well. So I'm going to do it fast. So I will call a scroll view, and this scroll view will be imported from React Native. So I will have here inside the fragment, I will have a scroll view, and in this scroll view will come from React Native as well. And in this scroll view, maybe we can add some styling to it, or we can keep it like this for now. And inside this scroll view, so I can move all of this scroll view or this loaded to the scroll view itself. So inside it will be the text, and here we will have if loaded and scroll view, then put for me the content. So we can have that in the right way. So just need to close this object and then save. Okay, we have loaded, and then inside it the scroll view. For now, I don't need a text, I need the image, if you remember. So I will replace this with image, and this image component we can import it from React Native as well. So we can say here image, and then this image will have like some properties. So if you remember, we used the image component in our card. In our card we defined all of those properties, so I don't need to repeat them again. So we can use all of those properties. I can copy all of this image, just we need to replace some parameters. So I will say here image, and then we need to replace, like for example, resize mode is fine, style, okay, we need to add styles for that. So let's copy the same styles. So we can copy all of those styles except like some classes. So I will put here the constant style sheet, we need to import it again. Everything is exactly how we were doing before, so I don't need to explain them again. So we can have here the image class, and we can get rid of all of those classes. So in that way, we need not have an item, but we will have the movie detail. So the movie detail dot poster path, and then if there is movie detail poster path, then display it. Otherwise, display the placeholder image. We don't have that placeholder image, so in that case I need as well to copy it. So we can define a constant, call it placeholder image, and then we can use it as well here. So I will have here placeholder image, and in that case our application will work fine. So we have the placeholder image, we have image, and after that under it maybe we can put the description of the movie. So let's first try that if we have working fine, or if we are working fine. So I put here, okay, the styling looks ugly because we are using the styling of the card. So to have like more proper styling, we can give height like something like we can keep it 100 and remove this width and remove this border radius. So in that case, we will have the image like this. Or if you want to use some specific percentage from the screen or the mobile size or mobile screen, so you can as well use the dimensions which we talked before. So first of all, I need to import the dimensions from React Native as well. So here in React Native imports, we can say import for me the dimension, and then we can define constant, we call it height, and this height will have dimensions dot get, if you remember, exactly the same way we can say screen dot height. So it can give us width, height, detail, everything. So we need only the height. So in that way, I can say the size of the image will be height divided by, for example, half, or divide by 2, we can say. So in that way, it will have the half of the screen here. So that's nice, I guess it's enough. Or maybe you can put it like lower, you can 2.5 to just have like some sizing to have more space for using and displaying the information of the movie. But also, before I finish this lecture, we can as well display like if there is not loaded, we can display like activity indicator, like a loading indicator as we saw before. So we can say if not loaded, then display the activity indicator in a large screen. So we need to import as well the activity indicator, as I explained previously in the lecture when we were loading the homepage screen. So in that way, we will go to our simulator, and when I go back and go to one of the movies, and then I will get like loading because I have fast connection, so I'm not seeing this loading indicator. So in that way, you will see a loading indicator if you have a slow connection. So the benefit which we got here actually that we are passing the data from the navigation to the detail movie. So in this way, we don't need in the card to pass all the movie data because we need only to pass the movie ID. So I can see here in the card simply that I want to pass only movie ID and then not all the movie data which we got from the API, because as you remember that the movie or the item here, it's containing some information about the movie but not all the detail. I mean the ones which we see in the popular movie, for example, we have in the API like all of this information. No, I need to pass to the next screen only the ID, because again I am creating an API call in the detail screen to get the movie detail. So in that way, I will say movie ID and then pass to me the item.id. So nothing special. We are just passing the movie ID, not all the movie to the next screen. So when I click on a card, then I go to the detail screen and then I receive not movie detail, I will receive movie ID. Exactly the same name how I specified here. So I have here movie ID, then in the detail, I will receive as well from the params movie ID. So when we go to the simulator and try that again, okay, we are still fine and everything is working. So in this way, the navigation will be fast because we are passing only the ID. I am not passing all the data again to the next screen. This is very important for you to do exactly when you are developing a mobile application, to not pass a big data or big amount of data between the screens. So now let's make the title of the movie and the genres. So in this way, we need to create a text component as we did before. So we need to have here text component and we need to import it as well. So I will go here to the text and then I will import this text component. And in this case, we need also to put some data inside it. So I will say here, display for me the movie detail dot title. So let's do that and then test it. So we will go to the popular movies and click on it. Okay, we have the title here, but the title is small, so we need to make it bigger. So we need to give it some styling. So I will say here style, and then I will define an object, and this style will have like a name. We can say styles dot, we can give a name like movie title. And in this way, we have to create again the class which is called movie title. I will give for it like some font size, can be a 24. So we can say here a 24, and then here I have to put the colon. So the font size, it can be 24, and as well we can put font weight. We can make it like bold. So we can here have something like bold. And as well, we can add some margins and padding. So I will say margin top, we can put here margin top, it will be 10, and margin bottom, like to push the content under it, to be like again 10. So we save, okay, nice, we have everything fine, but we need to center it. But let's center everything, like we can center all the content. So I will give a class for the scroll view. So I give it a style, and in this style I will define exactly the same way how we were doing with the containers. So I will say styles dot container, and the container, everything will be center. So we can copy the same thing which we have here. Flex one, justify content center, align item center. So we will go here and then we will put the class, or we can say here container, and in this container it will be an object, and I will put the style inside it, and I will not forget the comma. But as you see here, we are getting an error. It says that scroll view child layout, like we must be applied through the content container. So we need to put everything like something inside a view. So we can call here a view, and we can wrap all the text inside, or all the content which we are going to do here inside that view. And then doing the style of this view, we will give the container. So we need to remove that from here and paste it in the view itself. That's why I am using a view. So you know the reason, because you cannot put it for scroll view. As you see here that we got that error. So let's import the view, and then we save, and again go to some movie. Okay, we have now the movie title in the middle, and there is padding or margins, top, margin, under. Now let's work with genres. So if you remember, we have for the movie some genres. So all of them comes with the movie itself. So we need to see how we can get them. So as you see here, we have in the API, I go to get detail API, and you can see the response directly here. You don't need to use Postman, for example. You can use here the response in the documentation of this API. So the genres will be again like some array, and this array have ID and name. So what I need is only the name. So in that case, we can go to our code and create an array of genres, and then loop in some text and display all the genres. So let's create a view again inside that view. So we say here a view, and we have to make sure that we have genres, because some movies doesn't have. So I can do that easily when I say like I open an object, and then I can get movie detail exactly how we did before, and the field name for genres. The field name is genres, as you see here. So first I need to check if I have really genres, because some movies doesn't have, and then I can display the view. So in this way, I will put the view inside those brackets. So it's exactly like an if. And inside the view itself, we are going to loop over the genres and make a text component. So I will have here a text component. Let's align this here to be on the same line. And then inside this text, I want to loop and display all the genres, because some movies they have 3 categories, some movies they have 5, some movies they have 2. So in that way, I need to loop over them. So how we can loop? So in the view itself, I can open again a bracket. So inside it, I can write JavaScript. So as you see, we can write JavaScript inside the template. So this is the goal of this lecture. I want to show you how to write JavaScript inside like the template of these React Native components. So we can say here like loop over genres. So we can put here genres and then map. So with this map, it's like, you know, that map is looping over all array members. So I would say here that, and this map, it will return for me like single or item by item, and then I can use that for wrapping the component text in it. So in that way, I am going to return not only like the genre and what I will do inside it. So I will return a component, and this component will be the text. So I will put here return, and then I will say the text. And in this way here, the genre, I can display the name of it, because I am looping one by one over it. So as you see here, it's genres. I am looping over them because it's array, and I get the name of every genre here. So we can go and check our application if everything is working fine. Nice, I have here all the information. So this movie, Luca, has animation, comedy, family, fantasy categories. But here we have a note, it's saying like each child in a list should have a unique, let's say, what is it? A unique key prop. This is because that we have here like a text and we are looping multiple times. So I need to specify a key property. The key property must be unique. So the unique thing we can use in that case that we get the ID of the genre. So we can say here the key can be not only like any number, we can say genre like the same which we used dot ID. So in that case, we will have this notification gone, and the text or every text has a unique key. So through map, I looped over the genres, and then I have them displayed as a text. But here, as you see, they are listed under each other. We want to display near each other, display them near each other. So for that, we can give style for this view. So we can also use style and give it like some specific view. So we can say here, instead of style genre, we can say genres container. So in that case, we can give a class with that name. I will go here and define that class, and it will be like an object as well. And to make them near each other, because we are using flex, so I can say flex direction. If you know in CSS, I can put something called row. And also for alignment, I can say align content or align items, we can say center. So in this way, they will see that, or they will look like they are near each other. But as you see, they are stacking to each other. So we need to make some spaces between them. So again, I need to give a style for this text item inside the genre. So we can say just style genre. So we can give a class, and this class will be located here, and then it will be an object, and I can give some margin right, margin left. So margin right, it will be, for example, we can give it 10. So let's try that. Okay, as you see here, we have all of them pushed far from each other. Of course, you can add more stylings. We need to achieve exactly the same styling. We can give as well like some font weight can be bold as well, so it can be more nice. So I will give it a font weight bold, and let's push the container a little bit from the top, like about 20 pixels to have like more space for the title. So I will give here my margin top, let's give like 20. So in this case, I will have the genres and the title of the movie exactly how we explained here. Another information also which we need for our movie detail is the star rating, like how much this movie is rated. If we go to the API, we will see multiple fields for getting the movie detail, and one of those fields is vote average, and also there is a vote count. So the vote average field is giving me the rating on or the review over this movie. So for example, let's create a text component and print out this value. So we go to our code and we are going to create another text component. So we have here the view, we are done with it. So under that we can create another text component. Of course, we are going to remove it. It's just for a test. So I will say here, just print for me movie detail dot what we have here, the vote average. So we can have in that way the movie or average of the movie. So as you see here, we have the 8.3. 8.3 of 10 because the rating or average of movies is rated from 10. But we want to use a star rating component. Star rating component will have a 5 stars. So in that way, I can divide this by 2. Then I can get the value from 5. So we need a star rating component. So where we can find that? Unfortunately, in React Native, there is no star rating component like built in with the native. But we can find one. If you want to find star rating component, just Google it and then you will find it easily. For me, I am using one which is called React Native Star Rating. So I just put this one and I will find in the npm package something called React Native Star Rating. So let's go to it and we will see the documentation of this rating. Of course, this component has a lot of properties, exactly how we saw with other components which we used previously. And here an example of using it. It says that just import star rating and say disabled, like to not make it as input, so you cannot click on it because it's only presentational value. And max stars, you can define as much as you want stars, and rating, and then the value of the rating which we agreed, and also like selected stars when you are clicking on the star or on the rating. So let's install this component. First of all, we need to go and see how we can install it. Installation is just npm install React Native star rating. So we can go here to our code, open the terminal, and then we are going to go to the terminal tab, and then we will paste the command here. So in that way, we install the library of React Native star rating, and we will be able to import it and use it in our application. So the way of importing this component, as you know, always we are, for example, we see the examples. So here import star rating because it's a class from React Native star rating. So we can go here to our component. Let's close the terminal because we are done with it. So here I will say, okay, import for me star rating from React Native star rating. And here I can use this component. So instead of the text, we can put star rating, and here we will have a star rating. So one of the properties which we need is max stars and the rating value. So let's take them. So we can here go and say like we remove this part because it's one side component. So we can have something like this. We don't have to close it again. So in this way we can have max stars. It's exactly, it has autocomplete, so we can see it. It will be 5. And as well, we need to have the rating value. So the rating will be the same rating which we have defined before. So it will be movie detail dot vote average. So in that way, I will have the rating in this value. But as we said before, the value is from 10. So I will divide it by 2. So let's save that. And then our application will load and we will get some error. It's something called unrecognized font family. Font awesome. This is because that this library is using font awesome or font icons. So in that way, we will not be able to use this library until we install another dependencies as we see in the documentation. But if you want to remove this error, you can put dismiss or you can save again to remove this error. Okay, but the error is still in the background and in the terminal, but it shows you the reality of the problem. As you see here, okay, we have 4 stars, but the problem that the stars are not showing up because there is no icon. And as you see, if you go to the documentation, they say that after the installation, you need to link to a library which is called React Native Vector Icon. So in this way, we need to refer to this icon or Vector Icon library guide. So sometimes components are depending on other components. So in that way, you need always to install those libraries and be able to use them. Installation of the icons need a little bit of work, so I am going to make it in a separated lecture. We stopped here where we have an error because we cannot load the fonts or the icons which we want. So as you see here, we see only a question marks. And we said that this library which we installed about star rating is depending on another library which is called like React Native Icons or React Native Vector Icons. From React Native 0.6, you can only run this command and you are done. You don't need to do anything else, only if it's some problems appear to you, which I will mention in this lecture. Because in this library, as we said here, we have multiple steps to install it. But this works with React Native with less than 0.6. So if you have React Native less than 0.6, then follow these instructions. Otherwise, it's enough to do npm install and install library, and then restart your application and everything will work fine. I got this link exactly from the library of star rating as I told you before. So React Native Vector Icons. This is the name of the library, and here there is installation guide about it. So let's go again here to our terminal and paste this command. We want to install this library which is called React Native Vector Icons. So in this way, the star rating will show us the icons in the right way. So here the installation is done. Okay, when I save, I will still have the error in my application. I will still not see or still getting this error and I cannot see the icons. This because you need to restart the application. So in this way, we have to restart, go to the Metro, and then we have to terminate it because this terminal is opened automatically. So we have to terminate it totally. and then we keep, of course, the simulator, no problem. You will see here that it's connected from Metro, and then we restart our application again. So in this way, it will load again with the right dependency, with the right libraries, and we will see the icons again here exactly in this page. Okay, so now my application got restarted. I have opened a new Metro. So in this way, I can go to my movies and click on one of those movies. Of course, maybe we will get the error again because I want to show you if you get the error again, what to do. So normally for some devices, it will work, but here sometimes the error will still show up. This because you have to do something more which is required from you. There is a command in the documentation you have to do, which is called React Native link React Native vector icons. So in this way, you will be able to link React Native with this library. So in that way, you can always link the iOS library and also, or the iOS project and also the Android project to that library. So only when you get this error, then you can use that command. So I will go here and paste it, and after that you will see that library got linked, but we still not see the icon because we need again to restart the application. So this, when it's happened to you, then you have to go with this option which is called React Native link and then use this command. You must execute this command in the same path of your application. So I am here in the movie app and I am executing that command which I mentioned to you, React Native link React Native vector icons. So in that way, we need to restart the application again. So I will go and terminate the terminal, and then I will say here React Native run iOS or run Android. It depends on what you are using. Perfect. Here now my application is running. I want to check if there are stars already. I go to one of the movies. Nice, we have the stars already here, but they are like big and they are like not styled well, and they are clickable. So for that, let's add some properties. Some of those properties which are mentioned in the documentation of that library, which we used for React Native star rating, one of them is called disabled. So we can as well disable all of those icons or all stars. So I can put here disabled property, and with this disabled property, I can set it to true. So we can say disabled, and then we set it to true. This way, these stars will be disabled. So I go here, and we will see that they are disabled. There is also another property which is called full star color. You can choose the color. So I can also use this property. So I can put here full star color, and we can put a special color like a CSS color. So I will choose gold. So in this way, I will see that the color is changing to be gold, as you see here. Also, the stars are quite big, so maybe I can make them smaller. So we can have some property which is called star size. This star size, we can give a size in pixel. So I will put here star size, and I will put, for example, 30. And let's check the application. Okay, now we have the stars like this. That's very good. So now every movie has its own rating, as you see here. So we have here nothing. Sometimes there is no rating. Sometimes it has a rating here. So we have all the rating, but let's make some space so we can push the content of these tags under. So we can go to the where we have the genres, and we can add the container put padding button or margin button. So we can put here margin button, and we give it 20. And then we will push the content in that way. Of course, this library, which is called icon library, or we can say icons, vector icons, it has also a lot of properties. You can use a component which is called icon, and by assigning the name of the icon, as we will see later, you can specify and display some icon on your application. So we will see later when we need one icon, I will show you how to get the component icon and use it in the application. some like release date and also some description of the movie. If we check again the API of the documentation where we have the movie database, we have some fields which are like, for example, important for us to display some information about the movie. For example, we will have something called overview. It will be like a string where it will have overview about the movie. And also there is some information like we can provide it to the user about releasing date of this movie or of this TV show. So we can add them easily. So we can do something like after the star rating, we can add two text fields. One will be for the release date and the other will be as well for the description. So in this way, I will have two texts. So one of those texts will contain for me the movie detail, and then I copy the field which I have or responsible for the description. So I will put here overview. So this one will display for me the overview about the movie. And also we will have another one which will contain the release date. So I can use here as well like string. We can say release date. And then we can put like here some space, and after the quotation we can place a plus, like we can add another text or which will be a variable. So I will use movie detail and then I will paste or I will have here the release date. So the release date which I got also from the API as we saw here. So we have here release date. So in that case, let's save. And we will see all the information. So let's do now some styling about those texts. So I will have here like as well a style. So the style will be the same how we did here. So we will give a class and we will say here like overview, and as well here we would give like something called release date. So we can say here release, so just release as a class. And then we can specify those classes in our style sheet. So I will go down and I will say that I have a class new one which is called overview, and this overview I will give like a margin and padding from top and down over the stars reviews and also to the release date. So I will say here margin bottom will be like, for example, 15, and also margin top will be 15 as well. You can put the values anything you want. I'm just showing here like we have an educational course. So now as you see, we are sticking the content on the borders of the font. So we need to give some space. So you can give a spacing using padding. So in that way I can remove, or for example I can say like give me padding left, padding right. But I can remove those as well, and I can say give me only padding from all four sides. Like I can say here from top, right, left and down. So I can say give me a padding which will be 15 pixel. So it will push the content from up, content from down, and also from the sides. And last thing, we can give release date which will be like a bold. We can give it a bold color. So I will say here release, and then I will have a new class which will be called release, and this release will be object, and I will say font weight will be with a value called bold. So in that way we will have the release date in this way, or in this nice way. Okay, now as you see here, we have the date formatted somehow in ugly way, like not ugly way, but in the standard database formatting. We need to format the date based on some, for example, on your country. For example, in my country in Europe, they put the day first and then the month, and then after that they put the year. So not like this. So I want to format the day in somehow which is suitable for my country. For that we need to install a library which is called date format. So I will go again to my terminal and I will say npm install, and the library name is called date format. And with this date format I can put it save, and I can install this library and use it also in my React Native code. So after installation the library, I can say import for me a function from that library which is called date format. So I can say import date format from date format. And after that I can use this library easily as a function by saying it in that way. So let's close the terminal. We can go down and let's say here that I am going to call this function which is called date format, and date format, as you see, it's telling me to provide a date as a string and then mask or the format. So in that way we can know what is the mask from the documentation of this library. So I will go here to the Google and I will put the date format React Native library or date format npm, and in this way I can find a library which is called date format, and this one which I am using, and we will see the documentation of this date format. So as you see, there are multiple format ways to format your like dates. So in that way you can choose the suitable format for you. So for example, I want to have something like, as you see here, it says here, if you put 4 M's, then it will give you the month as its full name. If you put YYYY, it will give you the year represented by 4 digits. So in that way, I can choose a format which I like. So you can read the documentation and check the format. For me, the format which I like is this one. So we go here and go to the format as a second parameter of this function, and I will say here comma, and then I will put quotations as string, and then I will use this format. This will give me the name of the month fully, and then it will give me like the day 17th of June, for example, 2021. Of course you have, like, for example, if I put here DD, like, then I will get June 17, 2021. So exactly how you can implement it here. So you can just copy whatever you want. You need hours, you need like only month, only for example the day. You can get what you want through this library. So for me, this format which I like the most for my application, and it's mostly understandable for the users, so I can use that format. So in that way, we learned here how to format a date and how to add more information about the movie. So in this way, we are going to implement next about a play button movie, where we can play the movie in some dialogue or in some modal, and we can see video of the movie. We are going to have a play button here. Of course, it will not be functional because we need a model, we need a video, but let's create a component where it plays a play button here, so it can be clickable for the user, so he can be able to click on it to see the video of the movie. So I like always, of course, we can use touchable opacity or pressable as we saw before, but as well we can create our own component to not have so much code here. So of course you can always hold all of this content inside some components, but as well you can keep them here. So for now I'm going to create a component especially just for the play button. So in this case I'm going to have here like a container, as we see. So we will have here another view, and this view will hold for me my component, the component which I told you we can call it a play button, for example. And this play button, I'm going to create it. So it's not something exists in React Native, it's something which we are going to create. So to create a component, as always, we just click on our folder, components. So you can put it anywhere, but I prefer to have it in components. I will create a file, call it play button. And this play button.js, I will create a pure component, creating a pure component as we did always using PCS, like pure component class. So in that case, we will have the pure component got created. And as well, we need to import React Native. So we can say IMR, then we can say import React, and then after that we have to say React.pureComponent, because this pure component comes from React. So we need to extend our component from React.pureComponent. So let's remove now this state, and then we need here in return some template. The template which we are going to use is touchable opacity, as we used with the card, if you remember, or we can use something else or more modern, which is called pressable. This pressable is new, as you see here in the latest version of components in React Native. We can use it and it has a lot of functionality like on press in, on press out, and on long press, and like on press to the left, press to the right. So it has a lot of functionality over the touchable opacity. So in that case, we can take a look and use it to have multiple variants of component in this course. So how we can use it? We just need to import it from React Native. So I will import the component which is called pressable. You have to be sure that you are using React Native 0.6 and above. So in that case, you will be able to have it. So I will put here import and then pressable, or we can have it as an object from, and we will put the React Native library. So in that way, we will have pressable imported. It's exactly like the touchable opacity. As you see here, we used that previously, but they are saying like if you are looking for more extensive and future-proof way to handle touch based on input, check the pressable API. So they are recommending to use this component. So in that way, I can take all of this content. So here we have like some example. We can copy all of this content and then we can place it in our code, like in the return. And after that, of course, we need to import the text. So we just need to take a look to it. So we have here something like some button, but we didn't call our component yet. So we need to call the play button component somehow in our application, so in the detail page. So I'm going to remove this on press to not have an error. So we can just have pressable text and I am pressable. So then we go to the detail page. I will import the play button exactly how we did before with any component. So in here, I will say import, and then I will put my play button from, and then I will put the file or the folder components, and then I will put my play button component. So here we have an error because we didn't close the component. So we have here play button. We need to close it like this. So we save again and we will see that we are still getting error here. So the error comes because of the import. So always when you are inside a file or you are importing a class or a constant or anything, you have to make sure that if you have the default import is like play button. So in our case here, the play button component is exported as default. So you don't need to put it inside this bracket. So when you need to put it inside this bracket, like how we have in the case of services, we have multiple constant we are imported and none of them are default. So in that case, I put it between a brackets. So otherwise, if you have only one component here, then you just put it like this without brackets. So this when you get this error. So make sure that you have always the right way to implement the things. So here I am pressable. So as you see here, our component got executed in the right way. So we have the button here, but as well, we need to put a play button and it has some icon which is a play. So to have an icon, if you remember, we talked about icon library which we have installed previously in our application. So we need to import as well the icon component. So here we can import something called icon from the library which we have installed before, and the name of the library was React Native icons. And this React Native vector icons, you can choose as well like a library which the icons belong to, because this library contains multiple libraries like Font Awesome, like Ionic, for example, icons, Google Materials, etc. So when you put slash here, you will get multiple options like material icons, then you can choose from material icons. But when you choose Ionic icons, then you have to go to Ionic icons and choose the right icon for you. So in my case, I am going to choose this Ionic icons. So here, if we go to this Ion icons here, we need to go to the documentation of this Ion icons. So I'm going here to Google, I will put Ion icons, and then Ion icons will be replayed for me. So we have all the icons here, then I can get the name of the icon. So in our case, we need a play button icon. So we need this one. So we can have here caret forward outline. So you can copy the name from here. So I copy the name and then I go to my application. I call the component instead of the text. So we have to open it and close it again. We remove this I am pressable. So here the one properties of this component that it can take a name, and inside this name you can define the icon name which you copied already. So we can have here, because we are using this library, so I am going to have caret forward outline. So it's exactly the name which is specified in Ion Icons library. And for sure you can give as well some size. So we can give size. It's exactly how we did with the stars. If you remember, we gave it 30. So after we save, we will see that the icon got displayed in this way. So we don't have any issue with the icons. Let's try another icon just to make sure that we are really doing well. So I'm going to copy the name of this icon. So we have here something called circle in the middle. So we have just not forward, but we will put circle, and then I will save. And as you see, I got the icon in that way. So this is a way how we can have multiple icons in our application. It's very great library. You can use all the icons from most famous icon library in on the internet. So here we have like complaint from ESLint. We need to remove this icon from here and we close it with one close, so we will not have an issue. This text component, we don't need it anymore, so we remove it. And now we need to have the pressable or this button all totally to be placed here somehow. But before that, let's style it. So I would give for this button like some style, or this pressable some styles, and from styles which I am creating from the style sheets, exactly how we did before. So I'm not going to repeat it every time we have to create a style sheet. So the style sheet, we have to import it again from React Native, and then I created a styling for this button. So align content, like the content will be in the center of the button. And also we need a border radius. I put it 50 because if I don't put 50, it will be like a rectangle. So I gave it a lot of border radius to make it like circular. And then width, and we have like some height, or you can give a padding as well. So you can give like a width 50, so it will have 50 pixel in width, and some padding to push the content 10 pixel from every side. And then I gave a background like something like blue. Of course it's ugly color, but we can have like more nice color. So I have some color which is hard-coded defined, so I got it. So I have here hash and then the number or the code of the number or of the color. But we can give for this icon some coloring, like we can give it like a color white. So you can have a property. Here we are not using a style for the icon, because in the documentation of this icon library you can use a color. So if you go to the documentation of this icon or the icon library which we have used here, you will see all the properties which you need. So what I need actually is a property called color, and then you can define the color which you want. So in my case, I will put the color white here for the icon. So we have here a white color. So in this way we are done with our component of play button. So we have called it. Now we need to position it somehow like here. So if you remember, we have created like a positioning. So we can give a style for this component. So we can give a style for the view of this component. So I will have here style, and then I will use styles dot, and then I will give a play button. So we can have here play button class. So the play button class will have some special requirement. So we have at the end we will put it here, so we can have a play button, and this play button will have a position which is absolute. So we can absolute the position of this button. So let's save now to see where it's going. Okay, as you see, it has absolute like some position, and it was centered in the middle of the view. Which view? So the view which we have defined here as a parent. So here we have a container, and then inside this container after the image. So it will be this view. because the view over it or or the component over it is an image. So in this way we will have this view as a parent, and then we have another view where we have this button. So in that way we can give a positioning top for this button, which can be, for example, minus 20. So this is after I calculated. So you see it has been here, because if I gave 0, then it will be from the beginning of this view. So the parent, this one which I told you, so it has a top 0 here. So this is proof of my talk that this view is a parent of this component. So I will give it minus 20, and then we can give from the right, like we will put it here on the right, also a 20 pixel, not minus 20 because it will go out of the content, it will be 20 pixel. So the button will be exactly here. So let's position it in more nice way. I think 20, 25, yeah, like this. It will be mostly centered. So in that way, our button is ready, so we can have some pressable function to play a movie. We are going to see how we can play a movie when we are clicking on this button. But before that, we need to see a place where we can play this movie. Normally, when you want to play a movie in a full screen, you can use a modal. And modal in React Native is a component which is already defined in the components of React Native. You can use it as well to display some content on the screen to show and hide it based on the user behavior. So for example, as you see in this image, you can have like some title or a text and OK or notifications. So in this way, you can see a modal over the application layer. So in that way, you can place a video inside the modal and play that video for the user. So first, we can have a modal in our application to be or to play a video inside it. So let's create this modal. First of all, when you go to documentation of the component library of React Native, you will see something called modal. And in this modal, we can use it to display some information inside it. So first of all, we need to import a modal from the React Native. So let's import this modal. So I will go to my code and go to the details screen. If you remember, we have placed a scroll view. So we have the scroll view here, which is all of this area of our application. We are going to place it outside of this area. So after the closing of scroll view. So here we will place our modal. So I will say here modal, and then I will close the modal. So we need to import as well the modal from React Native. So we save that. Okay, the modal has some wrapped enclosing tag. So in that way, we need to wrap all the content inside a view, like which has a scroll view and the modal itself. So first, before the scroll view, we will place a view. So we can have a view component here, and we close it after we have the modal closed. So in this way, we will not get that error. So how we can use that modal? This modal requires some information to add it inside it. So first of all, you see you need have some animation type, you need a transparent or some properties which are always defined here. So first of all, let's have animation type, which will be slide. So we have here like property called animation type will be slide. And as well, we need to have some visibility and also on request close. And if you see here, we have inside it a content which is dynamic, and you can put what you want. In our case, we are going to put a video here. So first we have to set a visible property, and this visible property which will be called modal visible, and this modal visible is a variable which comes as a state. So let's copy also this state variable and go to our detail. So in our state variables, as you see here, we can define the modal visible state. So by default, the modal is not visible when we are visiting this page, only when we click on this button, as we will see later. So back to the documentation, we have to put modal visible in our properties of the modal. So we have here something visible, which is property about the model, if it's possible visible or not. So I will go here to the model and I will set this property. So in this way, we will not have the model by default. So by default, it's false. But when I put it to true, so let's put it here to true. So you will see that we got some white space. This is actually the model, but here we don't have any content. Let's put some content inside it. Like I'm going to put here inside the model some text component. So I will call here a text. And I will put inside this text like some name or hello, like we have to put it long, hello world, something like that. You will see that the model is here, as you see, but the text is totally on the top of the phone. So the model is visible. So in that way, everything is working fine. So you don't have to worry about this white screen now. So let's set back the default state of this visible of the model to be false. So now we don't want to see it anymore. Okay, nice. So our requirement now, we need to have to set this model to be visible by clicking on the button. But here our button is not directly the pressable component which we have created inside the play button. So in that way, I need to pass also like this model visible to this button so I can click on it. And then inside the play button, I can go to here to the pressable and then set on press as one of properties of this component. So we have a function where we can say, okay, hide for me the model. But how we can pass a function to the component? So I need this component, which is called play button, and I created to handle also clicks, because here now it's not handling anything. And if I handle the clicks inside the play buttons, I don't have access to the for example, the variable which is called model visible. So in this way, I don't have a possibility to link between those two components. So it is exactly the same way how we were sending properties to a component from a parent component. We can as well send a functions. So for example, I will say here that I will put a property which is called handle press. And this handle press, which will be something where I can call a function or do a function and do something for me, like set visible to be true. So how I can pass a function property to a component in React? So to do that, we can go as well exactly how we were defining a component or a property for this component using React. So first we need to define handle pressed or a constant like after the render, and I say this constant called handle press, and it will be from this .props. And then on press of pressable component, I will say that okay, execute for me this press, but call the handle press. So in this way, I will have it in that way. Because if we go to the documentation of this library or of this press, as you see, we have here on press, and then he is passing something like a function, and then he defined a custom function which he wants. For example, set pressed, something like that. So in that way, I can say, okay, execute for me the function which is passed to the play button component. So in that way, when I save, and also when I save this one, I will say that, okay, handle press is working for me, but here I need to define a function. And this function will set for me the model to be visible or not. So instead of that, you can define your own function. So I will say, for example, a function which I will call like video shown. So this video shown will be a function, but you don't execute it, because if you execute it, then it's wrong. So it will be executed directly. You will not handle that because we are handling the execution inside the play button component with this. So if you see, we are having handle press, which will be in that case the video shown function, which we pass to this component, and it will be executed here. It's quite complicated, but it's easy to understand. So I passed a function to this component and I am executing it. So that's it. It's very simple. And I am executing it when I am pressing on this button. which is called a pressable, and it has this icon. Which one is this one? So let's define the video shown function. So I will say here const, and this const will be a video shown, and it will be a function, and this function will be implemented to set the video or the model visible to be a true or false. So in this way, let's put it for now as a true. I will show you how to toggle this function later. So now let's save everything, and then we are going to click on this button. As you see, I got the model, but I don't have possibility to close it. So in that way, let's create a function or a button where we can press on it and hide this model. So I will go inside this model and I create a pressable component. So we have here pressable, and this pressable I need to import it as well from React Native. So we can go here and say import for me pressable. Okay, I have it already. So we can go down here and we will have a pressable, and we handle on press exactly how we did inside that button. So when on press, I can call the function which is called video shown, but we have to execute it in a way like this. So we have here a video shown. So and video shown is going to handle this process, and it will have here to set the model to true. So in that way, we can also not only set the model to true, but we can toggle it. So how we can toggle that? So I can say, like, when I say video shown, take the current state of the model and then do opposite of it. So what is the current state of the model? Is model visible. So after that, I will say, okay, set model visible to be opposite of the current state of the model. So when it's true, then it will show it. When it's false, it will hide it. So in that way, we can go here and we will execute the video shown on press of this button. But let's wrap the content of the model to be inside a view, because always, as you see in the documentation, it's better to follow it. So here he wrapped everything inside a view, and then he created a pressable button. So in that way, let's do the same. So I will go here inside the model and I will define a view, and this view I will wrap it inside or for around all this pressable. So I will put here as well the closing of that view. So we can have here like that. So after that, we can also put a text or an icon or exactly anything we want, exactly how we did with the button. So I'm going to easy solution. I will put a text, and in this text, I will say, for example, hide model. Okay, we save everything, the hide model here on the top, and I cannot click on it. So it's better to give to this view some styling where we can be able to, for example, center this button here in the middle. So we can have here style, and this style will read from styles dot, and we can give, for example, video model. So in that way, we have to define the video model somehow. So we can go down and we say here video model. I defined that already. So I have video model, flex, justify content, align items, exactly the same way how we were centering items in the middle as we saw at the beginning of this course. So now hide model is in the middle. So when I click on it, okay, the model is hidden. When I open it again, the model is showing up. So in that way, I am executing video shown. It's reading the current state of the model and do opposite of it. So when I click on it, it will hide. When I click here, it will show. So after that, instead of having here hide model, we are going to have a video player. We're going to see how we can play a video or play a movie. So when I press on this play button, I will show the model, and with this model, I will have here a video. So we can do that easily using a library which is called React Native Video Controls. So if you go to Google and search for React Native Video Controls, then you will get on the first link something from the GitHub. So this is an open source library. We can use it for playing a video in our application. So as you see here, the video will be played like in this way. So the requirements, first we need to install this library. So let's see how we can install it. He said that we need to install two libraries. One is npm install save React Native Video and also React Native Video Controls. So let's install those two libraries. So I will go to my application or to my code and open the terminal, and then I will paste this command, and then it will going to be installed to my application and we can use it afterward. So now as you see here, the library got installed. There are some warnings. Okay, don't care about them. They are just about vulnerability. There are some fixes should be done on those libraries and they will come on the next releases. So now let's hide our terminal. We don't need it anymore. And then we are going to work with our model. So first of all, we need to remove this pressable, or we can keep it aside. We will put it back later. So I will have here a pressable out. So I will not use it anymore. And we will have here to import the library. So we need to import the component which has the videos. So I will go here and I will check how we can use it. The usage says that you need to import something called video player, and the video player will have these properties. Of course, there are many properties, as we will see later. We can use them as well. So first, let's take this component and import it to our application. So I will go again to the code, to the top, import, and then we have the component ready, and we can use his example. So I can again back to the example. So I can use the one which is saying here, and I copy the component which is defined here. So going back to the code, and I will put it where? Inside the model. So I will have here a video player, some example of URL, some video, and navigator will be something like for navigate. We can keep it because we will need it later. So now I will save, and then we will press on this play button. Okay, as you see, we have a problem. So it says like this .props.navigator. So we need to remove this property as well. So I'm showing step by step to not have an error, and then you don't have to ask questions and wait for answer. So I'm showing you all the possible errors. So now we need only one property which is called source, and in this source you have to specify something called URI, and you will have MP4 video. MP4 video, like you can get it from anywhere. You can upload video to your server and then you can play it in this way. So you can just get the link of the video. So now we save, and now I'm going to play the video, or I'm going to my video, and then I press play. And we get here another error. So the error is showing here that the library is not defined yet, or the library video is not defined yet. So for that we need to find a solution which can be possible to do without linking. Because as you know that doing a linking like React Native link is just done automatically on React Native 6 and above. So I prefer to go back to the documentation of the library, and then we see step by step what are the solutions for that. So as you know that this library is depending on something which is called React Native Video. So as you see here, if you read the documentation, we need to click on React Native Video because we have installed it already with this command. So we have React Native Video and React Native Video Control. So in that way, we have to go to React Native Video library and go and check it step by step how to install it, because it's not enough that you do only npm install sometimes and then the application is running like a magic. As you see here, there are some steps for iOS installation, Android, and also there are another systems. What we are working now on is iOS. If you want to follow for the Android, you can do the same way. As well, it says that if your project using React Native less than 0.6, then you have to do the linking. Otherwise, you don't have to do the linking because automatically React Native will make it works on Android. And of course, if you have more troubles, you can do the following as is mentioned here. So first of all, I'm going to iOS installation. I will go here to iOS detail, and it stays for me again. Okay, you are using React Native 0.6 and above, then you have to do run pod install. So that's it. You don't need to do any linking. If you are doing less, like 0.59, and then you have to do a linking. So be careful, because if you do linking and pod install, you will get another error, and it's very hard to solve after that, and you will go to the dead point in your application. So I'm advising you to follow exactly the documentation. So I will go here and make npx pod install. So doing pod install, it has either two ways. Maybe you can say pod install, or you can do like npx pod install. So like this. So when you do in the movie directory or in the project directory, you have npx pod install, then you will install those dependencies, and it will tell you like, okay, everything is installed and linked to iOS application. So in that case, you need again to restart your application using the terminal. So I'm going to close my application, and then again I'm going to run the application again using React Native run iOS. So npx React Native run iOS will help me to fix this issue, hopefully. Okay, now the application is running again, and we can click on one of the movies. So for example, we go to this one and we will click on the play button. So when you click on play, nice, you have like a player video working fine, and you have control on the voice, and you can also control the plays of the, like for example, the video, and also you can stop it and pause it, and also you can see some timer, and also you can go back. But here in my case, I cannot go back out of this video or out of this model, because we need on back functionality. So back to the documentation of the library, which is React Native Video Player or React Native Video Control, which we have installed before, there is a method or a property where we can pass to the component, and then it will have like something, an effect. So because I cannot press on back here, because I need to specify a function, I need to define the function which will hide for me this model. So I can on back, when I click on back, which is this one, then the model will be hidden. So how we can do that easily? We go to our code and then go to the video player, and then we define on back exactly how we have it in the documentation, and this on back will be a function, so we can execute a function in the callback of this function. So here I will say video shown. So video shown executed for me if the model is showing. So now we save and go again to our application, and then we click on back. We still have an error because this navigator or this onBack function required the navigator. If you remember, we have deleted this part here. So back to the example which he provided here, there is some property called navigator, and this navigator is passing the navigation control of the current screen. So we need that necessary for this video player. So I will put here a navigator, and I will not use this .prop.navigator. I'm going to use the navigation which we have passed here, if you remember. So I will use this navigation to close that model. So here I will say, instead of this .prop.navigator, I will say use navigation. And then we will save, and then go to the video application again and press back. Okay, the model is hidden. So in that way, the video shown is executed, and then the model got hidden because it's shown already. So now we are playing the video on the right way of every movie. So for that, you need to provide as well, if you want, videos where you can upload to your server. Unfortunately, this API doesn't provide with videos because of copyrights. So we can have here like some special, if you have the copyrights for displaying some movies, then you can replace these links with that video, and then you can as well do some movies application, playing some movies in the app. Going to do some logic and some refactoring for our video player. So for example, I can create a component which is called video also, and then I can play or place the video player inside it, and then I can pass some properties. The goal of this lecture that I am going to show you how to create a component in a different way as well. So we can first go to our components and define a new file, and we call it video. So we can say here video.js. So instead of using the snippets tools, we can use also our hand. So we can create the component by hand to understand how we are really working with components in React Native. So creating a component in React Native requires to import React. So we can do this with the importer or with snippings tool. We can have import React from React. And then we need to use the name for the component. So we can define a constant and we give it the same name of the file, which will be video. And then we can define as a function, and then this function will have like return, where we are going to return the template of this component. And inside the template of this component, I am going to use the video player, which we have created in the detail. So here I will copy this part. So I will take all of this and then put it in the video. So in that case, we need to import as well the video player. So in this way, I have import video player from React Native video control. So now we don't have the control over the navigation, and also we don't have the control over the video shown function. So in that way, we can create property as we saw previously with the play button. But here we can create the properties like a function in a different way. You can find or pass a props to a component here. So when you are calling a component or you defining a component, you define a parameter as an object and you give it a name. For example, I am saying onClose. So this function will be executed every time something happens outside of this component. So in that way, I have to go to the detail and then I want to call my video component. So if we want to call this video component, we need to export it. So here, after having a const defined, I can say export default, like by default, as we saw previously, and then I define this component which I am going to export. So we have this video is exported, we can use it in detail screen. So here I will say, when I go up, import for me video from, but not from React Native video controls, we are going to import it from components and then video. And after that, we are going to call this component. So I will say here in the modal itself, video, and then the video is going here. But before that, we need to pass that property which we defined here. So I can say onClose, so we can have the property here as well. So here we have onClose, and this property will be a function. So in that way, I can say this function will be executing the video shown. So you can say here video shown function. So the onClose will go as this function as you see here, and it will be executed inside the video component. And you can as well, you don't have to put all of this, you can put only video shown. So we can put here a video shown, so as a function, and it will be executed inside the video component when on back, for example. So I can say here, instead of video shown, then onClose. So on back of the video player, it will be executing this one. And there are also another properties which I found in the documentation, so we can use them as well to handle our application in right way. So for example, on enter full screen or an exit full screen, and also on hide control, or for example, we can say like on end, when the video end, we are going to close the video. So in that way, I can finish the video or close the model when there is finishing of the video. So instead of that, I can say here like on end, and also like on back, we have also close. Also, this navigation, we don't need it anymore, so we can remove it. So we can test now our application. So I'm going to save everything. So we have here video onClose, video shown, and also this one, it should not be closed like this. We can close it from one side to ignore the ESLint error. So now we have model, and inside the view, and pure and clean. We don't have so much code here. So when I play this video, as you see here, okay, it's played fine. But when I click back, then it's finishing. And also when the video is going to the end, it should close as well. So let's wait now. It's going to close, or it's finishing. Now it's automatically went out from the model. So in that way, I have onBack function which did for me the work, and also onEnd function. There are also multiple properties. You can see them in the documentation. For example, toggle size mode on full screen. For example, we have this property. If we set it to true, then it will not toggle the video to be like this. So when you click on this full screen icon, it will not be like this. So it's just a case where you can handle also like this full screen mode. Control animation timing, like the amount of time, milliseconds, to animate the control in and out. Like you don't have to show the controls after some period. So for example, when I have my mouse handled like this without anything, then the controls are disappearing. So but when I move or when I touch on the phone, then I have the controls back again. So all of those properties, you can try them by yourself, and then you will be able to see how this works and how this video player is working with you. So this is the functionality which I wanted to show you. It's something like to show how we can create a component by ourselves and define properties in a different way for calling some external functions outside of that component. Last thing which I want to mention as well about our model, that when we need to support orientation, so when I return or turn the phone horizontally or portrait, so we can have somehow some movie to be like full screen. So in that way, I can also set a function which is defined, or a property which is defined in the model, which is called support orientations, which I got also from the documentation of the model. So I can say here like supported orientation will be portrait and landscape. So in that way, the model will support that as well. So when my phone will turn, then it will do something like for me to support the model in the right way. So now when I go to the video, I need to add a property in that way, which will be called full screen orientation all. So in that way, I can have orientation control over all the model. So when the model is returning to be portrait, then also the video player will be portrait. So let's try that. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to start the video. Okay, we have the video on the right way. I'm going to turn the phone to be like a landscape, so we can put it like this. As you see, the video player also adapted to this and also the full screen mode of the phone. So we have now possibility to turn the phone based on the properties which we have and how we have defining our application. So in that way, we will be able also to see full screen when we are turning the phone around. If you remember, in app.js we have created multiple screens. One is for home and one is for detail. And when I navigate for the detail as well, I will see like some navigation bar on the top. And we can somehow adjust this nav bar to make fit on our application. So for example, I don't need to show this detail. I don't want to show this home function and also like how we have here the arrow. I want some custom navigation bar. For example, in case I am on home screen, I can have a search button where I can search for movies, and also I can as well, when I go to some movie, I have only the going back button. So if you remember, in React Native navigation, we have defined the screens and they have some properties. One of them is called component. And also there is another property in React Native navigation which is called options. And with those options, you can pass the options which you want inside your navigation. One of those options is called header. So the header can be of this navigation adjustable to receive some specific component, not this component or not the default component which is defined in the navigation. Also, it includes another properties like header back image, header title, and also header background, header left, header right. A lot of information you can specify in the header of this navigation or of this screen. So for example, let's try one property. There is property which is called header transparent. And this header transparent, if you put it to true, then it will make the header is a transparent, as you see here. So the navigation will be inside this screen. So we can have the navigation directly inside our screen, not outside of the screen. So will have like some space in the safe area, as we remember. So because we call this as a safe area, because outside of it, it's not safe area. So also let's set this option for the detail page. So I will go here to the options, copy them and set them as well for the detail page. So in the detail, I will have a transparent header as well. But as I told you, we need to get rid of this home and also the title which is here. So for that, we can create our own component by saying that I want header, like the header totally will be different somehow by calling a function which is a callback function where I can specify the rendering component which will be rendered here. So for example, you can say I want a text only. I want just a specific component. I want just a button where I have a search. So in this way, you can create your own component and specify it in the header here. So let's try that and create our component. So I will go to components and create a new component. So here we will have a component, we can call it navigation. So I will say here navigation.js. And then we will create a pure component as we saw before. So using the snippet tool, we can have a pure component class, and this pure component class will be imported and extended from React Native.pureComponent. So I will have here IMR and then class navigation extend React.pureComponent as we saw before. Or we can rename our navigation to not have a conflict in naming. We can say like navbar. So we can call this component as a navbar to not have a conflict with other names of the navigation. So we can rename also this file to be as well a navbar. So let's return for now just a text component. So I will have here text, and this text will hold like the name of the application, for example. So I can say movies app. So in this way, we will have the navigation on the top. So we don't have to forget as well to import the text component. So I will have here text from React Native. So now our component is ready for the import. So I will go to app.js again, and then I will say import for me the navbar. So we say here import navbar from component navbar. So it's exactly the same way how we do with the other components. And here in the header, in the callback, I am going to call the navbar itself. So now when we save, or we can make this call like one side call, so we can have here this side, and then when we save and go to one of the movies, for example this one, and you will see that we will have the title on the top and inside the safe area. So we need, or outside the safe area. So we need to put it somehow in the safe area. To do that, you can do that easily and call a component which is called safe area view. Safe area view comes as well from React Native. So you can use this component after rendering it. So we will put back this return, and we will surround the text component with the component which is called safe area view. So we will have here the text inside that safe area. And as you see, the movie app title is moved to the safe area. So our application is not conflicting, or the content of our application, for example, the navigation, is not conflicting with the safe area, like the watch and the time, and also the battery and the signal. So inside this safe area, this navigation, I'm going to have some logo here, and also we can define something like back button as it was before, and also we can have some icon for search. But in the detail of this movie, we can have only a back button. We don't have to have a search and a logo. So we can have only a back button. So inside safe area, we can have a view. And this view as well will be imported from React Native as we saw, and then we will have a button. So we can use a touchable opacity button. So we can have here touchable opacity as we see here, and it has property which it will be on press and go back. So now we have the touchable opacity. We can specify icon inside it. So we can also use some icon from our icon library, which we have installed before. So we can give this name for this icon can be a going back icon. I got the name already from the documentation. And the size, we can specify the size of the icon, which can be 40. And also we can give some color, which can be white. So we can have here color, and then we put this hash code 3Fs. And then we close the icon from one side. So now what we need to import is the view, and we need to import as well the icon component. So importing icon component from the library which we specified before and we used. So let's save that and try. Nice, we have here the icon, touchable opacity, we can click on it, but it's not doing anything. So on press of this touchable opacity, we can specify a navigation, so we can navigate back to the previous page. So I will say here on press, and with this on press it will be a callback function, and in this callback function I need to specify the navigation. If you remember, we don't have the navigation here because we have a navbar, so we need to pass it somehow from outside of this component. So somehow we need to create a prop for this navbar. So I can go here again to the navbar component and create a new prop which can be called a navigation as well. So before return, I will define a constant, and this constant will be an object because we will need another properties as we will see later. I will call it navigation. And this navigation will have this dot props because we are importing this dot props and we are using it as a prop. And then here on press, we can say like after we have this onPress function, we need to execute something which will be called navigation.goBack. And this is already defined method which will help me to go back in my application to the previous page. But before that, we need to not forget to pass the navigation to navbar component. And we can do that through app.js. And as you see here, we can specify the navigation, and inside this navigation, we can say get the navigation from the current screen. How we can get it? We can get the navigation from current screen by passing here in the callback function something like called as well navigation, because it has a parameter where we can use the reference of the navigation of this detail page, for example, and then I can pass it here. So let's save everything and then try again to click on the button. Okay, we have an error. This is a mistake which I did by purpose because I want to show you how you can pass the navigation from the parents, like from the screen. So when you want to pass the navigation, it's not enough to pass it like this. You have to surround it with brackets, with curved brackets. So it can be an object. So you have to be very careful with those like brackets and how you can specify them. So in that way, it will be work because it will be defined. The go back function will be defined. So when I click on this button, okay, I am going back again to my component. So in that way, we will have a specific like going back button only for the component of the detail, because I specified that only for the detail page. I don't have for the home screen page. Okay, the home screen navigation will have a different nav bar, because in the detail we have something for back button, but here we will have something like a logo and also a search button. So how we can distinguish between the nav bar in the detail and the nav bar in the home screen? We can have a prop for this component which is called navbar, which will define that if it's for main or if it's for the sub or another pages. So I can say here additional property, I can give it as a main, and this main will have by default false. So here we can define constant and we can say default props, and the default props will be an object, and this object can have a value, or one of these properties will have a main, and this main will have by default is false. And also don't forget to add the prop types. So we will have here something like prop types, exactly how we were doing previously. So we have the prop types, and we need to import the prop types from React Native or from prop types. So I will put it here, and we will have all prop types and default props exactly in the same way how we defined before. And also don't forget to assign those prop types and default props to the navigation bar. So at the end here, you have to say navbar.proptypes will be prop types, and also the default props will be assigned as well. So now we need to use this main. So when there is a main navigation, I want to show a view, but when there is a detailed navigation, I am going to show a different view of the navbar. So going back to the app.js, we have here in the detail defined the navigation, and this navigation, it has some property which is called navigation, and the main we can say if it's true or false. So the case or the default case for the detail, it will be false because we are not in the main navigation or in the main screen. But here in this, for example, this component, we will define as well an header and the navigation. We will have some navbar, special navbar for this, but the navigation or the main will be true. So because this value in the prop navbar is by default is false, so you don't have to assign it, because in that way you can save some code. So only when it's true you can define it. So in the home screen it will be true, and in the detail screen it will be false. So let's save that and go to a navbar. So the navbar, we are going to use this main. So now in the home screen we have a navbar, but it has back button, which is wrong. We need to show a logo, for example, and we can show a search icon. So in the case if we have a main, then I'm going to show the logo. So inside save area view, I can define an object, and I can say if it's main, then do something for me and show me some view. If not, then show me a different view. So in this way, I can say here like a question mark. So if some condition is true, like if main is true, show me the view component which is or which I am going to define. So I will have here another view, especially for the main view. Else, like when you want to put else, you put this column and then you put the other view, which will be when in this case is false and we have the detail screen. So in that way, I'm going to put this view here. So but before that, we need to wrap all of those components with a bracket. So in that way, we have here the bracket, and also here some bracket, and also the other view, we need to surround it with the bracket before closing of the condition. So in that way, you are doing the right bracketing. So now we save, our application is reloaded again. So we don't have in the navbar anything on the home screen because we don't define anything in when it's main. So when I go to the movie detail, okay, I have this view, which is the one where I have the navigation, touchable opacity, and the icon for going back to the home screen. So in this view, I am going to show an image which will contain the logo, and icon where I am going to show as well a search where people can click on it to go to a search screen. So here when I go in this view, I will call the image component, and the image component, we can close it directly. It has some properties as we saw before. It will have a source, and this source will contain a link for the image or a file. So the file, when it's a file in the assets folder, I can say require, and then I can say the path of the file where I have, for example, the logo of my application. For example, I have a logo which I have placed already before, and this logo is like some logo which I have created. I put it directly in the assets folder and images. So if you open this one and go to movies image, movies PNG, it's a logo which I used for my application. So now go back to the navbar again, and we will say here like go to the require and then assets, and then we have the images folder, and in the images folder use the image which is called movies.png. In that way we will have image in the navbar in the home screen. So when I am saving, then I need to import the image because otherwise we will get error. So here I have to import from React Native the image component. Okay, we got the error, and now we see that the logo got the full width of the font. So we need to put some styling for it. So I will have here some style, and in this style I will say define for me the styles or style sheet. So I will put here styles, and it will be like a logo. So we will go down and define a constant which will hold for me the styles for this component. So I will have here constant styles, and this styles will have style sheet, exactly how we have used in our React before. And then I will say create for me a style sheet, and this style sheet will be an object, and inside this object I'm going to define, for example, the logo, and the logo will have some specific size. We can give, for example, width will be 50, and also height can be 50 as well. So what we need also to import the style sheet from React Native, so I will put it here, and we will have the style sheet imported. Okay, the application will reload, and we have now the logo placed in the right place. But we can give some padding and some margins for the navigation. But first, let's do another component near the image component, where I am going to have a touchable opacity button, and I am going to click on it to go to a search screen. So it will be exactly like this one which we have defined before. We just need to define the icon and also change the navigation behavior. So the icon which I have found, it's called search outline, which I found in the Ion icons library. So I rename this icon to be search outline. It will have like a smaller size. We can put it as 30, and it will have color white. And also the behavior, when I click on that button, it will be navigation.navigate to a home screen, or we can say a new screen which we are going to create later, and it's called search. So we can say here navigate, and the navigate will be to the search. So we are going to create this later in the next section. So now we are saving this, and we will see that always the components are going under each other. So we need to give a style for this view to align those items on the same line, somehow to be near each other. Like the logo can be here, and the like this button can be at the end. So we can go here and define another class, and this class we can give it a name, like we can say style, and the style from styles, and the styles can be named as main nav, or like the nav of main screen. So we can have here a main nav, and we give it like a property which it can be name nav, and we give a properties. So this main nav can have a flex, so I can align the items in a right way. So I will say here justify content for this flex or this container to be space between. So in that way all of the items will have some space between each other, and in that way I can guarantee that this display flex will have something like one logo on the left, and also the icon will be on the right. Flex direction. Now the flex direction by default is column, like the items are under each other, but we have to say it's a row, so they can be near each other as you see here. And to push away the content from the borders of the font, we can give padding for this container, and we say that it's 10. So in that way we will have all the items in that way. And to make them centered or aligned to each other, we can give another property which is called align items to be center, and in that way they will be like exactly aligned. Now our application has a logo and also an icon to click on it to navigate to the home screen or to the search screen. We're going to see how we can make like the app.js more simple. We can move some code to a separate component. I like always to separate the things to some components to have a lower code base in my applications or in my files. So for that, maybe we can move all of this navigation container to another component, because we need to make some loading screens and also error when there is some error in the API, so we can show it in the app. So I would go with creating a new component. Maybe I can call it a main navigation. So here I can give a name in the component. We can say main navigation.js. And then we can create like a pure component, or you can create the component with a stateless. Okay, so we can create a pure component here. So I will call my snippets and I will say pure component. I will remove this state, and also we can cut all the contents of like from navigation container. Like we are not going to have the navigation container, we will get only the stack. So in that way I will get only the two screens or the stack navigator. So I will cut it and then I will paste it in my main navigation. And also we are going to bring back what is missing for us. For example, we are missing this constant. We are going to get it. Here I am teaching you how to do a refactoring for the things, because otherwise you will have a complicated code and you will not be able to know how to handle or maintain this code. So we need also some imports, like as you remember we have here to import a React. So I will get a React and put extend from a pure component. And as well we need here to have like some imports, as we will see later. So I need, for example, the create stack navigator, so we can take it. And also we need the screens, the components which we are going to use as screens in that component. So I will cut them and go here and put import, but our component is in a different place. So we need to go one step up and then to the screens, and then I get the component screen. And then also the same thing for the detail, but here the component navbar is in the same folder, so we can just put it like this. After that we save. Okay, our code is formatted, we don't have any mistake or any problem. So here, instead of having all of those stack navigator and all of this stuff, we can just call our component, which is called main navigation. So let's import the main navigation. I will say here import, and then without like any brackets, as we learned. So we have here a main navigation. So I will get here components and then give me the main navigation. So in that way I can call here in the navigation, I can say bring me the main navigation, and it will be closed from one side because it's a component without any content. And now here we need to put back those, or when you want to save, automatically Prettier will put all of those brackets. Now our component is working fine. So when we go to detail, okay, nice. And as you see here, we have still a bug that the header or the navigator or the main home navigator is still existing. Even I said when it's detail, then don't show it to me. And for this issue, we need also to add some properties to our navigator. So one of those properties which you need to add to not have like this overlapping of the main navigation inside the detail navigation is called header mode. So you have to be sure that you are adding it to the navigator, stack.navigator. So the header mode can be set to a screen. So you can say that the header mode of the application must be screen. So in that way, as you see, we don't have anymore this navigation of home navigation. So as you see, we have all defined. So when the application is coming to the home screen, it's choosing the navigation, but the main is true. So in that way, the navbar will render based on the main. If it's true, then it's going to show the logo and also the search button. If it's not, then it's going to show only the back button, as you saw here. So now we are ready with our application, like with the navigation. In the next section, we will see how we can click on this to navigate, or on the search to navigate to the search page and search for movies. We are going to see how we can create a search. So we need to search for a movie or for a TV show. So in this way, I need to find the right API for using that. So if you go to the API documentation, you will find something which is called search. And in the search, you can be able to find also something like search movies and also search TV shows. So search movies will have some specific API which is called search movie, and it has some parameters which you have to pass. The same thing is going as well for search TV. So we need also to have search and then TV, and then you can pass the parameters like the API key and also language and page and also the query which is required. So the query, it will be the thing which the user will enter here in the application, and then he will get the results based on that. So let's go and create the service for this. So for me, I'm going to have like the same services which I have created before. So we will have here the services. I will copy one of those services. So let's copy this one and go here, and then we are going to call it search movie or TV. So I will tell you how we can merge those services together. So in that way, it can be called search movie or TV. So search movie and TV. So we can search for both together. And here we can say search for movie or TV by keyword. So we can have like some keyword or query which we will pass as a parameter here, and we will get the result based on that. So let's build our URL. So first of all, we need a query, as we saw in the documentation. So as you see here, we have something like called a query. So the query will be passed as well to the application or to the API through the URL. So for that, I need to pass a parameter. When I call this service, like from the application, when the user will click on this and have some text box, and then he will press search, then he is passing the query. So I need to have here something called a query parameter. And in this query parameter, I can pass it to the API. So how we can pass it? If you remember, we have parameters like this one. We can pass as well a query instead of it, because those parameters exactly you can pass them through the URL. So now we need a query, and this query will be the query which is passed to the service. So we can have here then, okay, pass for me the variable query. So in that way, I will have my API having this query, but instead of this, we need to have search. As you see here, if we go up, we have here search TV and search movie. So it's exactly the same way, but this is different. So let's put this as search. And now we are discussing the type. So I need to search for movie or a TV. So we can have also another parameter here. We can say type. So and this type we can give it a TV or a movie when we are calling this service. So I will put here also, instead of movie, I can put parameter which is type. So in that way, my API URL, the original one, as you see here, will have /search, and then the type, it will be movie or TV, and then I am passing the parameters. The parameter, the API key, as we saw, which has this one, and also the query which the user entered to find some movie or TV. And then it will return the data as a result. Let's see the response in the API, how it will look like. So as you see, we have here some page and also results and the total results. So in that way, you have here some results as well. So we will put in our response .data, because this is come from Axios. It's returning for us the data, and then I can access the results, and then it will be returned with the API like this. So we will have the same thing: movie, title, poster, video, and all of other information which we are getting here. So now our service is ready. Okay, after having our services ready, we can create now the screen. So I'm going to screens, create a new screen. I will call it search. And in this search, we will place our form where the user can search for components or movies. So I'm going to use here stateless component return, as we did before. So it will be called search, and with this search we are going to return as well like some navigation in parameter. So we will have here navigation, and as well we will return some template, and this template will be inside the safe area. So first we need to import React. So I will say here imr import React for me, and I will create here React fragment. So I will have here something like React dot fragment, and then it will be inside it our save area view. So we can have here save area view. But I would like to mention that save area view, it's better to get it from React Native, not from React Native save area context. So you can get this component from React Native to don't have like some conflicts in the errors. So here we have now like save area view. We can create like some view, just like for an example. And inside this view, we can put a text component where we will see like some changes happening, like to be sure that our component is working fine. So now let's import the view and as well the text component. So I will go here and import all of them. So now we need to navigate to this screen. If you remember, when we click on this component or this button, we were able to navigate to something called a screen. So what I need to do to go to main navigation and create a new stack screen. So in the same way how we did with the home or with the detail, we can copy one of them and then we can add a new stack screen. So, and this new screen will have a name, will be search. And as I told you, you have to be careful with the names. So here we will have as well a search component. So we need to import it as well. So as you see here, it's automatically imported and it will have the same properties, like it will have navbar and also it will have like some navigation and navigation input. So now let's save that and try, okay, we click on the search button. Okay, we went to the search screen. And it's now empty and it has here a search. Okay, so our screen is working fine now. We don't have any issues. We just need now to make a form where the user can input some text to search for some movie. For that, I am using a component which is used in React Native library, and this React Native library has a component called text input, and this text input you can have like some special style on it, on change text event, and also like some value. So at the beginning, let's also import this component, so we can copy this part here and go to our application and replace the text here with that component. And also we will have here the text input imported from React Native. So as you see, we need also some stylings. So we need to style the input as well. So we need to have the styling sheet as we saw before many times. So we just need to have some constant and we can define that constant as a style sheet and use it in our component. So we need to import the style sheet also from React Native. But as you see here, there are some events. So he is using the state for that. So let's go and use the state for this. So I will say that I have a constant text and onChange text, and then this onChange text will be returned in the state. So I will have here as well like some also constant, and then I will say use state, and this use state will be imported from React Native. And we can also give a default value as he did here. So we can give like useless text, like something like, or we can say search movie. So this is like a basic information where we can provide for our input. And as you see here, we have the input already, so we can work with it. So we just need to push the view a little bit, like to have as well, like here we have the arrow, it's totally on the top and it's overlapping with the input. So we can put it a little bit down. So we can give for this view some styling as well. And I will call it exactly the same way how we were doing before. And we will give it a name which is called a container, and this container I am going to put the styling of it here. So it will be exactly the same. So we can give it like some padding top from the top to not have the conflict which I mentioned. So we have sorry, I put the column, so I will put here padding top, and padding top will be like about 100 pixel. We can say, let's try that. Okay, 100 is too much, let's put it 60. So 60, okay, we have a search for movie. So and then the user can put some text inside. And as well, we need to put some information like flex direction, center, justify content. We will see that later when we will have the submit button as well. But let's give some styling for this input to fit with our design. So I will give at first like something we can say border radius. We can have something like 15, and we can give as well border width, something we give it like 0.5. So we can have here 0.5. We can give as well some height for that, and we can put some fixed height, or you can make some height using percentage and dimensions from the screen. So we can give like for now fixed height because it's not affecting anyway when you have different mobile sizes. So we will give it like, for example, 50. And as well, we will have like some padding to push the content inside the, like, to not be fixed here or exactly on the borders of the input. We can give it something like 8 pixel for padding, and also we can give some coloring for the border, and also some background as you want, or as you want to style it. So as you see, we have like this input. We can change this from padding top to be padding only. So 60 is too much, so we can keep it as a padding top, but we can put here padding first, and padding will be 10, and then we put padding top, and then the padding top will overlap over this padding. So we will have padding top 60, and from other sides will be 10, 10, and from down it will be 10. Exactly like how we do with HTML and CSS. You can as well add some other properties which you can see in the documentation. There are a lot of properties for this input. One of them like something called placeholder, some default value, editable or not, important for autofill, a lot of things. So we can as well add something which can be called placeholder. So I can put here a property called placeholder. And in the placeholder, you can define a default text. So I can say here, search for movie or TV, like this, search movie or TV show. So in this way, we will have placeholder. And when you remove the default state, like when we have like some undefined value, then we will have this placeholder like this. So you can be able to type directly. So the placeholder will show when there is nothing in the input. So to submit the result, we need also some button here, like for the user, that he can submit the value which he entered, and then he will get the results of the movies. So in that case, we can as well hold all this, put this input inside a view. So I will give again another view, and maybe we can give it a name like a form, and this form will hold for me the text input, and I will close it again like this. And then near this view, I will put another component which will be touchable opacity, exactly how we did with the search icon here in the navbar. So I will put as well the touchable opacity, something like this, and on press, we will not have navigate, but we will have something else. So we can keep it for now empty, and we can have as well like icon. So we need to import multiple things. One of them is touchable opacity, which we have from React Native, and also we need to import the icon, and the icon we can import it exactly the same icon which we used in the navbar. So I will put it here as well. So let's save everything, and then we will see that okay, the icon is coming here. So we need somehow to change the icon to be near that component. So let's remove the color of this icon to see it more clear. Okay, it's black now. So we need to put like some styling for this container to hold the view of the form and the button near each other. So first of all, I will go to the styling of the container, and I will give it some properties. One of those properties will be flex direction, if you remember to put them near each other. So I will say here flex direction will be row. So in that way, they will be near each other, but now they are ugly. So we can also align the items to be on the same level together, so they will be aligned in the center. So we need somehow to put this like input more here, and the search button on this side. So the view of this form, I can give it like some special properties, for example, which can be able and helping us to make some like spacing for that input. So first of all, I will go here and give a form. The form class I defined on the top, if you remember, and one of those properties will be flex basis, will be auto. And also we need another property which is called flex grow, and this flex grow will be 1. And also we need to have something like, as you see here, padding right, so we can push the text box a little bit away from the input. So we can put some padding right where it can be like something like 8 pixel. So in that way they are aligned near each other, and also they have like the button is here. So as you see, flex basis, it's called auto. It's giving like the flex to be dynamic of this form and getting the rest of space from what this item is booking. For example, this touchable opacity is booking only let's say 5 or 10 pixels, but here this input will take the rest. So by saying flex basis auto and flex grow 1, so it means that take the rest of the space and align it in that way. And we give padding right to not let this input to stick on the touchable opacity. So last thing, we need to handle like something on submit. So for that button, so touchable opacity, it has on press, and we need to handle the on submit for that. So we will have some method which can be called on submit of the value of the input which is entered in the input. And for that, on submit, like we can make it like capital letter, on submit, I can define it on the top. So we can have like results, and the data will be always resolved and calling our service. So in that way, I will define another constant which can be called on submit, and which will be like a function, and this function will return for me something like calling the service which we have created before. So for now, I am going to console.log the value which I want to get from the search. So I want the user to put a query parameter. So I want the user to put some query, and I receive this query and I pass it to the service as we said before. So we can call this as a query. So now I am going to console log this query as well. But here we don't have anything. We didn't pass any query. So in that way, I am going to use this text. So this text is changing based on the change text of the user here. So we can take this text and pass it as well to our onSubmit method. So let's save that, and we can open our terminal to see the console log. So let's make it bigger a little bit, and I am going to put some value, like we can say here movie, and then I will click on submit button. As you see, I got the movie like this. Okay, search, for example, like new movie, something like that, and I am getting the result on submit. So now I am going to use the services to grab the data and display the cards here, exactly the same card component which we used in the home page and other pages. So we are going to make a template for displaying the results of the search. But first of all, we need to call the service which is responsible for bringing us the search results. So for that, if you remember, we have created a service which is called search movie or TV, and it's asking for two parameters, which is the query and the type. So I'm going to put this also call here. So when there is on submit, I am going to call this service. So we will have something like search movie TV, which I am going to import from services. So I will put here import, and then I will put the name of the service, and then from, and then we will put like services, and we will call services in that way. So now we have the search movie TV. So this search movie TV will ask me to have two parameters. First will be the query, and the second will be movie or TV. So let's put, for example, movie like now. So we have here movie. or it depends on the API how we were using it. So it was saying, yeah, okay, movie and TV. So we will pass movie. So now this will return for me a promise as we saw before. So I will say here then, and after then we will have the results. So we will call like those as a search, or we can call it like a data. This is the search data, and this search data we are going to do something with it. And if you remember, for that we were creating another state variable, and this state variable we were using it in the template. So I will say here we can go give like search result, and this search or results, let's make it like this, and then set search results. So we can have as well here set search results. So in that way we are going to store all of this information in that search result. So we can have here set search result to be data. So in that way we will have the results or the array which will return from the API with the movies reset or set in the search results here. So here I am going to use the template which comes from the search results, because we spoke about that multiple times, and I told you that we have like multiple ways to arrange all of these templates. We talked about it like when it's loaded, when it's not loaded, and when there is error. I'm going to paste the template I prepared already to not explain, and I will provide you the code. So I have created this template. This template will have a view. It will be inside the scrollable view. So we have here a view which is called container, and this container will hold the form and also the touchable opacity. And then we will have another view where we will have the results of search item. So I have created here, if you remember, something called search result. So I am checking here if there are search results and the search results dot length is bigger than 0, then I have to display a flat list with the cards. If you remember, we have done this already multiple times when we were doing the cards in the home page here. So you don't have to worry about this point. Only one option which I have extra, it's called num columns, which is like I am showing how many columns in the row. So for example, in the search result, I will have 3 columns per row. So I will not have them like this scrollable. I will have only fixed 3 in the mobile, and they are like I can go through them. So also we will have the data property and render item. I want to render them as a card. I'm not going to render them as anything else. And the card component we have created before, if you remember, to use it in the home page. As well, we have something like key extractor. It's going to make like a speed up for our search. So it's going, and it's related to something like caching. So you can use key extractor and you can specify what is the key. So it will be the item ID or the movie ID, which is returned from the search results. And as well, when there is search results but the length is 0, then that means that we have no values or no results matching our criteria. So we can try different keywords. And also if there is no search results at all, which is the initial state of our search, then I would say type something to start searching. So after that we have some component which is called error, and in case there is error, then I am going to show the error component which we have created before as well. So here we have like some error. By default it's say oops, something went wrong, etc. So this is the template. We talked about all of this before. I just make like some different ifs, some comments for you to not have like any mistake or any mistaken. All of them are in save area view. Okay, let's go to the search and I'm going to save my results. Nice. We have here type something to start searching. So I'm going to type like, for example, new, and I will press on search button. Nice. I got directly the results. So we have here something, a new cage, a new groovy, etc. So when I click on one of those movies, as you see here, I'm going to the detail of the movie. So I can get also to the detail page because I am using the card. The card has touchable opacity which we have created, and when you click on it, you will navigate to detail. That's very great, and this is how we see that we are using the dynamic of React Native of creating components. Okay, nice. So I'm going to make some result which is not found. Okay, no result matching your criteria. Try to find our different keywords. So when we remove everything and put like search, okay, this will not respond because we are not sending any results and we don't have any results. So now we have our template ready with the movies and the cards. There is just small thing that here are the cards are very close to each other. So we can give to the card margin bottom. So we can go to the card component, and if you remember, the card component has something called a container, which will be the touchable opacity, and in the container we can give it like a value or a margin bottom. So we can say here margin bottom, we give it like 5. So in that way they are going to be far from each other. We can give it more, for example 8, to be more noticeable. So now we have again our API running, everything is fine. So in that way we have the search template, nothing new. I didn't create anything new, just like this. I have just a new class here which is called search items. I gave padding about 5 where it will hold the container of search items, just to push the content a little bit far from the content here. So we can have something, let's put again new, and then it will search for me to not be sticking on the borders of the phone. So that's it. This is the search items. Okay, as you remember, we have created search movie TV and we used only for movies. So if we want to use multiple, like we need to use for movie and TV, how we can do that? If you remember, we were using something which is called promise.all. So it is possible to merge for me multiple promises. So we can do that here as well. So I will say here promise dot and then all, and then I can have here two or merged. And then I can have here two services merged together. So first one, it will be the search movie TV but for movie, and the other one can be like for search movie TV but for the TV. So in that case, I am calling the service 2 times for the TV and movie, and then I can merge the results somehow, because here the results will come for me as array of 2 items. If you remember, one is movies and one is TV shows. So I can say here like, okay, I will get here movies as a first call because I search here for movie, and also I will get here TV. So in this way I will get 2 items or 2 members here. So in that way we have an array, so we can put all of those in brackets so to not have any mistake, and then we can get the data which we have them here and merge them together. So we can merge movies and TV together. So how we can do that easily? For merging is pretty simple. We can just do data. We can define a constant which is called data, and this data will hold like array using operators like spread operators. So I will have movies together and also the TVs. So in that way I am merging 2 arrays together to be in one array. So in that case, when I save, I will get the results from this promise.all, and then I am merging them in one array. So let's style the code a little bit. Nice. We have now call 2 service 2 times, and then we are merging the data and then send them to the search results. So in that case, I'm going to search for something here. I will put a new, and then I will get results mixed between the TV and also the movies as well. And normally the TV will be at the end because we said here that we want to show the TV after the movies. Know what I mean? I mean that we can add some coloring for our application without having these hard-coded colors which we created before in navbar and other components. We can replace them with some variables where I will be able to change the theme of my application. So in that way I can have an external variable, and can I read from it, and then I configure my theme based on something like on those colors. So first of all, we can go to the application files and create some file which is called theme. So we can create folder on the root level. So I will say here like theme or themes, we can say, and inside this theme folder I can add also like something called colors. So in this colors.js I will have my application reading colors from this file. So in that way I can create also a constant, and this constant I can give it a name like colors. So we can say here const, and in this const we can say it's colors, and this colors will be an object, and I can say inside this object that I am going to define the colors which I need for my application. So those colors I have created them already, like of course you can create your colors as you want. So I create something like we can say I have for example background which will be like this one, black, white, light gray, primary color also which will be this blue which we have for the play button. So you can also add theming for your application in a way that it can be different from customer to the customer. So after that it's better to give capital letter for exports, and then we can export default, like we can say export default and we say colors. So in that way we will be able to import it somewhere in our application. So after that I will go to my, for example, where we were in navbar. In navbar I have for example some issue with the color that it's hard coded. I can replace it with a white color. So I will go here and I will have here import, and then I will get like for example colors, and this colors comes from theme colors as we saw before. So now I will go and use these colors exactly to put my colors inside this. So I will have here instead of color fff I will say colors dot white, for example. So in that way my application will render on the right way, that I will have the navigation will be color. So as you see here. So now we will put all of these colors, for example, for this navigation somewhere here. And of course we can search for all hard-coded colors and place them in our application. For example, I will go to the play button, and then I will say here that I don't want here also colors. So I need to import the colors as well. So I will have here import colors theme from colors. So we can have also the same exactly way how we did before. So in that way I have here the colors will be colors.white, and also the color of the button, if you remember we hard coded some color here, so we can also place it with some colors like a primary color. So we can have something called a primary, and in that way my application will have a primary color of this color. So I can use the primary color everywhere in my application. So now I will go like here to colors. I will change, for example, to this. We can make it 0, 0. And in that case, all the using colors of this color will change in the application. So in that way, you can theme your application in a proper way without having a trouble like you have to change the color everywhere to be the same. So I will not use this hard-coded color. I will use only like colors.primary. So in that way, you need only to change those colors in case you want to deliver the application to another customer, but you want to change somewhere in the layout and the colors. Are going to fix the styling. So the styling, as you see here, we have some bugs. So for example here the title is sticking too much to the phone, so let's fix that and do like some easy work for this lecture. So now I'm going to have to the list, and in the list we have this text, and this text it has some styling, so we can give it as well some padding around, so we can have some space around it. So we can have something like padding in general, or padding like this, and we give some spaces. So in that way we have to move it before, because then padding button will be overridden. So I will put here like, let's say 10, and let's try it to see if it's working fine. Okay, it's good, I guess. Now we have like better this, and we can reduce a little bit the padding button, so we can put it 15. Okay, I think now it's nice. Okay, now let's check if we have another styling bugs. So we can go here and we can see Nice. Here we don't have anything. We have in the navigation, or when we go to the search, we have here the coloring of this icon is not so much clear. So it's white. We can put it like some middle color, which can be light gray, for example. So we can go to the application or to the nav bar, and in the nav bar we use this icon. So we have here cherv on back. So here we put it light gray like this. So we can make this as a darker color. For example, we can put it 3 C's. Okay, nice. It's now better like this. And also if we go to some detail page, okay, we can still see it. Okay, yeah, it's good. Okay, other styling fixes, we don't have any other styling fixes. Everything is fine. Our application is working smoothly and easily without any problem.